Welcome to Riyadh. We are here at the King Abdulaziz racetrack with 12 races to get stuck into today. As ever, this is the final day of racing for the week, and hoping to end the week on a high is our analyst Tom Collins, who's had 14 winners over the last couple of days. Tom, you must be feeling confident today.
Feeling confident, but I set the bar a little high for myself there. I think I'll be surprised if I manage to match the 7 winners on today's card, but it's full of great horses, and we start with an Arabian Fillies Open. Camilo Ospina has been the man this week with 6 winners over the first 2 days. Maybe he'll have another good day today.
Yes, absolutely. Camilo Ospina goes for the white stable. We're keeping an eye on 3 horses in particular for you today, and the first one that we're looking at is one of Ospina's rides. He goes with Yatafel in the 8th for the white stable. The leading jockey, as Tom said, has racked up 6 wins already this week. Can he register another with Yatafel in the 8th? Well, Alex Moreno takes the ride on Ziran in the penultimate race of the day, and he'll be hungry like the wolf for more success. He's ridden 2 winners already this week. And Camilo Ospina will be hoping to end the day on a high for the white stable with Rajiat Allah. This horse is looking for its 3rd win. She's another daughter of Premium Tap. That sire has had great success here in Riyadh this week. Can she take the finale over 7 furlongs? Well, Tom, what do you make of the day's racing? We're kicking off with an Arabian race. We don't normally do that, do we?
No, we don't. There's 2 very good Arabian races, in fact. We kick off with an Arabian Fillies Open, and then race 7 later on the card is an Arabian Horses Open, featuring 115 rated Durgam Athbar. We should mention as well in the menu so far, that piece of footage we just covered there, with 3 horses to follow on the card, with 5 out of 6 so far this week from the VT. So look out for those 3. It's the way forward.
Well, Tom, you've got a 58% strike rate, so I'm told, and that might improve today. We will see. Best of luck to Tom. But let's join our commentator, Anthony Enzo, who's going to run through all of today's race cards.
Thank you, will do, Rebecca. Yes, great to hear from you and Tom. Looking forward to the schedule today. Here we go. We've got around 160 runners again, so plenty going on. We start off, as you say, with that Arabian race, unusually a Fillies Open. We've got 8 going to post in that. We've got a nominator 3 race after that, race 2 on the card over 1,200 metres. We go into Maiden Company then for our 3rd race. That's over the 1,400 metre distance. Another maiden half an hour later over 1,600. We go up to the mile for that particular race. Then we've got the locally bred fillies in action. That's at 5:35 over the mile again. And a Fillies Open race this time for previous winners over the mile, 1,600 metres at 6:05. We press on to our 2nd race for the Arabian breds. That's an open contest, some decent Arabian horses in that as well. Again, it's over the mile, as too is the next race, which is a race for horses who have won a maiden, so the non-winners are 2 lifetime. That's at 7:05 again over the 1,600 metres. We move into a handicap after that. We go up in trip to 1,800 metres for that race. Horses rated 0 to 90. They've got a nominative 3 race after that, which is 8:05 over 1,800 metres again. We move on to an open race, 8:35 over the 2,000 metres, the longest race of the day. We drop back to the 7 furlong, the long sprint, 1,400 metres for the feature race, the Riyadh Region Governor Cup. That's the big one at 9:05. So a busy programme ahead with 12 races. Let's look at the first. And this is for fillies. It's an Arabian bred race. Number 1 is Muntassarat Al Khaladiya for Farhad Al Furedi. Number 2 is Mubarazat Al Khaladiya, Turkey Yolofi on board. 3 is Tala Al Khaladiya, Eddie Castro. 4, Hatamat Al Khaladiya, Camille Ospina for the Al Haido yard. 5 is Nanawa, the French bred for Khalid Al Mamoni. Now, last time I was working, he had a hat trick. He had a great day, did Khalid. Number 6 is Al Yal for Tariq Al Mansour. Number 7 is Wathabat Al Khaladiya for Abdullah Al Khamis. And number 8 is Mutawaheja Athbar Asil Al Sahani for the Gaitan stable on board the filly there. So all fillies in our first Arabian Breds. Back to you, Rebecca and Tom.
Many thanks to our commentator there, Anthony Ennis. We'll let you catch your breath before we join you again for this first race. Horses now in the paddock just behind our studio, Tom, and this is horse number 1. Let's have a look through all these runners. Just a quick word on number 1, Tom, who's just gone out of our shot.
Number 1, Muntassarat Al Khaladiya, the first of the Al Khaladias in this race by Laith Al Khaladiya, the leading sire. This horse won a 0 to 75 handicap over 2,000 metres last time. Big drop down in trip.
Well, we've had a look at number 2 already, another Al Khaladiya, Mubazirat.
Yes, this horse was third in a listed event last time, the King Faisal Cup. That form looks pretty strong, though there are other horses in here that she's got to be looking out for.
Is Tala Al Khaladiya one of them, Tom?
No, she won a maiden last time. She's a late developing type, it seems, not as talented as Mubazirat Al Khaladiya.
And this is yet another Al Khaladiya, number 4, Tom, Hatamat.
She's not prolific. Camilo Ospina is on board though.
Nenewa is number 5.
French bred, 7-year-old, the oldest horse in this race by some considerable margin. The penultimate second was a pretty good performance, but last time was disappointing.
Well, let's have a look then at horse number 6, Rab Al Yol.
Overmatched against this group, only rated 78 and should struggle.
And the only non-grey in the entire race as well, Tom. Wathabat Al Khaladiya is number 7, yet another Al Khaladiya.
Seems to be improving, again by Laith Al Khaladiya, the third horse side, the third progeny of that sire in this race. Needs to take another step forward, though the recent second place finish was pretty strong.
And last but not least, horse number 8, one we're looking at now, is Mutwaheja Athbar.
This is the horse I like in here, 4-year-old filly, drawn out wide, which should be a bonus. 5th in an open last race. Prior to that, finished a good second back at meeting 18. Lucas Gaitan does well with Arabian horses.
Well, you can see the Al Khaladiya jockeys just making their way towards their mounts. There are 3 of them in here for the Al Khaladiya stable with the white jackets with that black stripe across them. They'll be hoping for a win in this one, Tom. Very dominant in the Arabian racing, the Al Khaladiya stable.
Yes, all 3 of them have reasonable chances, though Mubarazat Al Khaladiya is definitely their standout, horse number 2. Finished third in the listed race last time, and this is just an open, so a little drop down in grade 4, that horse, ridden by Turkey Olofi as well. I believe Mubarazat Al Khaladiya will finish first or second, but I'm going to side with Mutwaheja Athbar, horse number 8. I think she might have her measure. 5th last time in an open race, should have come on for that. Bit of a layoff since, but Lucas Gaitan, as I say, does exceptionally well with a small string, and this horse showed good form earlier in the campaign.
Well, somebody else who is siding with number 8, Tom, the horse we can see just there, is Adil in our YouTube comment section, who's also going for number 8. So thank you, Adil, for your thoughts there, and do let us know, everybody else who is watching, do drop a comment into our YouTube channel. Let us know who you like the look of. This is our very first race on the card, 12 all in all for us to get stuck into today. So plenty of action as ever here in Riyadh, the final day of racing this week. Super Saturday, you called it, Tom.
Yeah, Super Saturday. We like to coin every Saturday with that nickname, but yeah, it's a very good card. We've got lots of horses rated around 90 or even up to 115 later on the card. So some talented performers. There are a couple of maidens featuring white stable runners as well. So there's lots to like. Completely different race following this, and it's varied throughout the whole card as well.
I'm curious, Tom, as to why you're going against the Al Khaladiya horses. We can see one there. This is number 2, Mubazirat Al Khaladiya. You did like this horse, Tom, but you're going to take it on.
Yeah, I think she'll be first or second, and here we can see her run last time. The issue I have with her is that she isn't amazing. She isn't this proper standout Asfan Al Khaladiya type. You can see here she showed no early speed. She just plugged on at the 1 pace in the King Faisal Cup and came through eventually for third, but she never looked like she was going to win. today over the 1200 metres, with that no early speed that she's got, she's going to be out the back early on. Turkey Alofi will have to, roust her and try to get her up near the pace. If that is the case, then she'll be hard to hold. But at the same time, Mutwahajar Athbar, horse number 8, has more early, has proven over the distance, has a better draw, so she just has more going for her.
Well, let's have a look at horse number 5. This is Nenawa. What do you think of this horse, Tom?
The oldest filly in the race, ridden by Khalid Al Mamoni, who had a great victory yesterday in the feature. This event wasn't overly strong. Again, an Al Khalidia horse, not in the Al Khalidia stables, but in Prince Khalid bin Sultan bin Abdulaziz silks with the inverted triangle in the middle, wins, and Nenawa runs okay in second. Since this day, she finished 10th back in meeting 54, the last day of Taif, in a better race, but it was a pretty poor display. She also is on the wrong lead. She does a lot wrong in her races, and that puts me off her. Also, she's a 7-year-old, so probably isn't improving as much as the others.
I'm interested, Tom, in the comment you made earlier about horse number 2, the horse we can see there. You said this horse has no early speed, but generally we don't tend to see that in these Arabian races anyway, do we? Well,
relative, just to manage to get into the first 2 or 3 positions in the first couple of furlongs. I don't think she can muster that kind of early. Yeah, we're not going to see rapid sectionals, that's for sure, but we will obviously see horse in first and second in the early point of the race. So I think Turkey Alofi might struggle to get her near the pace. That's not necessarily a bad thing for her, given she runs home so well. But if you're giving race position away to a horse like Mutwahajar Athbar, then you're going to have to be very good to back run that filly, and I just don't know if she is good enough. I'll take 8 to beat 2, but look, if horse number 2, Mubarazat Al Khalidia, wins, I won't be surprised.
Well, we've just had a little look there at Camilo Ospina in the red silks. He's going on Hatama Al Khalidia, number 4 horse, not the highest rated horse in this one, Tom, but what do you make of his chances to add another win for the 6 he's already got this week?
Well, we've learned never to doubt Camilo. He's a fantastic rider. He doesn't ride in too many Arabian races, though he rides in more than some of his counterparts. This horse is super consistent. She always tends to run in the first 3 or 4. She's race fit, having run at the last meet of Taif just 3 weeks ago. She has a chance, but as I say, I'm sticking with horse number 8, Mutwahajar Athbar.
Horse number 8 for Tom Collins. Well, Tom was the man on form the last couple of days. So, Enzo, what do you think? Are you going with what Tom thinks in this race, horse number 8?
I'm going to take a different view on this race, Rebecca. I thought Nenawa might run okay. I was calling when she won one of her races before, and look, I think these Arabian races, and this, you've got the sort of standout performers that we've had now and again that would be clear of the others. I think this is a little bit open, and look, she's rated 98. I know she's a little bit behind 8 and 2 on official ratings, but I'll give her a shout here to run well. Khalid Al Mamoni, of course, had that treble, didn't he, on opening day at Riyadh, and that really was the day of his life. Khalid Al Mamoni, I think he was riding the odd winner at Taif, but he took it to a new level last Thursday, so I'm hoping he can get off to a winning start here. But this is a tricky little race, isn't it? We've got Mubarazat Al Khalidia, the Turkey Alofi on board, the red cap, by the way, for that one, and Mutwahajar Athbar, that Tom likes. He's got the blue headgear on, the blinkers for Lucas Gaitan, Asil Al Sahani. See number 7 there, Wathabat Al Khalidia. And runners are down at the start. Field that's flushed with greys this race, isn't it? Only All Yarl is down as a bay. The yellow colours, that'll be easy to spot for Tariq Al Mansour. So the first one about to go in then. We're going to 1200. Running for a first prize of 47,500 Saudi Riyal this time. Good prize money all the way down to 5th here. Number 2, the red cap there of Turkey Alofi on Mubarazat Al Khalidia. And the runners are loading, so we won't be long. There's the yellow of All Yarl. Only non-grey in this lineup. Mubarazat Al Khalidia. There's Nenawa going forward now for Khalid Al Mamoni. 7-year-old mare. One or two of these Arabian breds can be a bit tricky, and this one's showing some temperament now, isn't she? Mubarazat Al Khalidia doesn't want to load. Trying to get her to go forward now. And they have got her in. So the yellow cap for number 3 is going to be one of the last. There's one other one to go in as well, which is the 7. This is Tala Al Qadadir, yellow hat, Eddie Castro. The last one slots in the 7, Wathabat Al Qadadir, and we're just about ready for a start. Here we go. And they're off. Starter hit the button and away they go. Step slow was Tala Al Qadadir, the yellow cap, missing in a fraction, breaking well all Yol. And up there too is Wathabat Al Qadadir, who's got that early pace. And she now goes on the grey cap. She heads across the rails. Quite a pronounced move that. Switching towards the fence was Abdullah Al Khamis on Wathabat Al Qadadir and now leads. Moving well on the outside though is Mutwaheja Athbar in the black colours as well. Behind those, the red jacket of Hatama Al Qadadir, and then comes Nenawar in 4th place ahead of Mubarazat Al Qadadir moving into 5th, and the yellow of Al Yal. Well towards the back is Muntasarat Al Qadadir, and outpaced is Tala Al Qadadir. That's stone last, and Al Yal is also losing ground. Around the turn they go. This is where Mutwaheja Athbar makes the move. It looks a winning move too on the outside, and Asil Al Sahari has swept on by on board Mutwaheja Athbar, and number 8 striding clear. 7 in second is Wathabat Al Qadadir, and from the back staying on is Mubarazat Al Qadadir, then Nenawar, and then comes Hatamat Al Qadadir. One-way traffic here though. Mutwaheja Athbar is going to win this. Running on well from the back is Mubarazat Al Qadadir. Lapped the early speed, is going to get second. It's going to be an 8/2 finish. It is Mutwaheja Athbar who beats Mubarazat Al Qadadir into 2nd place. Tight 3rd. Oh, that's close. Wathabat Al Qadadir and Hatamat Al Qadadir. And Tom Collins starts where he left off on Friday with another winner. And could have the forecast there as well, I think, if you listen to Tom, with Mutwaheja Athbar beating Mubarazat Al Qadadir 8-2. It's very close for 3rd place. Only that one's the judge to sort out. 4 and 7 were 2 of them involved. 1 minute 19.3 seconds, 3 1/4 lengths. Quite an emphatic success though. Made that winning move quite early. And number 7 is going to get 3rd, Wathabat Al Qadadir. So it will be 8-7. Mutwaheja Athbar the winner, Asil Al Sahani. Beat number 2, Mubarazat Al Qadadir, and 3rd number 7 on the far side just. Wathabat Al Qadadir gets 3rd. Good start for Tom though, 8-7 in our opener.
And it's a win in the first race for Lucas Gaitan and Mutwahaja Athbar. A phenomenal success off the front end, and Rebecca is catching up with Lucas now.
Thank you very much, Tom, here with winning trainer Lucas Gaitan. Fantastic start to the day. Were you expecting that win?
Yeah, she's a very good filly. In the morning, she impresses me what she does in the mornings. I had her before as a 3-year-old, and she was with another trainer, now with me again. But she's a super filly. I want to thank the Amir, Mr. Abdul Monim, and all the team for giving me the confidence and trust to train this filly.
And what are your plans for her next?
Well, I don't know. I have to check. The idea thing will be to run in the 6 furlongs. There are not too much important races in this distance. Probably we'll have to try to find 1-4, 1-6. But we'll see if here or in another place. But we'll see. She's a good filly. Let's hope she recovers well after this race, and then we will plan with the team.
And you have another runner in the 7th, Durgam Athbar. What do you think your chances are in that one?
Also, he's a very good horse. He was 4th in Group 1 in Kahila Classic in Dubai. He's always performing well here. A bit of bad luck, but today the mile maybe not ideal. He's probably better in 1A 2000, but I think he will do very good. And
do you have an update on Foudapine?
He's running close. Probably next week. Probably. that's the data I can give you.
Fantastic. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
As we take the race back from the start, you can see horse number 7, Wathibat Al Khaladia, hopped at the start but showed the best early speed in the race under Abdullah Al Khamis and gets across to the rail. You can see Enzo there said in the commentary, and you can see the drastic move to cut across the field and gain that early advantage next to the paint. You know, that's been the place to be up front, so not a bad decision from the rider, despite the fact that she didn't manage to last it out all the way to the line. The eventual winner in the blue blinkers and noseband on the outside there, Mutwahaja Athbar, was the horse to beat in this race, rated 106 coming in. Lucas just said then she was working well in the mornings, and she's just justified that on the track. Those two are drawing clear at this stage of Hatamat Al Khaladia in the red and Nanawa in the black cap and checked jersey on the outside. The Al Khaladia runners right towards the back. Mubaraza Al Khaladia on the outside trying to make a late run, but by this point the race is already over. Mutwahaja Athbar has already kicked for home. This horse has stamina for further distances and was never really in doubt of getting the job done. Mubaraza Al Khaladia stuck on nicely down the outside for the runner-up spot, and the other Al Khaladia, Muntasarat Al Khaladia, was also picking up the tired rivals in the closing stages. But this was a one-horse race. It was her 4th run of the campaign, 2nd win. She's quite clearly very talented and has the necessary speed for this 1200 metre distance. She also has stamina to go over further, so she seems a versatile type for a trainer in Lucas Gaitan, who is just thriving, especially with Arabian horses, but all of his horses so far since coming across to Saudi Arabia. Rebecca there in the interview with Lucas asked him about his runner later on the card, who's definitely got a big chance in race 7. That is Durgam Athbar, horse rated 115, the highest rated horse that we're going to see today. So he could be set for a double. But look, this is the perfect start for a trainer in Lucas, who is fighting against the likes of Mutlaq bin Mishrif in the Arabian division, but really holding his own. This filly's only going to go from strength to strength, being just a 4-year-old, and this was only her 4th start in Saudi Arabia as well. So she's open to plenty more improvement. As you see the celebrations there, Lucas looking very fresh with a good haircut and celebrating with his team for that opening race success. As we just pick up the final stages, they've just turned for home and the winning manoeuvre has already been made. Mutwahaja Athbar's moved across to the rail, across in front of Wathibat Al Khaladia, who made the early speed. At this point, it's 3 lengths clear. The jockey's asking for more. He didn't necessarily need to because the race was won, but he just wanted to keep her up to her work. You can see there she's got the noseband on. I think they're cheek pieces as well, albeit I can't see, maybe it's just the blinkers. So she does need a little bit of encouragement to, not look around and go about her business. And the jockey was just making sure that she wasn't going to get caught, but she was, in truth, never in doubt.
Yeah, it was a great race to start the day, wasn't it, Tom? We don't normally start with these Arabian races, but that was a nice one to kick us off with, that's for sure. And of course, a first win on the card for you, Tom. 1 from 1 so far. So the the winning streak is continuing for you, and of course for Adil, who's joined in on our YouTube channel as well, who is also going with horse number 8 as well. So congratulations to Adil, who's watching the coverage, and do let us know what you think so far of the action. Let us know what you think of the races coming up as well. There is still plenty more to come, of course. So 1 from 1, Tom. Well done.
Yes, good start. I was hoping she would win. She was the clear standout, and there were only 2 horses in the race, in my opinion, who had a good shot at winning. As I say, in the early stages, that was the crucial part, whether the Al Khaladir horse could go with the leaders, and she just couldn't. I thought that could have been the scenario, given that last time out she didn't show any early either. And that was kind of the winning story of this event. The fact that Mudwahajat Athbar could go 3 or 4 lengths ahead of her primary rival, that track advantage on a course like this is super important.
Yeah, and she's the highest rated horse in that race, in that contest as well, just by 2. But nevertheless, Tom, you know, a fantastic prediction from our analyst, Tom Collins, as ever. Well, still plenty more racing to come, and we have a lot to discuss, don't we, Tom, in the jockey standings, in the trainers' standings, in the owners' standings as well. There are some real discrepancies, certainly in some of the numbers. The White Stable miles ahead of their rivals. Do you think that could change at all, Tom?
It could do, but it's all about who their rider is as well, you know, their horses. The White Stable have the best horses, but they've also got the best rider in Camila Ospina, as we have a look at the jockey standings to start with. And Camilo is leading by 18, as you can see. He's just been dominant at the moment. Phenomenal since he's come to Riyadh as well. Him and Adel Al-Faradi, who currently 2nd in the standings, were going hammer and tongs for a long way at Taif. But then Adel had a couple of weeks suspension, missed a lot of races, and Camilo has really thrived since. Adel again missed the first 2 days of Riyadh, and Camilo, I think, had 5 winners across those, and he's had 6 winners so far this week. So, you know, he's just got an ever-growing lead at the moment. And albeit Adel keeps firing 1 or 2 back over the last couple of days, he's not matching Camilo's haul.
Now, and of course, he's got his pick of those White Stable horses as well, doesn't he, Tom? And quite often they're just miles better than the rest.
Yeah, especially in the maiden races, the 2-year-olds and 3-year-olds, Camilo generally rides the best horses. There's a big gap then, you can see, back to the 3rd place rider, which is Luis Morales, but he's been in fine form in Riyadh. He's really picked up from where he left off in Taif. He had a slow start to the season in Taif, but he seems to be riding much better now. Naif Al-Anazi, a bit of the opposite. He was the man at the start of Taif's season, but has yet to really stamp his mark since we've moved to Riyadh. And Alex Moreno at the bottom there, well, I say bottom, he's in 5th. This is the small shortlist at the top of the Jockeys Championship. He's riding well as well. He doesn't have the same amount of good rides that Camilo has, but he's still, you know, chiseling away.
Well, let's have a look at the trainers' table now, shall we, Tom? Not as tight as the jockeys, not as big a gap at the top, rather, as the jockeys' table, but still very, very much between 1st and 2nd.
Yeah, and if you take Mutlaq bin Mishrif out, who's currently in 2nd, and primarily, and actually only trains Arabian horses, then you can just see the big gap between Ahmed Mohamoud and Bedan Al-Sabai when it comes to the thoroughbred runners here in Saudi Arabia. Ahmed Mohamoud is the primary trainer for the White Stable, which is why he has such an advantage. Bedan Al-Sabai, he's a very good trainer in his own right, but has a more varied group of horses in his stable. You know, he's got horses that are pretty lowly rated, like in the 50s and 60s, but he's also got a couple of good horses too, whereas Ahmed Mohamoud's really flying high.
Well, we'll have a look shortly at the owners' table next, and no surprise there, Tom, to see the White Stable miles ahead of the rest. There's just a huge gulf there, isn't there?
There is, 44 at this stage. I don't know if this has actually been updated since yesterday. I don't think it has, because Prince Faisal bin Khalid had 2 winners yesterday and was 1 behind Al Khaladir Stables. So I believe he's now leapfrogged into 2nd, and King Abdullah bin Abdulaziz and Sons is up to at least 70, based on their performance yesterday. So, you know, it's a dominant display at this stage. Al Khaladir Stables will continue to you know, get winners in the Arabian races, but there's only 2 per card, so they're never going to catch the White Stable. And Prince Faisal bin Khalid would need a bit of a miracle, given that difference of 45 at the very least at this stage.
Do you think that we'll see the Al Khaladir Stables in the top 3 at the end of the season?
Maybe 3rd. Maybe 4th. It'll be one of those 2. 2nd, I think, will go to Prince Faisal bin Khalid.
Well, it's certainly interesting to see the Al Khalidia stables in the mix there, given that they are just for the Arabian horses. There's only 2 races on the card, as Tom said, but there are many more races on our card. We still have 11 more to go here in Riyadh at the King Abdulaziz racetrack. And joining us, of course, to run through all the entrants for the next race is our commentator, Enzo. I need this thing fixed.
Yeah, this won't take me too long. Just the 6 of them, our smallest field of the day. Great for the commentator, a 6-runner race though. These are nominals of 3 lifetime, and they're going 1,200 metres here, 6 furlongs. 3 boys against 3 girls here. We've got 3 fillies, and 3 geldings. Number 1 is Bint Kasura Ali Al Mutib on board. Number 2, Parkside Boy for Sanad Al Dayhani rides this 2-year-old gelding. These are juveniles. Number 3 is Bint Al Ajwad, written by Naif Al Anazi for the Fawaz stable. Number 4 is the American bred. This is Asif, who's a grey. Abdullah Al Hussein is on board this one. Number 5 is Malamer Al Majd for Talik Al Mansur, a filly by Kartef. And number 6, Emblem Desert for Camille Ospina, the hot rider, and this son of Klimt has already won a race before. They're all basically horses who won 1 race or 2 so far. They're nominals of 3, 6 of them lining up for our second race.
Very many thanks to Enza there for running through the card for this next one. That's horse number 1, Tom. It's Bint Kasura. What are your thoughts on that one?
Yeah, this 2-year-old filly's had 2 starts. She won first time up over this trip and then went to the Taif Cup and finished 11th. She's still unexposed, so she has a chance to improve further. I wouldn't completely write her off.
Well, let's have a look at number 2. We actually saw number 2 running here last Saturday, Tom. It's Parkside Boy.
Yeah, I finished a fair 5th. It wasn't overly impressive, but it also wasn't a bad performance. Prior to that was 9th at meeting 52. Now 3rd up off the layoff, but 3 quick runs. Maybe this gelding's about to put in a season's best effort. Saying that, he hasn't really performed since he moved over from the UK, where he actually recorded his sole victory.
Well, we haven't yet had a look at Parkside Boy. We're still looking at horse number 1. There's Parkside Boy now. What do you make of him, Tom? You saw him in the UK as well, of course.
Yeah, he's a relatively nice looker. He wouldn't completely catch my eye. Horse number 4 is a much better type, as is horse number 6, albeit a relatively small horse. But yeah, I have no real negatives for him.
Well, let's move on to Bint Al Ajwad, horse number 3, a filly, Tom.
Pretty exposed with 7 starts in this kind of race against a lot of unknown quantities in here. Finished 14th last time up. She'll need to improve on that if she's going to win today. But Naif Al Anazi won on her previously, back at meeting 33.
And the next horse that we're going to look at, horse number 4, is the only one in this race that has yet to record a win, as if.
Yes, by Leo Frick, US bred horse. 0 from 4, rated just 66. Seems a stiff task.
Well, let's have a look at number 4 shortly, as if we're still looking at horse number 3, Bint Al Ajwad. What do you make of her up on her toes, Tom? Is that a negative for you, or do you think that's okay?
She's keen to race. It's not necessarily a negative. I don't think she's doing too much at this stage. She's just aware of her surroundings and wants to get on with things.
As I'm sure you do as well, Tom. You're keen to get another winner on the board. We're yet to see horse number 4, as if the only one who's not won a race yet. That one there is horse number 4, but you do like the look of him, Tom?
Yeah, he's a nice looker. He just hasn't really transferred that to the track yet. He finished 9th last time. His actual best performance came back at meeting 27 when he was 5th. So it's a bit disappointing that he subsequently run down the field in 3 efforts.
Meeting 27 was quite some time ago. We're up to meeting number 60 now, so take from that what you will. This is Malame Al Majd, horse number 5.
Talking about 60, this horse just has a rating of 60, 1 from 7 so far in her career. Her last 5 runs have been middling. She ran okay at meeting 37 when 4th, but last time was just 16th in the Taif Cup, and I can't see her winning.
Can you see Emblem Desert winning, Tom, the last horse that we're looking at?
Yeah, this is my selection in the race. Abdul Rahman Al Fahan, we saw him, he came in here and talked about his horse called Jasmine. Emblem Desert's got a great chance of providing him with a victory. Rated 84, the clear standout on figures. Camilo Ospina rides, which is definitely a positive. Has the outside draw, which allows Camilo to be able to see all the horses to his inside and make the tactical decision early on whether he goes forward or just takes a stalking role. And last time up, he finished a very good second just last week. So if he can repeat that effort, I think he's going to take all the beating here.
And he is the highest rated horse in this contest, Tom, by quite some margin. The next high, he's rated 84, the next highest 75. So certainly on paper, Tom, very much think that this is the winner, Emblem Desert.
Exactly, and he's holding his form. So his victory came back in meeting 6, right at the start of the season. He then had a long layoff before meeting 24, finished 5th, returned in a couple of weeks, finished 4th, then had another long layoff before running here on Saturday and took 2nd. So he's holding his form pretty well. It's a very consistent 2-year-old, which you don't always get. I mean, if you look at the second highest rated horse in here, Bint Alajwad, horse number 3, she showed good form early in the season, winning twice, but her last 3 runs have been pretty poor for her standards. So, albeit she's rated 75, she might have already peaked, whereas Emblem Desert still seems to be improving and running to a fair level. The only outlier in this race is Bint Kasora, horse number 1, because we just haven't seen her all that often. She's had 2 starts, one on her debut and then was 11th last time. If she can bounce back, she could be the major danger to Emblem Desert, but she's going to have to be very good to beat number 6. I'm definitely sticking with Camilo's ride.
Well, Bint Kazura, we haven't seen her run since meeting number 34, so she, out of all the horses, has had the longest layoff, meeting number 39, sorry. So the others are a lot more race fit than she is.
Yeah, she has to prove the fitness, there's no doubt about that. And actually, that second run came just a couple of weeks after her debut, so the connections went back to the well straight away with her, thinking that she was ready to run well in an open race. Well, it was a cup race, the Taif Cup, and she didn't really justify those ambitions in that heat, finishing 11th. It wasn't a terrible run, and we will see, I believe we'll see the footage of her victory, not the Taif Cup, but we could see the Taif Cup one. But it was a much better field than she beat on debut. She could bounce back, but as I say, fitness has to be a bit of a worry.
We will have a look at that run shortly, but let's go back to Emblem Desert, Tom, the horse you really like. Ran here last week, was 2nd when we saw him last week on Saturday. Do you remember much of that run?
Yeah, I remember the race. I don't think he was ever looking like he was going to win, but he still ran home well to take the 2nd place finish. Camilo being on board is obviously a huge tick, especially in a small field, because he is tactically aware as any other rider in Saudi Arabia. As we're just looking over our shoulder, and horse number 2, Parkside Boy, is playing up a fair bit in the prelims right now, as is horse number 1 actually, Bint Kasora. So watch out for those 2 as they go down. Just make sure that everything's a-okay. But as I was saying, Emblem Desert, on form, on jockey bookings, on the draw, is the one to beat.
Horse number 1, as Tom said, was playing up, but I think that she was set off, wasn't she, by Parkside Boy, who kicked the whole thing off, and she just got a bit carried away with it as well. But looks to be certainly a lot more calm now as they head out. They'll be heading out onto the track very shortly. Emblem Desert, the horse at the back, looks great, Tom.
Yeah, just walking around like a seasoned pro, despite the fact he's only a 2-year-old. Had 5 starts, so he will be relatively used to running on the race course, but you have 8-year-olds or 9-year-olds who still mess around in the prelims, and he's very settled right now.
Which is always good to see. The horses heading out onto the track now before they go to post for this, the 2nd race, over 6 furlongs, local and imported fillies and colts in this one. We're just having another look now at horse number 6, Emblem Desert, Camilo Ospina on board. He's had a great couple of days and he'll be keen, of course, to continue that success. And Tom thinks that he's got a great chance in this one. And Tom, as well as Camilo Ospina, is very much in form with getting those winners. Please do let us know what you think on YouTube, whether you're very much siding with Tom and Emblem Desert in this one, whether you're backing Camilo Ospina to get off the mark in this 2nd race. Adil was very much on Tom's side with horse number 8 in the last. Adil, let us know who you like the look of in this one. This is horse number 3, Bint Alawajad. Tom, we talked about a little earlier on.
Yeah, this is when she was seen at her very best in Taif. She has natural early speed. She was able to go forward this day under Naif Al-Nazi, and the race was won as we pick up the footage of that. She's 3 lengths clear turning for home. It wasn't the deepest of races, and she does flash her tail, which is a slight concern from a mentality point of view, as you can see just there, when she's given a reminder. But Naif eases up with half a furlong to go, and she's done it decisively. The issue I have is her last 3 runs have been nowhere near as good.
Let's have a look then at Bint Kuzora, horse number 1. Hasn't run for quite some time, but we're going to have a look at a run from August for this horse, Tom.
Yes, this was her in winning fashion, I believe, in the yellow and the blue silks. Game on the front end, showed early speed, which is what you wanted at Taif, and fended off a Prince Faisal bin Khalid's rival, which, you know, most of his horses are pretty smart, so that's got to be marked up. As I say, since then, finished 11th in the Taif Cup. And look here, she's on the wrong lead, she's drifting about, there are signs of inexperience there. She has to be a lot more professional, and she's got to be fit to even get close today. And
we saw, Tom, the tongue hanging out there. Why was that?
It's just a horse tendency, no real reason. It's just a characteristic of Bint Kasura.
Well, let's see how she gets on in this one. She hasn't got a rating, Tom, the only one without the rating so far. So it'll be interesting to see how she runs in this and what you would rate her at if you had the power to do so after this race. Well, Camilo Ospina, let's chat about his wins over the last couple of days, 6 in all, and he has a handful of rides today across the card. And what do you think his chances are of having a few more winners? How many winners do you realistically think he's going to get today?
I'd say probably 3. I really like this one. This is probably one of his stronger chances. In the next race, he's got a first-time starter for the White Stable, and you can never overlook those. And then following that, he has another first-time starter, which I equally very much like and expect to go close. That's in race 4. Camilo has a fair book, to be fair. He could easily rack up more than 3 winners, but it's very hard to get real streaks going. I know he did a couple of days ago. Yesterday, he just managed a 2 when he had a decent card. So he'll be hoping for a fair few just to extend his lead today, but we'll see how he gets on. I would predict maybe 3 or 4.
Well, in this field, Tom, just 6 runners. We've seen some massive fields here in Riyadh with 20 or so runners where it seems the riders want to be drawn very much towards the outside. Emblem Desert is drawn in 6 of 6. What do you make of that?
The best rule. You couldn't be drawn better in a 6-runner race. Now I know we had a 4-runner race, and I said you don't want to be in 4. Now that's because all of those horses are speed horses, and the jockey then, it wasn't Camilo Ospina, another rider. He had to then make a decision whether to go forward, and he made the wrong decision because he went 3 wide around the bend. Now Camilo's very, very experienced. If you're drawn 6 of 6 over this 6-furlong trip, where the first bend comes up pretty quick, you've got to make your decision whether you're going to go forward or just slot in. Camilo will know instantly after 2 strides, being able to look to his left and see all of the horses on the inside, what he's going to do. I much prefer stall 6 to any other stall in this race.
So you very much like the look of Emblem Desert, Tom, but I'm going to ask you where you think 2nd and 3rd will come.
Second, maybe Bint Kasura, if she can. Actually, I'll revise that. Bint Al Ajwad 2nd, and then 3rd, Bint Kasura. I don't really like the other 3 horses in this race. Malamate Al Majd has just been disappointing recently. Asif has yet to win, is only rated 66. And Parkside Boy, the 2 runs in Saudi Arabia just haven't been good enough to muster a chance.
And Parkside Boy showed a bit of a bad attitude down in the paddock as well, getting a bit worked up down there. Well, let's head over to our commentator, Enzo, who's going to talk us through this next race. Enzo, do you like Emblem Desert as much as Tom Collins does?
Yes, Rebecca, I'm expecting this horse to win, really, looking at the ratings and the form. It's an absolute standout, really, doesn't he? Emblem Desert. And they are almost set, actually. Only one left to load. That's going to be Asif. 2-year-olds then. Mixture of fillies and geldings here. 1,200 metres, 3/4 of a mile. Race 2, nominals of 3 lifetime. They're almost ready. Juveniles are set. 6 of them. Race 2. Riyadh, and they're off. Slow to jump was Bint Kasura from the inside, and rousted to gather stride was Bint Al Ajwad in the black and white. But that has worked, and he has the lead for Naif Al-Anazi. Emblem Desert is broken quite well towards the outside, but happy to get a lead through the early part of the race. This lead is going very quick in front, and this is tearing off, in fact. Bint Al Ajwad going a real fast pace here, over 60 kilometres per hour into the turn. Not hanging about here. Parkside Boy up into 2nd, wider out Emblem Desert now in a share of 3rd, in company with Bint Kasura. Off them is the grey RC for the back marker, and outpaced is Malamar Al Maj. They turn for the judge and head it past the halfway point. Up front, the leader is Bint Al Ajwad in the black and white, now pressed by Parkside Boy in that luminous green jacket in second. This fancied horse on the outside, Emblem Desert, is going to have to pick up in the straight. He's under pressure. Bint Kasura's running on two in the middle. Three have a chance here. Bint Al Ajwad now flashing the tail under pressure, but still leads to Emblem Desert down the outside. Between them is Bint Kasura. Now Emblem Desert starts to run on. And here he comes with Bint Kasura. It's Emblem Desert just going on. Emblem Desert to Bint Kasura. Emblem Desert wins. Bint Kasura second. Third was Bint Al Ajwad, who gave it a good go from the front. Well, he had to work, but he's got there. Emblem Desert has won, continuing Tom Collins' fine run of tipping form. I think they had the first three there as well. This is impressive stuff from TC. Sixth winner, Emblem Desert. Winning time, 1 minute 15.06 seconds. I thought he looked in trouble at halfway, but he does stay well, this horse. And he normally does his best work in the latter half of the race. And they went a really good pace up front, or at least the leader did, Bint Al Ajwad. It's a neck, the winning margin. Sixth winner, Emblem Desert. Second was number 1, Bint Kasura. And third, number 3, Bint Al Ajwad. 6-1-3, a neck, the winning margin. 1 minute 15.06, the winner. Emblem Desert, Camillo Ospina. Had to work, but he's got there to win by a neck.
Camilo Svena. Well done, Camilo. Good race, Camilo.
Thank you very much, Salman, Thank you very much to Abdurrahman for giving me the chance to ride this horse. I rode this horse last week, and he finished second. Good race, Thank God today she has good race also. But she brought a little bit back, but thank God he recovered it very good, and thank God he can win the race. Thank you.
Cute. He looks weird. Well, that was an exciting finish, and Tom Collins, would you believe it, said to me on the run-in, this is just too easy. 2 from 2 for Tom Collins. Emblem Desert. Well, was it ever in doubt, Tom?
Yes, it was. I wasn't confident turning in, I'll say that, when this gelding was 4 wide. He also didn't break overly well, and it wasn't helped by the fact that Bint Al Ajwad showed an incredible amount of early speed in the race, which left Camilo a little bit further back than he would have liked. But this horse stayed well. I said that in the build-up last week when he ran and finished second. He closed nicely in a better race than this against better horses, and he was the clear standout on ratings. He's got the best jockey on board, and he just managed to wear down the 2 biggest rivals in the closing stages in Bint Kasura and Bint Al Ajwad.
He had to work hard, but he got there in the end. How impressed were you with that?
Relatively. It wasn't a very good race in terms of the quality that he was up against. The majority of the horses rated in the 60s, Bint Al Ajwad 75. Bint Kasura is probably a 75 to 80 filly, so he might have run to his mark, but he should have won. Like, going into the race, he should be the winner. So he did what we expected, I think you can say.
Well, he looked to be in trouble at halfway. What do you think Camillo Ospina was thinking at that point?
Well, he rode him last week, as we just heard there in the interview, and I imagine he knew that this horse was going to hit the line powerfully. He just had to keep urging him, make sure he changed leads, make sure he kept running in a straight line, and he would have hoped that he would wear down the pacemaker, who went ridiculously hard under Naif Al-Nazi, and Bint Kasura, who was coming off a little bit of a layoff. Those two had reasons to capitulate. They didn't actually completely fall in a hole, but Emblem Desert was the best stayer in the race.
Absolutely. And what next for a horse like Emblem Desert?
Difficult one. You could run again in this grade. This is horses who won 0 to 2. This is just his second win, so he can run again here. If he can find a similarly weak and smaller field like this, then he's got a good chance of getting a win on the board. You know, this just wasn't the best of heats, and for a horse rated 84 who's still a 2-year-old, you could probably win another one of these.
Well, we'll have a look at some other aspects of this race very shortly. We'll see the beginning of the race, Tom, where, as you said, Bint Kazura went off at an incredible pace. Horse number three,
yes.
Bint Alojad, sorry.
Yeah, Naif Alanazi really asked her for maximum effort straight away. He got to the front, and as I say, I'd take what I'm going to say with a pinch of salt because I'm not a horseman, I don't ride horses, but if I was Naif, then I would have taken a pull. He knows he's in the lead by quite a way. You don't need to burn her out completely. He does there on the bend, but he's already asked for so much effort that her petrol tank is basically on empty turning in. She showed natural early speed. She's probably a 5 furlong horse, to be honest. The eventual runner-up, Bint Kazura, is just in behind in the yellow and the blue, 3 wide on the bend, and the winner's 4 wide. But we've seen that being wide on the bend, albeit you do give away ground, isn't actually a negative because you can slingshot right there, and then the middle of the track in the home straight is generally a little bit quicker.
Well, this was a 1,200 metre contest. This horse, the winner, Emblem Desert, stayed on well. Tom, do you think he could go even further?
Yeah, he could go 1,400, I'm sure. No further than that because he does have early speed and he doesn't power clear. He stays on a little bit better than the rest. So I imagine he'll get 200 metre further, especially if they go slower in the early stages. But he's definitely a sprinter. He's not a miler. 1,600 would be way out of his reach.
Well, confirmation then of the results. Tom Collins with the 1, 2, 3 and the quick double to start off the day. So a good start for Tom Collins. And let us know on YouTube in our comment section if you've had a successful start to the day as Tom had, who's picked the last 2 winners from the last 2 races. Well, we've had 2 races gone. We've got 10 more still to go here at the King Abdulaziz racetrack. Plenty of action for us to enjoy throughout the rest of the day on Super Saturday, as Tom has termed it. Let us know if you too are having a Super Saturday, if you've picked any winners yet. We've still got a lot to look forward to. We've got Camilo Ospina with a couple of very interesting rides. We've got Jimmy Jerkins we'll be seeing later on, a couple of his horses in action too, and that's when our YouTube comment section really takes off, when Jimmy has a runner. He's a very popular figure here in Saudi Arabia since making the move over from the United States. He had 2 winners yesterday, and I'm sure he'll be hoping for more today. It's good to see him, wasn't it, yesterday, Tom? Good to see him again in the winner's enclosure. Yeah,
it was, and this is a good time to bring up Jimmy Jerkins because he's got a runner in the next race, and a great chance too.
Fantastic. Well, we'll be looking forward to seeing Jimmy Jerkins' runner in the next. Well, we talked about the winner of this one, Emblem Desert, stepping up from 1,200 to 1,400, and that's exactly what we'll be doing in the next. We are going up in trip 1,400 metres this next contest, the 3rd race on the card, and let's join Enzo, who's going to run us through all the runners and riders. Well, we'll join Enzo shortly. He will be standing by for us ahead of this next race, but there's a huge event coming up. It's actually already on, but the big night is tonight, Tom. It's stateside. It's the Breeders' Cup, and of course Tom Collins, to my right, is a big expert on US racing. Tom, you're going to be staying up all night watching the action.
Yeah, I will. Unfortunately, the first race almost collides with the last race here in terms of timing, so it'll be difficult to get that one in. But yeah, I'll be staying up to the early hours here in Saudi Arabia watching the Breeders' Cup action. There are 9 races on the card tonight. Yesterday was for the 2-year-olds, 5 races then. We saw some great heats as well, but tonight for the all ages, really looking forward to it.
Well, you were watching the Breeders' Cup action last night as well, Tom. What really stood out for you? Any highlights?
Yeah, Big Ebbs in the juvenile turf sprint for Mick Appleby was a phenomenal story. This horse has developed into a really nice 2-year-old. He faced the older horses earlier in the campaign in the Nunthorpe and didn't manage to run his best, but right back to his best at Santa Anita. We saw Aidan O'Brien as well win the juvenile turf with Unquestionable. Ryan Moore producing a brilliant ride, and albeit there was a bit of a shock non-runner in that race with River Tiber, the other O'Brien horse, scratched by the veterinarians on course, he still managed to take the race, and that was Aidan O'Brien's 6th win in the juvenile turf and 13 renewals. Just utter dominance, quite like the white stable here.
I thought you were going to say just utter dominance, just like Tom Collins here.
No.
Well,
I'm not that arrogant.
let's see how you feel after the 12th race tonight. Tom already has the double. He's 2 from 2 today already, and I've got a feeling, Tom, you're confident of getting a few more winners today.
Yeah, I originally set up the target as being 3 or 4 winners, but now we're 2 out of 2. We've got 10 races to go. If I don't get another 3, I'll be a little bit disappointed. So if we can get 5, that'd be great. Maybe we go 7 again.
Well, let's see, shall we? Let's head over to our commentator now, Enzo, who's going to talk us through all the runners and riders for the next.
Thank you, Rebecca. And this might take a bit longer because there is a big field of runners. I've got 20 going in this one. It's a Fillies and Colts maiden for 3-year-olds here, all looking for their first win over 1,400 metres, worth 25,000 Saudi Riyal to the winner. Number 1 is Azizan Mohammed Al-Ajmi. 2, the full Bronte for Khalid Al-Mamoni. 3 is Time Najid for Ali Al-Mati. 4, Miss Helen Mohammed Al-Yami. 5 is Alcon Alex Moreno. 6, Habub Tawait Abdullah Alorfi. Now 7 is a non-runner, Scratch Fayard. 8 is Sam 6. And I haven't got a rider for Sam 6 at the moment. We'll try and get that sorted. Number 9 is Miniera Dioro. Camille Ospina looking for a double. 10 is Hal Heel, Youssef Al Hussein. 11 is Bobby's Freedom, Aisal Al Sahani looking for a double. 12 is Galbreth, Ahmad Al Tayar. 13 is Juju, Adil Al Faradi. 14 is Kawagar, Fahad Peralta. 15 is Alm Gadam for Abdullah Al Khamis. 16 Ataj, Nawaf Al Madiani. 17 is Viterbo, Ali Al Mimoni. 18 doesn't run, so Scratch Al Nazak. 19 is a runner, Mojtar Abdullah Al Hussein. 20 is a runner, Shark Dafour for Sultan Al Mamoni. 21 doesn't go, but 22 is a runner, and 23, I'll give you the riders too. 22 is a runner, Saudi Painter, ridden by Ayad Al Tarisi, and number 23, the other reserve runs as well, Al Muharriya, and is written by Fahad Al Faradi. So we've got 20 runners, 22 runs, 23 runs. The non-runners, to remind you, are 7, 21 and 18.
Many thanks, Enzo, for that comprehensive overview of all the runners and riders in our 3rd race, over 1,400 metres. A big field, as Enzo said there, Tom, and that might make it a little easier, a little harder even, to pick out the winner.
Yeah, I wish I made it easier. This is super difficult. We've got we have got a full field of 20 with the 2 reserves coming in. The horse is still in the pre-parade, and obviously one horse is playing up at the moment. I believe it's probably horse number 1, Azizan, given we can see all the others standing still. I think there are maybe 3 horses in here that are proper standout players, but again, these are very unexposed types, just 3-year-olds, maidens, and you could easily see a bit of improvement from any of them, which would make them a factor. But when we go through the runner by runner, once they come in to the parade ring, we can start to eliminate some and start to make our shortlist.
Absolutely. Well, the traffic backing up there in the pre-parade ring. We saw number 1 there, Tom, not acting up at all.
No, it was, just loads of horses, isn't it, really, in a small space. So they'll be looking to get these horses in the parade ring as soon as possible, I'm sure.
Absolutely, all waiting patiently there. Well, we mentioned Jimmy Jerkins earlier. This is the first race where he has a runner today, at Taj horse number 16. Do let us know on YouTube what you think of this horse's chances. We had loads of comments yesterday, Tom, from Jimmy Jerkins fans. They've obviously followed his progress from the States over here to Saudi Arabia. His wife is here as well, keenly keeping an eye on all of his runners as well. So it's great to see such support for Jimmy, having made the move over from the United States, which must be quite an adjustment, but similar kinds of racing, Tom.
Yeah, similar kinds with dirt tracks and oval venues as well. Quite a few of the US tracks don't have chutes like the other chute here, but otherwise it's very similar. The climate is slightly different, albeit more close to the US climate rather than the UK climate. Jimmy Jerkins will be used to, well, he knows how to train. He's one of the best trainers in the US and has been for a long period of time. Didn't get the horses towards the last few years of his time there, but has got some good stock right now.
Well, we'll have a look at how his stock gets on in this next one. The 2 winners for Jimmy Jerkins yesterday, which he was delighted about, and rightly so. The White Stable also has a runner in this one, Tom, as you'd expect. Camilo Ospina on board as well. They've had a great couple of days, and do you think they will be expecting success in this one?
Maybe not expecting, but they'll predicted this colt, horse number 9, Miniero d'Oro, will run well first time up by Medaglio d'Oro, who is one of the best sires over the last 5 or 10 years. This sire was amazing on the track, but his progeny are even better. And Camilo Ospina obviously takes the ride for leading trainer Ahmed Mohamoud. He has to be one of the major players.
Well, we see a lot of the same names cropping up on the race card, Tom, in these local and imported races. We have Caravaggio pops up quite a lot, as does Kitten's Joy Acclamation. These horses seem to be quite popular sires in Saudi Arabia in these local and imported races.
Absolutely. Caravaggio was a brilliant sprinter for Ballydoyle and Aidan O'Brien, but his progeny tend to run a little bit further. So this 1400 metre trip or 1600 metres are fine for the Caravaggios. Kitten's Joy is more of a turf sire, so is Bobby's Kitten. Both of those are represented in this race. But then there's also horses like Ivorwood. I haven't seen any of his progeny in here, in Saudi Arabia, since I've been here. He was a crack miler for Richard Hannon, very good horse in his own right. His progeny haven't been great since, but let's go through the runner by runner.
Well, we just had a look there at Azizan, horse number 1.
Rated 54, first start in Saudi Arabia today. Drawn inside in a big field is not ideal.
Little Bronte, number 2.
By Australian sire Brazen Bow, should be a sprinter. Maybe this 7 furlong trip is a little too far.
Number 3 is Time Nudged.
Ran well last week, finishing 4th. Probably a contender if he can break nicely from the inside still.
Miss Helen is horse number 4.
She is not from 10 so far, by US Navy flag, formerly trained in the UK, I believe by Richard Hannon. She needs to build on her last run where she finished 5th at Taif.
We see a lot of Richard Hannon's horses here in Saudi Arabia, don't we, Tom?
We do. Lots of Richard Hannons, lots of Kevin Philippot de Foys. They're trainers who like to move around their horses. They don't like to stick with the same group, and we see plenty of them over here as a result.
Alcon is number 5.
Rated 58 by Kitten's Joy, so definitely a turf horse in the making. They're probably waiting for this turf track to be laid here before believing this colt could win.
Let's have a look at number 6 then. It's Habub Tawake.
He's by Showcasing. He's 0 from 8 so far, finishing 17th last time at meeting 17. Long layoff since then, not a contender on what we've seen.
And looks like he needs the run as well, Tom.
Yeah, it's a big type for a 3-year-old, but he's a bit early.
Early, I like it. Let's look at number 8 then. The horse we'll next be seeing is Sam 6.
Saudi debut for this son of Cantharos. Middle drawn, not overly enamoured by that. Faraz Wanas picks up the ride on Sam 6, and if he's fit for the reappearance, he could run well, but at the same time, he wouldn't be on my shortlist.
With just the 2 runs as well for Sam 6.
Yeah, he's unexposed. There's potential that he can improve and be a lot better than what he's shown so far, but he will need to.
And the grey is Minera d'Oro.
This is the first time before the white stable, big grey individual. I believe you saw this horse earlier before we were on air, walking around and said he was a nice horse. So he's a very big type. He's by Medaglia d'Oro, as I say, and Medaglia d'Oro is definitely stay further than this.
Let's have a look then at the next horse, horse number 10, Halhil.
This is the son of Ivorwood, 3-year-old. Had 2 outings so far, was bred in Ireland. Hasn't really suggested he's ready to win a race. That's horse number 10, Halhil.
Well, hopefully we'll get to have a look at Halhil in a moment. But let's look at Bobby's Freedom, horse number 11, Tom.
By Bobby's Kitten, again, turf sire. It was a fine effort last time on the dirt, actually, when second at Taif, but I believe he'll be seen to better effect when the grass season comes around.
Well, that is Halhil, who we've just been speaking about. He looks big as well, Tom.
He does, albeit I think the grooms actually might be quite small.
It's hard to tell. This is number 11, Bobby's Freedom, who you've just mentioned, Tom. Let's move on then to number 12, Galbraith.
Rated 72, and on that rating, you have to say this gelding's a player, but I wasn't overly enamoured with the reappearance run last week when 7th. Not on my shortlist, but I wouldn't be surprised if he managed to get 4th or 5th.
Well, will the next horse, number 13, Juju, be on your shortlist, Tom?
Another Kitten's Joy, so no, he's a turf horse in the making, this Juju. He's had 6 starts, finished 4th on penultimate outing, 5th last time, Del Alfaredi takes the ride. So there are positives there. So we just see horse number 11 trying to find his place in the order in the paddock.
Chaos out there. Bobby's Freedom, number 11. Number 14 then, Tom. Kwawaga.
Son of acclamation, representing a top team, Sheikh Abdullah Amalek Al Sabah, Franklin Peralta gets on board. This horse needs to improve on the recent run when 11th, but the seasonal reappearance when 4th was fine.
Well, this is not the biggest parade ring, is it, Tom? And when you've got so many runners like this, you can get a bit of congestion. They've actually increased the size of it, but it's still quite small, and that's often why we see these horses out of order or just waiting to find their place in the order of horses. That's why we saw Bobby's Freedom just standing, waiting to find his slot. There's not much space out there for 20 odd runners, is there, Tom?
No, there isn't. It's a relatively small paddock, as you say, and I mean, it's a good thing that all these horses are pretty calm right now, because if one, say horse number 1 started setting them off, then there could be a chain reaction.
Yeah, it'd be like dominoes out there. Number 13, we've talked about this one as well, number 14. Wawaga. So let's move on. Number 15 is Al-Magadam.
3-year-old by Malibu Moon, making the seasonal reappearance this year. Wide draw, fitness is a worry.
Will fitness be a worry for the Jimmy Jerkins runner, Tom? Number 16.
No, in answer to your question, Attaj is the most likely winner of this race. 2 very good runs in tie, finishing 3rd and then 2nd. He's got a lot of talent. He'll stay further than this distance as well. I've just seen Jimmy and Shirley Jerkins in the paddock giving instructions to the rider. I think this horse will win.
We will see, Tom, in around about 1,400 metres time whether or not you will get your treble. You're 2 from 2 already, so best of luck to you with this one, Tom. Firmly on board with the Jimmy Jerkins runner, number 16, Attaj, who we'll hopefully have a little look at shortly. There he is in the red silks. He looks good in his coat as well, Tom. Looks ready to go.
Nice looking tight. He's just playing up a little bit with 2 handlers, but he's fine. He's not burning that much energy right now.
Which is good to see. Well, let's look at number 17, Viterbo.
0 from 4 so far for this gelding. Just a no-show in the last 2 runs, finishing 16th on both occasions. Not for me.
And what about horse number 19? Will this one be for you, Mojta?
No, 0 from 5, only rated 45, so even lower than Viterbo in horse number 17. Finished 15th last time up at meeting 26. Long layoff since then, wide draw, better field. No.
Let's have a look at horse number 20. It's Shark de Four.
First time up this season for Shark de Four. Sultan Al-Mamoni rides. Tough draw, again, for this filly, right outside. She'll need to show early speed, but I don't think she has it.
I think we've got all 3 Al-Mamoni brothers riding in this race, Tom. All 3 have a ride in this one. Who do you think is going to come out on top in this family affair?
Khalid Al-Mamoni, I think, on the full Bronte. But again, all 3 of those horses don't have a great chance of playing a part in the finish.
Does Saudi Painter have a chance? Horse
Comes in
22.
as a reserve. We've seen a couple of reserves win here, so you can't completely write him off on that basis. Rated 63, doesn't have too much to find, but at the same time, I think he'll need to improve a relatively decent amount to beat the likes of Attaj.
Well, the horses are now making their way down to the stalls, a couple of them already on the track. There's still a lot of traffic in the parade ring, including horse number 23, Al Muharrir.
Again, first time up this year, 0 from 6 for this gelding. I don't know about him. He's got a wide draw. He's going to be breaking from stall 18. He just hasn't shown enough at 2 to make himself be a factor in this race, and he doesn't look overly fit either. So I would be thinking it was another day that he could have a first success.
Well, that concludes the runner by runner. Many thanks, Tom, for going through that with us. A lot of horses for us to have a look at in this next race. We can just see the white stable horse Moneradoro heading down now under Camilo Ospina. Had a fantastic couple of days, and of course he'll be hopeful of a couple more winners before the week is out. But let's have a look at the Jimmy Jerkins runner, horse number 16. This is Attaj, and you like the look of this horse, Tom. Let's have a look at him in action.
Yeah, this was a good run at Taif. We pick it up and he's 4 lengths behind in the red and white silks. He isn't able to eventually win this race, but he does reel in the leader. The winner is on the outside in the white and the green stripes on the cap. That is Dahi, who we saw run 2 days ago, or it could have been yesterday, getting mixed up with my days, and ran very well, rated 78, I believe, but it will definitely be an 80-plus horse now after that performance the other day. There is no horse of Dahi's quality in today's field, so Attaj, if he runs a similar kind of race on this faster track, will be the horse to beat.
What about Time Nudged, Tom? We're going to have a look at horse number 3 in action. This is from October, so just a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah, we can just see Time Nudged here, right up with the speed as we pick up the footage. On this track, which is a big positive, you know, a bit of course form. The majority of these don't have that. Just stays on at the one pace. He's on the wrong lead, so he's still doing things wrong early in the career. I don't hate this performance. Has to be a player based on what we've seen so far, but at the same time, I think Attaj might be slightly sharper.
Well, we've just had a look at the Jimmy Jerkins runner Attaj in action, who Tom just mentioned there. You like this horse, Tom, and Julie likes it as well. Julie Schneider on the YouTube comments, many thanks. She says, go Jimmy. And I'm sure that many of you watching will be thinking very much the same. Jimmy Jerkins with so many fans. He's got a real fan club here tuning in. Every time Jimmy has a runner, Tom, that's when our YouTube comment section really takes off, isn't it?
Absolutely, apart from Adil, who was really fancying the horse in the first race that actually got the job done for Lucas Gaitan. But yes, you're right, the comment section tends to blow up when Jimmy is having a runner or two, and hopefully he can make it 3 wins in a row after having 2 winners either yesterday or the day before, and he's going to have hopefully a winner here in this race with Attaj. You just need a good start for this son of Caravaggio to get into a nice prominent position, and from there he'll prove hard to catch.
Well, we can see Attaj there just making his way down to post, looking keen, looking good. We'll head over to our commentator very shortly, Anthony Ennis, or Enzo, and he will be calling this race for us. Tom, you like Attaj. Any horse going to trouble Attaj?
I don't think trouble as such. I think Attaj is the most likely winner by a considerable way. Minero d'Oro, the first-time starter for the White Stable, has to be feared just because of connections and the fact that he's a son of Medaglia d'Oro. Those two are the standouts. Time Nudge, horse number 3, is likely to take 3rd, I'd suggest.
Many thanks for your selections, Tom. On a hot streak again today. 7 winners on Thursday, 7 winners on Friday, and 2 from 2 already on Saturday. Can Tom make it 3 from 3? Well, I think you'll certainly be confident of that. I think Jimmy Jerkins fan clubs will be hoping the same thing. And let's see what our commentator Enzo thinks.
Thank you, Rebecca. Yeah, hard to get away from Attaj here, isn't it, on the ratings, unless, as Tom was saying, unless this Minero d'Oro is a really smart type first time. It's going to be a big effort, isn't it, to win this first time out. So, runners are at the start. For those reserves that run, we saw Saudi Painter in yellow colours. And we saw Al Muharria. I don't know if you can see the 23 number cloth, but we've got one running here. It's kind of a deep pink colour, the 23. Black and white checks for Fahad Al Faradi riding Al Muharria, the other reserve that runs. Let's confirm again those that don't take part. Fayad is out. That would have been number 7. Also number 18, Al Nazak. And number 21 is also out, Noor Rose as well. And the riders on board the reserves, Ayad Al Tarisi gets the call up for Saudi Painter. He does look massively up against it. Likewise, Al Muharria, the other reserve, ridden by Fahad Al Faradi. So they are the reserves and the riders. There's Camille Ospina looking for a double. Minero d'Oro, son of Medaglia d'Oro. And of course, what a horse he was as we are on Breeders' Cup Saturday. Great sire in America, brilliant dirt performer himself. Medaglia d'Oro. Red and white for Azizan. Mohamed Al-Ajmi to be the first one to load. So they're by the race card numbers in terms of the draw here. So horse number 1 into stall 1. 20 runners and a maiden. 3-year-olds, mixture of fillies, colts and geldings. Miss Helen going forward in the grey with a red sash. That's number 4, a daughter of US Navy flag. Number 3 next door is Time Nudged. 2 will be next. This is the full Bronte. White with the green and grey hoops. 12 about to go in his Galbraith. There's the 5, that's Alcon, slightly darker grey cap for Alcon. Alex Moreno. This is the interesting newcomer, he's a grey, so easy to find him in the race. Miniera Dioro. Spina in red hot form, as we know, is on board here. Waiting for the 5, Alcon. 23 still to go in as well, Al Muharia. Here comes Alcon. Alex Moreno on board. To go forward now. In goes Alcon then. We've got just a couple at the back, I think, to load, so we're getting closer to a start here. Here is the last one, 23, the reserve, Al Muharia, black and white, is going to be one of the last in because the jockey wasn't on, Shark Darfour. He is now Sultan Al Mimoni. Big field of runners here. The Stalltown has got their work cut out, and with these big fields, they've done a really good job to get these in for this race. 1,400 metres then they're going. In goes Shark Darfour to the widest stall. And we're just about set. Starter, finger poised on the button. We're ready. And they're off. Shark Darfour a little bit slow from the outside. Also the inside, Azizan missed the kick by a few lengths as they race away over 1,400 metres. Showing speed, Miss Helen towards the inside and the full Bronte in the white and green. Also up there is Alcon too. Then the yellow jacket just off the speed. Haboob to wake at this stage as they race through the first 400 metres or so. Looking for the grey, making ground up to Miniera Dioro. Knows his job, doesn't he, on debut, Miniera Dioro. He's right up with a gallop on the outside. Time Najd is now moving forward towards the end in company with Azizan, who messed up the start, but showing good early speed. And then behind those we have Alcon as they head towards the turn, looking for the red colours of Attaj. He's very much on the move, just ridden along to make ground. He's certainly moving forward for Nawaf Al-Madiani, red with the white epaulets as they come around the turn. And they're now clear of Haboob to wake as they head for the judge. And on the outside, still the grey, Miniera Dioro. On the inside rail, though, Azizan is fighting hard. These two go on. Into third now, Attaj. It's been stealthy headway, and he's got a shot at these two leaders. He takes dead aim now, Attaj, on the outside as they head down with 250 metres to go. But the grey has kicked on. Camillo Ospina and Miniera Dioro says, catch me if you can. Attaj is the big runner down the outside. There are closers. Miss Helen's running on. Alcon's running on too. And widest of all, Almdam is finishing very strongly. And here comes Al Muqaddam down the outside with Miss Helen. Miss Helen, Al Muqaddam. Miss Helen to win it. Miss Helen. Close for second, Attaj and Al Muqaddam. Close second between 15 and 16, but the winner was the 4, Miss Helen. She's got there for Muhammad Al Yami. Brave effort too for the Al Matain stable. Tight second in the end between Al Muqaddam, who was running on well. The black and orange for a moment thought was going to get there down the outside, and also the red, Attaj. Breaks the maiden though, 11th attempt for the winner, Miss Helen. Winning time 1 minute 27.40 seconds. Waiting on the judge to separate second and third. Which was a big step up there, wasn't it? She only rated 59. She's won it. Second was number 16, Attaj. Third, number 15, Al Muqaddam. And the grey, look, the winner turning in, I thought, Miniera Dioro was fourth. 4, 16, 15, the numbers we need. It was a neck, the winning margin. Miss Helen, number 4, beat 16, Attaj in the red. And third, on the near side, Al Muqaddam. Good performance, though. Improved effort. Miss Helen wins our third.
Well, what a win for Miss Helen. We didn't see that one coming, did we, Tom?
No, she's only rated 59, 0 from 10 coming into today, and looks very exposed over in the UK. But she's got the job done. She was always in a good prominent position and manages to just hold off the selection, which was Attard for Jimmy Jerkins.
Was it a case of a speed collapse rather than Miss Helen staying on?
Both, I think. Definitely a speed collapse. You can see the horse on the inside in the red cap there, which was Azizan. Went straight to the front. The white stable horse showed good early speed as well, as did Sam 6. That pace really it really fell in a hole. The white stable horse actually ran okay, considering, but the others fell in a hole in the closing 200 metres. Attard looked like he was going to stay on at the one pace past those rivals, and he did, but only into second. He couldn't muster the same finishing kick as Miss Helen.
Well, Julie Schneider on our YouTube comment says, Attard ran great. Congratulations, though, to Miss Helen. We can see Attard there in the red. And Julie says that she's Jimmy Jerkins' twin sister. So how about that? Julie watching from, I assume, all across, all the way across in the States. So thank you very much for joining us, Julie. And yes, Attard did run great. Very, very close finish here. Really exciting finish, wasn't it, Tom?
It was. I was willing Attard to get his head in front, but it just wasn't to be. He wasn't picking up as well as I expected, largely due to the fact he was so wide on the track, and they went pretty hard early. We take it from the start here. Horses on the inside muster the early speed. Look for the red cap, actually, just on the rail. Last right now, Azizan. This horse powers through up the inside and somehow makes the front. Remarkable. Miss Helen broke nicely with the white blaze, 4 off the rail. Right now, just the grey silk behind time nudged. You can just see her with the yellow saddlecloth. The white stable horse out wide, Miniero Diora. Diora broke nicely too, under Camilo Ospina. And Attard, the eventual runner-up, is in the red silks, 5 wide on the bend, being asked for more just to go with this early pace.
And the white stable horse, Tom, didn't have a rating coming into this. What would you give this horse based on that performance?
Yeah, first time up, so we had no idea how good he was. He won't get a rating next time either, it'll be after that, but I don't know, maybe... It's hard to judge, I don't actually know in this race, because Miss Helen won with a rating of 59, yet Attard, the runner-up's rated 80, so the fact that Miss Helen even got the job done is a huge surprise based on ratings alone. I don't know whether she was much better today than she had been before, whether Attard underperformed, or what happened here. So almost impossible to give a rating to the white stable horse.
And this white stable horse, Tom, just look, it's absolutely enormous compared to the others.
Yeah.
Is this the right trip for that horse? Could it be a stayer, a sprinter? What's...
Medaglia d'Oros generally want a mile, so could go up 200 metres, but otherwise this would be close to the trip. I don't think there was any excuse for the horse either. Big scopy individual, as we've said there, so should come on from this, building into his frame. And, he could be a player next time in a weaker heat when he can dictate up front.
Well, this is just the start of the race. The big field, of course, Tom, and we've talked so much over the last couple of weeks about the importance of the draws here in Riyadh. Normally you'd think that you want to be in close to the rail, but we've seen those outside stalls proved to be so effective for the runners who are drawn out wide. In terms of the way these horses started, did you notice Miss Helen from the start?
Yeah, she broke really well actually. She's there. She's second at the moment with the white blaze. You can just see her head poking through the other side of the horse in the turquoise silks with the pink cap. But her rider, interestingly and importantly, decided to take a pull when they went harder up front. That saved the energy for late on, while the other protagonists were trying to vie for the early advantage.
That was a really sensible decision, Tom. Do you think it was a risky one?
Could have been risky, given we know that being on the speed is a big play here, but at the same time, these jockeys, the best of these jockeys, know when a horse is going into their red zone early, and you've got to try and avoid that at all costs. So it might have been risky in terms of winning the race, but also you don't want to completely blow out a horse so early in their career. Miss Helen's just a 3-year-old. You want to be able to let her run efficiently and see just how good she is. So that little pull coming into the turn was crucial.
Well, let's look at some of the other horses in this contest, Tom, who are also quite highly rated, the likes of Time Nudged, who has a rating of 79. What happened to the other horses that we expected to be in the mix?
They were all there or thereabouts. So Taj was second, the white stable horse I believe was fourth or fifth, and Time Nudged just there in the light blue silks and the pink cap was right there at a crucial point of the race as well. He didn't end up running as well as maybe his mark suggests he should have. But at the same time, I didn't think his mark was overly accurate. I think he's probably a low 70s horse. But the three protagonists, the horses that we thought were going to be first, second and third, were all on the fast pace. So there were reasons why maybe they didn't continue to run all the way to the line or even show their best today.
And Miss Helen, the winner, rated just 59 coming into this contest. That's her first win in 11 starts. Where do you think we'll see her appear next?
In a handicap, I hope, and not 65 maybe. It depends on what the handicapper does because, as I say, her mark of 59 suggested she couldn't win this race. She's beaten a horse rated 80. Does the handicapper then punish her for that, or does the handicapper take a view that a Taj has drastically underperformed? It will all be based on what happens to her mark as to what she'll go and do next. If she's just put up a couple of pounds into the low 60s, low to mid 60s, then a handicap would be great. Otherwise, she's going to struggle.
It was a really, really exciting finish. It looked as though it was going to be between a Taj and the white stable horse. In the closing stages, the white stable horse was Monero Doro, and then she just seemed to come out of nowhere, Miss Helen. It was a really, really impressive finish from that horse. Well, let's move on to race number 4, shall we, Tom? We're stepping up in trip again. I believe we're going over a mile for our 4th race. This is a local and imported fillies and colts race. We have another big-ish field, and Enzo is standing by to guide us through all the runners and riders.
Thank you, Rebecca. Yes, will do. Let's, there's a big field again. 20 of them. The reserves are out this time. 21, 22 and 23 don't go. But here we go for the maiden, number 1. You can see is High Zoom, who is a horse with a big chance, American bred. Number 2 is Ziliyar for Al Faradi. Number 3 is Sahal. 4 is Wared Alaiz. Number 5 is Light the Road. Number 6 is going to be Ikab. 7, just waiting for a rider for Francisa Barbro at the moment. We will sort that out. 8 is Junior Audible for Youssef Al Hussein. Mohammed Al Habib is on the 7, I'm hearing. Number 9 is Hakik. Camillo Ospina is on board looking for his double. Number 10 is Shibble Lady. 11 is Nima for Eddie Castro. Number 12, Al Shaheen, another American bred for Altair Riding. Ali Al Mamoni is on number 14 here. Al Yabani. 15 is Fiber for Abdulaziz Al Hussein. Number 16 is going to be Precious for Ali Al Mutib in this maiden race. So they are the runners. We're looking forward to another big field of runners going this time 16 for our next as we go back to our team, Rebecca and Tom in our studio.
Many thanks, Enzo. We'll let you catch your breath before we join you for this next race shortly. The runners there, you can see just entering the paddock. Another big field, as we just heard there, Tom. Just glancing at the card, who's your standout so far?
Quite like the white stable horse in this race, horse number 9, Hakit, for Camilo Ospina. I didn't love the one in the last race. I said Minero Diora was a player, but not my selection. This one, I prefer her to the to the experienced horses. He's a son of Arrogate. Arrogate was an absolute beast on the track, a big grey. Represented Bob Baffert phenomenal horse in the US and then went on to win the Dubai World Cup. Actually beat California Chrome as well in the Breeders' Cup Classic, which is timely, and it's the Breeders' Cup Classic tonight. So if Hakit's got any of Arrogate's ability, he's going to be very difficult to beat. Looking at the ones with experience, we're generally dealing with horses rated in the 60s and 50s, which wouldn't be good enough to win a race of this nature. Maybe horse number 2, Zilya, is a bit of an outlier there, a good 4th on debut. If he can build on that run, the son of Run Happy, another fantastic US horse in his heyday, then he could be 2nd or even win. But I'm going to select Hakit at this early stage.
I was going to say, Tom, one of your favourite horses is represented here, Run Happy. You mentioned him the other day, and then we see one of his progeny here in this one, horse number 2, Zilya. Just the one run for that horse, and he should come on for that, Tom.
Yeah, he should. It was a decent effort as well in 4th, back at meeting 40. Adel Al-Faradi takes over today, which again is a big positive, and Run Happy to stay a mile easily. So Zilya has to be up there on the short list. I do narrowly prefer Hakit, but there are lots of fantastic sires in here, especially from the US, the likes of Frosted. So we're going to see a couple of the runners now.
Azuma is horse number 1, Tom.
This horse is by a US siren, Yoshida, who was an out-and-out 2-year-old, best at the early point of his career. So this horse could be a precocious type. The connections, Prince Saud bin Salman Abdulaziz, are known for winning a fair few races in Riyadh, so you can't write this horse off. It's just the inside stall that makes me think one of the others elsewhere is the most likely to win.
Let's have a look then at the horse that we've already mentioned. Horse number 2 is Zilya, Tom. You touched on him just a little earlier on.
Yeah, good debut for this son of Run Happy, as we say, finishing 4th. Comes back off a relatively long layoff, hasn't been seen since meeting 40, and does look a little bit burly. We'll use that word again. I was going to use a harsher word in tubby, but we'll go for burly. Maybe he'll come on for the run, but as I say, that debut effort suggests he could be the best of those with form in the book.
Let's look at number 3 then, Sahal.
Run 4 times, Sahal. He's still a colt. He's a son of Macho, who's a Saudi sire, not a sire I know too much of. Finished 2nd twice, meeting 44. Meeting 44, sorry, I was there in Taif and he finished 2nd, and I really liked him that day, but he just didn't get running until the home straight. He lacks any kind of early speed, and around here we know that you cannot win if you lack early speed 9 times out of 10.
Absolutely, so interesting to see how he gets on. This is number 4, Wared Alez.
Not from 2, Wared Alez, and is yet to really feature in either race, finishing 14th and 13th, not today for me.
And a debut for horse number 5, Light the Road.
Another local bred in this race. Jose Rodriguez takes the ride on this horse. Fine stamp of an individual, but still looks like he's got growing to do.
Number 6 is a cab.
Had one outing, finishing 5th. Naif Al-Nazi rides today. This son of Frosted should easily handle the mile. It's just he needs to take a big step forward on what we've seen.
Francisa Barbrot is horse number 7, who we'll be seeing shortly. A cab there. Naif Al-Nazi has just got on board. Let's have a look then at horse number 7. What do you think of this one, Tom? Francisa Barbrot.
Turf pedigree being by Cityscape, who used to be in the UK for Roger Charlton. This horse is 0 from 5 so far, rated just 50, needs to show more.
Well, let's have a look then at number 8, Junior Audible. Just the one run for this horse so far.
Finishing 5th, back on meeting 41. Audible was a US horse for Todd Pletcher, very talented at that. This horse doesn't seem to have as much ability.
Well, you've already spoken about this next horse, Tom. You've already picked this one out as your winner without having even seen him yet in the paddock, and there he is, Hakit.
Yeah, I like this horse. He's another big grey. He looks exactly like Arrogate in that regard. Arrogate was, as I say, a phenomenal animal. His progeny are doing well. The mile trip is fine. And the fact that Arrogate actually won in Dubai, which isn't too far from here, suggests that this surface and track layout should suit his son.
So he's ticking all the boxes for you so far. Well, Shibble Lady is horse number 10 we're just looking at now.
Had 3 outings, rated 60. There was potential there on the last 2 runs, but just not enough to suggest that he's good enough to be a good first-time starter.
Well, Nema has had 1 run, number 11.
That run finishing 7th. He's the son of Glen Eagles, so you'd suggest a mile 4 furlongs, and turf would be ideal.
But we will see how he gets on with this surface over just the 1 mile. This is number 12, Shahim.
Yes, by Union Rags, who was a US sprinter. First time starter today out of a mare called Lady Tappet. Big US pedigree. I just think this trip's going to be a little bit too far.
This is Alia Bani, another Yoshida.
Yes, another Yoshida should muster some early speed and has experience for Ali Al-Mamoni. The 5th on the penultimate outing was fine, but last time was only just 10th.
This is Fiber, horse number 50.
5th last time up for this son of Treble Jig, just not good enough for me.
Is Precious good enough for you, Tom? Horse number 16.
No, wide draw as well, not suitable. Again, another local bred. I prefer the imported horses here.
Well, let's have a look at Hakit then. Horse number 9, another grey horse going for the White Stable. Son of Arrogant, yet to get a run, and you're favouring him, Tom, over the more experienced horses. Just looking through the card here, none of them have won yet. There's a few horses with a handful of runs under their belts. We've got Francissa Barbarot, who's had 5 runs. We saw this horse last week, even so, used to this track, certainly fit, and you favour the unraced Hakit over horses like that.
Very much so. I think this is between Hakit and Zilia, horses number 9 and 2. Hopefully they finish in that order as well. Camilo Ospina will want to get a second win on the board after winning race number 2 on Emblem Desert. And this is like a perfect opportunity. He just needs to break nicely, like all these White Stable first-time starters seem to do. Once he's from there, if he can get into the home straight in the lead or very close to, I imagine he's going to stay on powerfully, being by Arrogate. He's the most likely winner, horse number 9. But Zilia could build on that debut run. And if that is the case, then the son of Run Happy could put it up to my selection.
Well, we just saw there Naif Alanazi on board a cab. Son of Frosted, who you mentioned, Tom. You really like Frosted.
Yeah, I like Frosted, though. He tends to put a lot of stamina in his progeny. The mile's probably on the sharp side. It will be fine, but you know these horses generally want to run a little bit further. Frosted was an out-and-out galloper, a great horse, a proper Grade 1 horse in the US, but a proper galloper as well, not a quickener. Yeah, so I reckon a cab would probably think this is a bit on the sharp side.
We just mentioned the US there, Tom, and there's a big event happening stateside this evening. Of course, the Breeders' Cup, the big one tonight. Enzo, another massive fan of US racing, just like yourself. Enzo, are you there? And would you like to chat Breeders' Cup with Tom?
Yes, I'm here, and I'd love to, yes. Hopefully I'll have a better night than last night. Struggled a bit to find the winners, to be honest, on the Friday, the Future Champions Day, but hoping for better luck tonight. Yeah, lots of races to look forward to. Of course, the Classic, not the last race on the card this time around, so I know Tom's got a few thoughts on that. I thought it looked a particularly tough Breeders' Cup Classic. Normally we have a standout, don't we, in this, like a Knicks Go or an Arrogate or something. We've got nothing really stand out in the Classic this time around. I was looking at the prices. Well, I think one firm we're going 4-1 almost a field in this race. It's that open, of course. White Barrio, Ushba Tesoro both have chances. Arabian Night, I think I'm against Arabian Night. I'm not sure about him. Saudi Crown, I think, will run well for Brad Cox. He's a lightly raced horse. And of course, we've got a certain Frankie Dettori riding as well, haven't we? Zandon, who won a Grade 2 on the Pilgrim, I think it was last time. Chad Brown trains him. Chad amongst the winners last night. So yeah, I think it's interesting. I think Saudi Crown, though, I can see him running well. I don't know what Tom thinks. And Ushba Tesoro as well. Give a big shout to the Japanese runner as well in the Classic.
Say wide open, no real standout with Cody's Wish, who I would have said is the best older horse, deciding to go down the dirt mile route. He apparently didn't stay in the Whitney when he was 3rd. I think he would get the trip, but Connections wanted the easier option. Mage and Arcangelo, the Kentucky Derby winner and Belmont Stakes winner, both out. So it's really not the best of classics, but it should be good to watch as a competition between some horses that are pretty evenly matched. Saudi Crown, you mentioned there, Enzo. He's actually owned by Faisal Mohammed Al Qatani, who has a runner in this race here at Riyadh, so that's a perfect link. He is represented by Zilia, horse number 2 here. So hopefully Saudi Crown goes very close for him. I do like Ushba Tesoro, I have to say. His win last year, well, it was actually this year, but last season in the Dubai World Cup was so good. He came from last to first on a track at Meydan that is very front-runner biased. He came back off a long layoff to win at Funabashi, and that performance was good as well. Check that out on YouTube. Not right now because you're watching our coverage, but later because that run was very promising. And if he can get a good toe into the race, he could be a player. I also want to give a shout out to White Barrio,
That run in the Whitney where he beat Cody's Wish, the horse I touched on earlier, who's not going to be running in the Classic, was superb. Aaron Ortiz rides for Rick Dutrow, who seems to have got this horse right back. He could be a leading factor in this event as well. But I'm just looking forward to the Breeders' Cup in general. Enzo, who would you say is your most confident selection on the card?
I like Idiomatic in the Distaff, Tom. I know she's won the last 4. I was impressed by her, the spinster at Keeneland last time out. She put Nest firmly in her place, I thought, in that race. Just the way she runs, she'll probably go to the front. She doesn't have to lead Idiomatic. I think she will probably make the running, though. She's got a great draw as well in stall 4. She should lead up the 3 on her inside. She's just a horse that keeps on winning. I know it's a tough task to win 5 in a row, but yeah, I really like Idiomatic. I think she'll be too good in the Distaff. I think she's beaten a few of these before as well. Adair Manor will probably be the danger, but I'm against the Bob Baffert horses, I think, tonight. So yeah, I'm very much with the Brad Cox trained Idiomatic for Juddmonte in the Distaff. She'd be my most confident choice of the night, I think.
She's been dominant this year. I think she's won 7 out of 8 starts or something similar to that. She has had easy leads the last twice, which is why I'm tending on the side of just going against her, but she has to be a major player. Clariere could be a horse to follow in that Distaff. I just want to give a quick shout out as well to Elite Power in the sprint, the final race this evening, in those Idiomatic silks, the Juddmonte yellow, green and pink silks. I think he's got a phenomenal chance of backing up his victory in the race last year. Enzo, please talk us through the 4th race here at Riyadh as we get back to the action in Saudi Arabia after briefly discussing the Breeders' Cup.
Yeah, I will do. I will do. I think, as you say, Ziliar would be an appropriate winner here, wouldn't he? In the Saudi Crown Silks, the silver. There he is, right on cue with the braid. Ziliar. There's number 7. Should have mentioned here that 13 is the absentee. The other runners are loading up here. So 15 runners, and Mohammed Al Habib rides number 7, Francisa Barbarote. That's Light the Road, green colours there. Coming round to us now is number 1. Nema, in fact, it wasn't green colours there. That was Nema, number 11. Green with the white epaulets. We've seen those silks already today. Runners are going forward here. Number 12, Al Shaheen, light blue. Ahmed Al Tayyar on board. This is a maiden for the fillies, colts and geldings. 1,600 metres, 1 mile for the 2-year-olds. This is number 3. This is Sahal. Abdullah Al Fayrouz. 10 about to go in his Shibble Lady. Getting through the loading up. It's about 4 left. Ziliar's one of those to go in. 6 as well. Ekab isn't in yet. 9 is Hakit, another one to go in. There's Ziliar in the silver. That's Ekab, who's a little bit on his toes for Naif Alanazi. Caught by Frosted. He's going to be the last 2. These are the last 2 in, I think. And we'll be set for our 4th over the mile, 1,600 metres. All in. Here we go. Ready. And we're ready to go. Whoa, very restless in stall 3, Sahal. And he's set off stall 6 as well, a cab. We are set. It's a long hold here. Flag up. And they're off. He's let them go. Oh, Sahal was fly jumping out of the gates there. Very awkward start. I think the jockey's lost his irons too, Abdullah Al Fayrouz. So Sahal, the rider, without his stirrups at the moment, but he's now got them back. It was a great piece of horsemanship. They're racing down the back straight. One that's showing early speed here is Ikab in the noseband for Naif Adanazi to come across towards the rails and pick it up now to Junior Audible on the outside, who's racing in a share of 2nd place. Right up there too, we have High Zoom in the white and blue going into 2nd place now. And then wider out we have the grey. That's Hakit for Camillo Ospina in the white stable colours, the white with the green cap. Towards the outside we have the 16-horse Precious, who's trying to get a bit closer too. Then comes Al Yabani. The black and orange just off the pace is Warid Alayez. And then comes Ziliar, who's on the inside. Got a good sit now, Ziliar. Getting a bit closer against the rails. There's 4 or 5 lengths then back to a ridden along Shibble Lady as they make the turn. Then comes Al Shahim. But around the home turn, the new leader now is the grey. On the outside, Hakit, who's come to take over. To High Zoom in 2nd place with the blue cap. Ziliar's on the move into 3rd place as they turn for the judge. On the inside, High Zoom narrowly, but pressed again by Hakit on the outside. Ziliar into third place, and then comes Precious. 250 metres to go. The grey in front here. Ospina says go, and Hakit goes on. Goes a length clear to High Zoom in second. Ziliar into third, and then comes Precious in fourth as they race down the straight. The leader's going further clear. Hakit 2 lengths up now on High Zoom in second. It's going to be a double for Camillo Ospina as Hakit is too good. The grey Hakit wins. Second, number 1, High Zoom. Third, number 2, Ziliar, and they were clear of the others. Close for fourth in the end, but the winner was number 9, Hakit. Another winning selection for Tom Collins there. 3 out of 4. And Dillon was second, so Miss Helen has spoilt the party so far. But the winner here was number 9, Hakit. Second, number 1, High Zoom. And third, number 2, Ziliar, who ran well after not coming away that quickly. Maybe Saudi Crown will go 2 places better for the owner tonight in the Breeders' Cup Classic. Who knows? But 9, the winner, Hakit. Winning time, 1 minute 41.31 seconds. Second, number 1, High Zoom. 3 lengths the winning margin. And third, number 2, Ziliar. 9-1-2 in race 4. The maiden goes to Hakit. It's Camillo Ospina at the double, and an appropriate winner too, because he's a son of Arrogate, the former Breeders' Cup Classic hero, side the winner here. 9-1-2 in race 4.
Good race. Camilo, tell me about the race.
You know, the first thing, you know, and thankful with the Prince in Abdullah. I'm very happy to see him here today. And thank you to Talal bin Sharain. Ahmed Neri, he's doing a great job with these horses. And thanks God, I ride very good horse, you know, he's his Arrogate son. He was working very good, and thanks God he brought very good today, and I catch good position, and I keep him there until 400 meters. When I ask him, thanks God, he respond very good. He won. Thank you very much.
Well, there was a lot going on in that race, Tom. Horse number 3, the jockey lost his irons in the stalls. Horse number 12 was hanging off the bend, but that didn't matter, did it, for Camilo Ospina, who gets another winner. Just how impressed were you with this horse, Tom?
Very. Let's quickly look at the start. Horse number 3 in the red silks at the back there. Jockey without the irons after that horse reared. That was the main talking point in the first furlong. Yeah, I was very impressed with the colt. The eventual winner, Hakit, by Arrogate again, showing that stamina and that raw ability. A third win on the day as well in the studio, which is great to see. Gives me a bit of a buzz back after that latest second. At this point, I was a bit concerned because you normally see the white stable horses muster more early speed than this. You know, you normally see them track across in front and assert their dominance early. He's also quite a small horse compared to the eventual runner-up, who's in the white and the blue with the blue cap. That's High Zoom. So there was a bit of a concern, and Camilo's here is asking for a little bit more. But as they get to the bend, he decides to pick up instantly, and now Camilo looks hard on the bridle. From this point onwards, he is going far better than the rest of the field. I have to say the runner-up High Zoom ran very nicely. We can talk about him more often. As you can see, horse number 12, right on the outside in the light blue, just hanging off the bend there, not taking that left-handed turn at all, throwing his race away and virtually being pulled up. That was Al Shahim, the first time started by Union Rags. But at this point, it's a two-horse race between Hakit and High Zoom. Camilo Ospina asked for a little bit of effort from the white stable horse in the green cap, and he picks up. He's very professional. This mile is the minimum trip for him. And albeit the runner-up has run a great debut too for an owner in Prince Saud bin Salman Abdulaziz, who has notable success in Saudi Arabia in general, but also at this venue. He was no match today for the eventual winner, Hakit. Third place finisher was Zilya, who I thought was the main danger. He's run a good race too.
How impressed? You talked about how impressed you've been with this horse, but how do you think he compares to other 2-year-olds that we've seen this week?
Relatively high, I'd suggest. He's a different type. He's not all speed, which we've seen some of these white stable horses. Camilo rode a filly on Thursday who just made the front instantly on her debut and went further and further, clear to win by a wide margin. He rode one last week as well at another filly for the white stable who did exactly the same thing. This horse just settled off the speed and managed to use his stamina late in the day. So, you know, he probably stacks up relatively high, but at the same time, he's a completely different type, so it's hard to compare the two. I'll be interested to see what they do with him going forward, whether they think he's a 2,000 metre horse or whether they stick to 1,600.
And what about the runner-up, Tom High Zoom? The first outing for this horse overcame that draw in stall number 1, which normally you wouldn't think was a disadvantage, but we've seen here that it can be. Just seeing again number 3 rearing up in the stalls. Jockey loses his irons here, but let's look at number 1 on the inside.
Yeah, High Zoom ran a good race by Yoshida. We've already talked about that sire a fair bit in the preview of this, but Yoshida was all speed. High Zoom, unsurprisingly, also showed speed. You can see him go through the shot right at the bottom there in the blue. He didn't break overly well, as you can tell. He's behind horses right now, but he's able to get up into the vanguard with that natural early speed, and he stayed all the way to the line. He's a winner in waiting. I imagine he'll win next time, providing he doesn't face a similar type from the white stable like he has today in Hakit. I think it was a debut full of promise from him, and you know, 9 times out of 10 he would win a race of this nature.
And what is it, do you think, about these white stable 2-year-olds? These unraced 2-year-olds arrive at the track looking the finished article almost.
It's got to be their work in the mornings. They must work them completely differently to other horses. Of course, they have more money to spend as well, so there is that at play. They have the best horses in terms of pedigree, in terms of bloodline. This horse, obviously, by Arrogate. You don't see any other ownership here have horses by Arrogate. So they have the best horses, but they have to get them ready for the track and ready to race, and they do that far better than any other ownership right now.
You said you'd be interested to see where a horse like Hakit would go. What do you know, just purely speculation, where would you imagine that Hakit will end up?
I think he'll probably go to a cup race next time. Or no, actually, let me revise that. An open next time. That's a step below a cup race. I think that would probably be the right spot for him. Maybe over this 1,600. And then thereafter, they'll go up in trip. Try to use his stamina. Once he's fully learnt what he's doing on the track, he's very professional, but, you know, first time starter, there's still always things to learn. They'll probably go 2,000 and then maybe cup races later in the season. But an open next time makes sense. Just watch how professional he is here on the lead change. Front right down first, as you expect, And then as you come off the bend, you want it in the left leg, and there it is. Literally the perfect stride to do it. This is a horse who's been working, they've been working on that in the morning with him, and he was spot on today.
And horse number 12, Tom, coming round the bend, just hanging off the bend there. Talk us through that.
Yeah, he was actually running okay at the time, Al Shahim. He wouldn't have won the race. Well, I mean, I can't say that for certain, but I'm pretty confident he wouldn't have won the race, with the first two being pretty talented. But he was moving into the top group. He didn't take the left-handed turn. Maybe he was on the wrong lead. Maybe he's not been working around turns before and isn't used to this. But if he starts to negotiate the track better, he could be a player next time up.
And Haizum, the runner-up we've already mentioned, that was the first outing for Haizum as well. Where do you think would be next for this colt?
Probably a similar kind of race, 1600 metre maiden. Connections will be hoping is not drawn in stall 1, but if he shows that natural early speed again, and as I say, doesn't bump into another white stable horse like Hakit, then he's got to be a major threat in that next race. They'll probably return within 2 to 3 weeks with him, I imagine, and try to get that win on the board.
How much of a difference do you think that draw made to Haizum being in stall number 1?
Not a lot, but at the same time, when you miss the start from stall 1 like he did, then you have to try and find an opening between a whole wall of horses in front of you. He was able to do that, and the fact that he missed the start meant he wasn't actually against the rail coming around the bend. He was one off, which probably helped him. So it wasn't a huge negative, but at the same time, it wasn't a positive either.
Well, that was another fantastic race for us to enjoy. We still have plenty more still to come. We have had 4 races in total. We are on the verge of looking at the next racehorse, number 5. So let's go to Enzo, who's going to run us through all the runners and riders for the next one.
Okay, Rebecca, yeah, we'll do. As we go through our next runners. Big field again this time around. Scratch the reserves here, 21, 22, 23. One is Sakaka. Alex Moreno on board, 1,600 metres they're going here. Number 2 is Tafkia, Tariq Al Mansour. 3 is Olfar, Wigberto Ramos. 4 is Shakra Al Badr for Fahad Al Faradi. Number 5 is Habrat, Mohammed Al Musa. 6, Noriana, Ayad Al Tarisi. 7 is Awayjam, Abdullah Alorfi on board the filly. Number 8 is Halar. And number 9 is going to be Izzat Watan. Mohammed Al Yami had a winner earlier. 10 is Mos Fahida, Camille Ospina, looking for a treble this time in those white colours with the green cap. 11 is Bazmat Fard, Youssef Al Hassin. 12 is Berlant, Rayan Al Toesh. 13 is Twafek for Abdullah Al Khamis. 14 is Lajaja, Ahmed Al Shra. 15 is Dalal Al Moghtara, Abdullah Al Ordib. 16 is Saba for Khalid Al Balawi. 17, Erd Al Kina, Nawaf Al Mudiani. 18, Sana Noura, Khalid Al Mamoni rides. 20 is Sakara, Eddie Castro. The reserves are out, so take out 21, 22, 23 here, not required. Full field then, 20 runners for these fillies. They are 3-year-olds in a maiden going the mile, 1,600 metres. Back to you, Rebecca and Tom.
Many thanks, Enzo, for running us through the next race, the 5th race on the card, Tom, over 1,600 metres. And we just heard there Enzo mention that one of the jockeys in this race is Wigberto Ramos. We haven't seen much of him, if anything at all this week, have we? And you were desperate for him to get a winner last week, to see that famous wiggle. He eventually got it in the feature race of the day. There he is in the black with the white stars. And you were so happy to see him get that winner last week, weren't you?
Yeah, I presume he was banned for the previous 2 days, the Thursday and the Friday this week. I haven't actually heard that to be fact, but otherwise I'm surprised he wasn't riding. It's good to see him back, the veteran rider from Panama, back in the saddle here, and hopefully he can get a good run for his money on Olfia.
Well, that horse has run just twice, Tom, yet to get a rating. What do you make of this filly? We'll get some more information, of course, when we see her in the parade ring shortly, but just a bit of an overview on her.
She's not from 2 so far. She's a United States filly. Not bred in the United States, but by a sire called United States. I don't think she showed enough at 2 to win this race, but when Roberto's on, you can never write off a horse.
Indeed. Well, the horses are in the paddock behind us. Quite a lot of them, as we said earlier, it gets quite congested in there in that small space, but they look to be all in so far. They've all made their way from the pre-parade ring into the paddock, going round behind us under the floodlights here at the King Abdulaziz racetrack. So we will shortly be getting underway. We'll shortly be having a closer look at all these horses as they make their way around. Horse number 1, Tom, is Sakaka. We'll get your thoughts on that shortly. There's horse number 1, Tom.
Yes, had 12 starts, plenty of chances. This filly's finished 3rd on the reappearance. Last 2 runs haven't been great, 4th and then 9th. Alex Moreno's on though.
What do you think of the next one? Horse number 2 hasn't had even half as many chances as the first one. This is Tathkir.
Just 3 chances, finished 8th on the reappearance at meeting 50. Tariq Al Mansour has ridden a winner both days so far this week, and he rides.
Well, we've already mentioned Wigberto Ramos. He takes the ride on number 3, Olfa.
Yes, as we say, Wigberto's back. This filly makes her first start of the season after being 0 from 2 last year. She's not for me, but I hope she runs well.
Let's have a look at the next one then. Number 4, Shakra Al-Badar.
Belgravia filly, again another horse in here making her 3-year-old return, and a very similar profile to Olfa. That being said, she showed a little bit more as a 2-year-old, and maybe she could run into 6th or 7th in this race.
Well, Cabrat is horse number 5.
0 from 11 so far, 3rd last time up a meeting 50. A big step in the right direction after being 6th and 17th on 2 previous efforts. But again, when a horse has this much experience and still hasn't broken through, they have to be vulnerable.
Well, there's number 6, Noriana.
Making her debut, seems to be on her toes. She's a little bit sweaty too. She doesn't really know much about the game at the moment, judging by how she's acting in the prelims.
She actually looks glittery, Tom.
She
said
does.
Sweaty, but it looks glittery. Number 7, Orjan.
I can't have this filly by Top Music, but Abdullah Al-Alfi's on board, which is a positive.
It's quite sweaty as well, Tom, just around the neck
Yeah,
there. Number 8, Hala.
Lots of these have very similar profiles. 2 runs at 2, coming back for the 3-year-old reappearance, and this is just another one. She showed no speed last year. I don't know too much about this rider either.
This is number 9, Izzat Watan.
0 from 6 as a 2-year-old, quite a nice looking type as well. Makes her season reappearance, so again, has to prove fitness in this race, and I just don't like her. I think there are better horses in here.
Is the next one a better horse? Horse number 10, Mosfela.
The first major player that we've talked about in this race. All the best horses seem to be drawn out wide, but Mosfela is drawn in 10. Local bred for the White Stable. Camilo Ospina looking for a hat-trick.
Number 11, Basmat Fard.
0 from 2, again, very, very similar profile. 2 runs as a 2-year-old, didn't show much, coming back for the 3-year-old reappearance.
Number 12, Berlant.
Trending in the right direction, finishing 7th last time after 13th and 15th on the first 2 starts, by Animal Kingdom, who was a good horse for Grand Motion, but didn't perform at Royal Ascot.
Twafek is this one, number 13.
Another United States progeny in this race, rated 60 after 3 runs at 2. First start as a 3-year-old.
Number 14, next up is Lajaja.
Made a debut just last week, finishing 17th. No show that day, needs a big jolt.
Dalal Al-Moghtara, number 15.
This horse is a fascinating contender for Prince Faisal bin Khalid, who's up to 2nd in the owners' race right now. Dalal Al-Moghtara, I presume, will finish in the top 5. It just depends how sharp she is for her first outing.
Well, this is a first outing as well for horse number 16, Sabah.
She represents leading trainer Bedan Al-Sabai, but this is a pretty rough draw for a debutant, just outside another debutant, with 2 horses drawn right out wide with plenty of experience.
This is Aed Al-Kenna, not a debutant, Tom.
No, had the one outing, just didn't get close that day. She'll need a big jolt again.
Number 18, Sananura.
2nd last time at meeting 52. This is the horse to beat, in my opinion. Khalid Al-Mamoni takes the ride, and albeit she is 0 from 11, she's been banging on the door to break through, and this could be the right spot.
Danat Chrome, number 19.
0 from 6 so far this season, finished 6th on the return back last week, and could be a major player to take a top 5 finish.
Number 20 is Sakura.
The biggest danger to horse number 18, in my opinion, is this Sakura. She ran very well first time up. She's a nice looking type, as you can see her there on the track. Eddie Castro rides, and he had a winner yesterday. She could go close. I just didn't like her run last time, and there's a bit of a layoff back from meeting 13 where she last ran. Sana Nora has race fitness on her side, horse 18. So I'm going to side with her despite the wide draw. Hopefully Khalid Al-Mamoni can break well. But let's have a look at Sakura last time up.
We'll have a look shortly at Sakura last time out. That was June, Tom, so she's had quite a big break. Is that a negative for you?
Yeah, it is a negative. I don't like the layoff for her. She has the form in the book. Actually, it's her penultimate effort, which might be what we're seeing here in a few seconds that really caught my eye. Yeah, it was. You can see her there in the blue, the two-tone blue, with a darker blue cap and the blue in second, with the light green saddlecloth, or yellow saddlecloth, horse number 4. This filly showed good early speed, rallied all the way to the line, kept running, didn't stop. She just wasn't good enough to overturn the eventual winner, who is owned by Tariq Anaya. Look, you can see she's picking up late in the day. She's eroding the deficit, just too slow to get ahead in front. This effort would make her a player, but last time up when she was 14th, she was pretty disappointing. And as you say, that layoff has to be a worry.
Well, that horse that we can see there, horse number 18, is Sana Noura. You said this could be the right spot for this horse, Tom. What makes this the right spot?
There just isn't that much competition in here. There are a couple of first-time starters that are interesting. Horse number 15, Dalal Al-Muqtara, and horse number 10, Mosfahela. They're the two first-time starters that could play a part. Other than that, when you're looking at the form horses, Sakara, the horse we've just seen, is probably the second best of them, whereas Sana Nora has the best piece of form, which is this race right here that we're seeing from just meeting 52 over at Taif. Closed wide from outside on the track in a race that was basically dominated by forward-going types. Was on the right lead here, just couldn't reel back in this horse that won. But if you look back at the clocking of this race, the winner's really picking up late on. It's not like they're finishing one paced. The winner did it nicely, and the runner-up Sana Nora was clear-cut second. If she reproduces that, I'd be very disappointed if she didn't win. But at the same time, a horse that's not for 11 has had plenty of chances, so I can't be overconfident that she will.
She does have Khalid Al-Mamoni on board though, Tom. He's not having quite as good a week this week as he did last week. He got up to an absolutely flying start with 3 winners on day 1, 3 winners on Thursday. He had a couple more throughout the week, but this week he's been left wanting a bit, hasn't he?
Yeah, I think he's only had 1 winner, but that 1 win did come in a cup race. So, you know, he's lacked the quantity this week, but he's had the quality with the big race success. He'll be hoping to get another win on the board here with Sana Nora. I think he could get it. You know, this horse is the best in the race, unless one of these 2 first-time starters, horse number 10 that we're currently seeing, or horse number 15, are exceptionally good. They could be. You know, they represent leading connections. They have good pedigrees for local bred horses, but I'll side with the experience on this occasion.
Well, this is one of the rare occasions when you do side with the experience, Tom, because you've been backing these white stable horses first time out, and they've had a double already today. But today, for this race, you're going with the more experienced horse, which you don't normally tend to do you, when there's a white stable horse running?
No, it depends what the experienced horses are in the field. You know, she's got a rating of 78, Sana Nora. That's pretty strong, and she seems to be running up to that rating as well. It's not like she's put on that mark from one effort. She's run second 3 times this year, so she's been banging hard on the door. And look, I wouldn't be surprised if Camilo Ospina rode a hat-trick in this race and wins again, or, as I say, horse number 15, Dalal Al-Muqtara, gets off to a winning start. But I think the most solid option for a selection has to be Sana Nora.
She is drawn out wide though, Tom. She's drawn in stall number 18. Is that perhaps a little too wide?
It could be, but the horses on her inside, directly inside her, horses number 15, 16 and 17, have only run once between them, so they could all be slowly away. Then you've got a horse just inside in 14 who ran no kind of race on debut, so there's a good chance that she could cross over and get to the front before the first bend, and if that's the case, the draw basically becomes irrelevant.
Where is the early speed going to come from, Tom?
Hopefully Sana Nora. I imagine Camilo Ospina as well on horse number 10, Mosfahela. There'll be some speed inside, maybe Sakaka, horse number 1, but I don't love any of those inside horses. So even if they do show early speed, I think they'll probably capitulate a little bit before the race is won in earnest.
Yeah, I'd go 10 and 18 to make the front, and 18 hopefully just to fend off the white stable runner.
So Tom likes 18 Sana Nora under Khalid Al-Mamoni. Enzo, who do you like in this one?
I'm going to go with number 10 here, Mosfahila instead for Camille Ospina. Yeah, midfield draw. I think she will be up there early on, but yes, it's an open-looking race, isn't it? Several with chances. Big field of runners as well. 20 fillies to load, so they'll be loading up fairly soon. There is the experienced Wigberto Ramos, looking totally in the zone there, isn't he? He's riding number 3 here, Olfar, for the Al Munif stable. So we have a look now at the red with the white disc. That's a Tawafek for Abdullah Al Khamis, one of the younger riders on the circuit. There's Rayan Altoash, who rides Berlant, number 12, daughter of Animal Kingdom, in the yellow and green colours there, on her 8th career start. Next door to him at the moment was that was Lajaja, we'll look at as well in the kind of green and brown colours. We won the first in Lajaja. Jockey just taking a little bit of water on before the race. Number 13, Twafek. 8 about to come forward, a little bit on her toes. I thought that Hala was a little bit lively. The white with a red hoop. Already in is Berlant, and next one in the white and blue colours going forward. Then that was Ayad Al-Kina. That was Nawaf Al-Madiani in the flashy-looking colours. Number 17, kind of a gold-coloured saddlecloth. 9 is going to be next. That's the light blue saddlecloth for Izzat Watan. Jockey looking for a double as well. Took our first race earlier on. Or it wasn't our first race, was it? He took our 3rd race earlier on. Right, in goes Basmat Fard, Youssef Al Hussein in white and orange colours. Getting through the loading up. They probably do load very efficiently here. Noriana goes in. This is a maiden. They're going 1,600 metres. The mile is our 5th race of 12 here at Riyadh today. Another busy programme. White-faced runner going forward there. That was Shakra Al-Badr. Good draw in 4. Still 1 is Sakaka's got the kind of eye shields on there. Sakaka, she's a grey. Alex Moreno looking to get off the mark for the day. It's about to come forward now. Still a few at the back to load. 5 going in, Cabrat in red and white. We're getting closer to a start. Hearts all 1 in stall 15 playing up. Dalal Al-Mokhtarah just tried to get underneath, I think, briefly. He's back up now. Power set, and they're off. Dalal Al-Mokhtarah got away okay. One that didn't next door, I think, was Saber, who was very slowly away. Also, Darnat Chrome didn't come away at all well as they sort themselves out for the first furlong. Sakaka got out well towards the inside, light blue, the grey. Also up there too is Camille Ospina on Mosfahila. That's in the green cap towards the centre of the track as they sort themselves out. Just off the pace, Noriana's at about 3rd place in light blue colours. More towards the inside for Cabrat in the red and white. Then comes Tafkia, who's back on the inside. Wider out to find Sana Nora in a noseband alongside Berlant, who's in yellow and green, showing good speed too. Berlant on the outside of Mosfahila. These two with Sakaka against the rails. Just off the pace, Noriana, and then comes Cabrat from Tafkia. And they're followed by Alwijan. Wider out to find Sana Nora as they head around the turn. They're tanking at around 57 kilometres per hour at this point too. And now making a move on the outside, trying to get a lot closer to the speed, is number 18, Sana Nora with a noseband. Also with a noseband, the green cap Mosfahila. Mosfahila leading on the turn. Has kicked on here, Ospina on Mosfahila. It has gone away by a length and a half. Giving chase is Sana Nora in 2nd. They're now clear from Cabrat back in 3rd place, and then comes Alwijan, who's staying on quite nicely in the black colours down the straight. Coming back for more on the outside is this Sana Nora. She's very tough. Sana Nora coming against the big filly Mosfahila on the inside, and Sana Nora has now got to the front for Khalid Al-Mamoni. It's Sana Nora who's powering on. 2 lengths up now with 100 metres to go. They're playing for places only behind Sana Nora, and Khalid Al-Mamoni, number 18, is the winner. 2nd place going to get tight. Tafkia's involved there with also There on the inside was Cabrat. Not far away too was Mosfahilo, who got tired. Another winner for Tom Collins. This is astonishing tipping. Sananora. That's 4 out of 5 for TC. She's not very big, but she's very tough. She was totally dwarfed by Mosfahilo on the home turn, but she lacked in size. She made up for in heart because she was very gutsy. 18, Sananora has won it. And it's quite tight in behind for the minor honours. But she was away and gone with 100 metres to go. 1 minute 42.44 seconds. Cabrat's got second, number 5. That was the Rebel, the white cross belts and the noseband. That means Tafkir will be third, number 2. There's the winner. 18, Sananora. Beats 5, Cabrat, and third, number 2, Tafkir in the yellow. Mosfahilo only 4th. 2 3/4 lengths the winning margin. 18, 5, 2 the numbers. Well done to Tom Collins, another winner. Sananora, and it's Khalid Al Mamoni. He loves it at Riyadh after his treble last Thursday. A winner here on board Sananora.
Tom, this was a really gutsy run, wasn't it, Tom, from this horse?
It was. The wide draw I didn't think was going to be too much of a negative with horses drawn directly inside, didn't have much experience. It was a little bit more of a negative than I thought it would be because she had to go very wide around the bend. I thought she could have come across a touch before actually watching the race. In our preview, I thought she could be maybe 3 wide or 2 wide around the first bend, but she was very wide. So she's done very well to get the job done because she would have lost a lot of ground and momentum, used up a lot of energy out there. There was just plenty left in the tank somehow for the closing kick, and she managed to fend off Mosfahela, the white stable horse, who showed up for a long way before fading, I believe into 4th or 5th in the closing stages. And the deep closers, the likes of Tathkia, who eventually finished 2nd, just couldn't get close.
And we can see the white stable horse that you just mentioned there, Tom Mosfahela, who's out in the lead coming round the bend.
Yeah, it's going nicely. The white stable horse is big as well, isn't she? She's a big unit, like a typical white stable horse, I guess. She's on the wrong lead, actually, coming around the bend. She fades late on, but at this point, during the race, I thought she was going to go very close. And the horse in yellow as well, in 5th, with the blue sleeves, is travelling very nicely as well. That is Tathkia. But fortunately, Khalid Al-Mamoni left enough in the locker of Sana Nora, and she kicked clear, closing to the finish. Nice to get another win on the board.
She's a tiny thing.
She is. She's really small, but as I say, size doesn't always matter. I say that quite often. The horse on the inside is a very, very big filly, but Sana Nora is not. And it's about how much talent you've got, not the size or the shape of you.
Absolutely, and another win for Khalid Al-Mamoni. He had the treble last week, as you heard from our commentator Enzo, who was commentating that day. He was on duty, so he'll remember that treble for Khalid Al-Mamoni. Not such a good week for him this week, but he is back to winning ways. He had a great win already this week, but this is another good one for him.
Exactly. Not as good this week so far when it comes to the quantity of victories. 3 last week, 2 this. But as you say, he won a cup race. Now he's won this. I think he's got a good chance later on, so he could match last week's haul of 3.
Well, we'll keep an eye out for Khalid Al-Mamoni. He's off the mark today with a win on Sana Nora. Horses number 5, Kabrat, and number 2, Tathkia, finishing in 2nd and 3rd. Those 2 inside draws, Tom, proving to be a positive.
Yeah, they both travelled nicely on the bend. Tathkia, I think you can mark that horse up drastically. She travelled the best in the whole race. Breaking from stall number 2, we can see with the red blinkers there, 2nd from the right-hand side. There was some interference at the start. Look at horse number 6, I believe. Yes, Noriana, first-time starter, in the light blue silks. Just breaking there with the white cap, blue cheek pieces on, hangs out to the right and hampers horses number 7, 8 and 9. Albeit I didn't think those horses would probably play a part in the finish anyway, but their chance was gone. First time starter Saba from stall 16 missed the kick too, so that horse had no chance from the outset, but that wasn't to be the case for Khalid Al-Mamoni and Sana Nora, who just broke nicely and did it very professionally.
She had a fantastic start, didn't she? We expect those white stable horses to be the ones really setting the pace with the good break, but Sana Nora, that was textbook.
It was textbook. It was a pretty good display. A horse rated 78 should be winning maidens like this. But again, there are first-time starters in here that are well-bred and representing leading connections. So it was never a foregone certainty, or foregone conclusion, sorry, that Sana Nora was going to get ahead in front. She had been really banging at the door, bumping into some nice types. Today just looked the right day, and it proved to be that.
You did say before the race, Tom, that she had been knocking at the door, looking for that first win, and you said this could be the right spot for her. There was a bit of doubt maybe early on when you said she had those runners on her inside and she had to make up a lot of ground, but what was it about this race that made you think it was the right spot for her?
The other horses with experience just weren't running to the same kind of level as she was prior to today, so you could basically discount all of those horses, albeit Tathkia ran great, and actually Kabrat, the other horse who placed, had 11 starts coming into the race. So the experienced horses did dominate. It was just that the 2 first-time starters looked... there was only 2 first-time starters that looked like dangers, but they didn't absolutely scream, you know, we're going to make a huge impression today. For example, when you look at white stable horses, first-time starters, and they have a lot of them, you have to look at pedigree, whether they're going to stay the trip, how you think they're going to race, and how you think they're going to be rated. It's a lot of guesswork, but it's also, you know, trying to read between the lines. And I just didn't think this Mosfahela was going to be as good as 78 first time up, and that proved to be the case.
You can see there coming round the bend that the winner, Sana Nora, is in really good position coming round the bend, Tom. She's made up a lot of ground to get to that position.
Yeah, she has. And here she could have easily cried enough and you know, the tank could have been empty, but she kept finding, she was game in the finish. Her ears were flicking back and forward, you can see here. So she was looking about a touch, and there was plenty left in the tank, and she deserves a win.
There was plenty left in the tank then. Do you think she could go further?
Probably, but I wouldn't. I'd stick to 1600 with her. Just this seems to be her ideal trip. She wasn't pushing clear, albeit she could have gone a little bit further. If this was 200 metres further, I think she would have been fine. But she wasn't absolutely surging in the closing stages. She has natural early as well and tactical speed to get into nice spots. So I reckon this is the trip for her, 1600.
And where next for this filly then? She is finally off the mark.
Difficult one to say. She's rated 78, so if you go into a handicap, you're going to have to go into a 0 to 80 or 0 to 85, and then you're going to face pretty good horses. I think that would be the wrong move. Maybe a horses who won 0 to 1 race could be the right play, but if not, they might try an open race with her. She's a difficult one because she's run to a good level, but she's also not a prolific winner. So she's like the master of her own downfall, basically. Having a rating this high due to a number of close defeats means that she's not going to find the perfect winnable spot next time.
Well, let's have a little chat about the next race on the card. That was a maiden. We're moving into an open race, sticking over 1,600 metres. This is a locally bred race. Saudi horses, 3-year-old fillies in this next one. Tom, we've reached the midway point almost of today's action. 12 races, all in all, on today's card. This is race number 6, and as ever, standing by to talk us through all the runners and riders is Enzo.
Thank you, Rebecca. Yeah, we've got 16 here. And as you say, locally bred fillies, 3-year-olds in action. Number 1 is Moadeh for jockey Mohammed Al Sharima. Number 2 is Jazzy Al Moghtara, Abdullah Al Lorfi, and there's red and white colours. Number 3 is Awali Najd, Abdullah Al Khamis. Number 4, Lagina for Fawas Wanas. 5 is Thekati, Fahad Al Faradi rides her. 6 is Asayeb for double seat. King Khalid Al Mamoni in the same silks that he wore in the previous race. Number 7 is Mona Al Bari for Naif Al Anazi. Number 8, Wardat Always, Abdullah Al Hussein. Number 9 is going to be Tatul Al Gayam for Ali Al Mutib. Number 10 is Mobatana, Mohammed Al Yami. 11, Najmat Al Shaib, Abdulaziz Al Musa. Number 12, Solana, Alex Moreno. 13 is Ovilla for Rakan Al Obeid. And number 14, Ed Hafar, Camille Ospina looking for a treble to daughter a premium tap. 15 is Hakwati for Sultan Al Mamoni. And finally 16, Rashikar for Ali Al Mamoni. So we've got all the Al Mamoni brothers in action in this race, but some big players out wide, I'd imagine, here, including Ed Harfer. 16 fillies then for Rebecca and Tom to have a look at before our next.
Many thanks, Enzo. 16 fillies, 1,600 metres. It's another fairly big field, this one, Tom. This is an open race. Many of these horses you will have seen running already in Taif. A couple here in Riyadh last week as well. Just glancing over the card, Tom, what are your initial thoughts on this race?
Very tough. The toughest race so far today, no doubt about that. And I'm not saying that because we're on a good streak again, but just in general, some of these horses are very unexposed. But I don't know how much improvement they've got. Some of them are quite exposed, but they've got the highest ratings. But then again, they're not the most prolific. So it's a difficult weighing up option when you're trying to find the most logical winner of this heat. We'll go through the runner by runner and I'll notify you my shortlist. But at this stage, horse number 14, Ed Harfer, would be my most likely winner in here for that man again, Camilo Ospina.
Well, Camilo Ospina and the White Stable just falling short in the last race. He's got the double. He's still looking for his third win. And Tom, you think that it could come in this race, this mile-long contest for the locally bred fillies. Horses are just entering the paddock now before this next race gets underway. And then we'll have a proper look at all these horses and get Tom's in-depth thoughts on each one. That's horse number 1, Tom, to start us off. Moadeh.
Formerly owned by the White Stable, this 6-year-old filly, by Premium Tap, of course. She hasn't been seen so far this season, only rated 68. This looks a pretty stiff task, especially from the inside still.
Well, on the insides, drawn on the inside as well, Jazzy Al Moghtara, horse number 2, who we'll be seeing in just a moment.
3-year-old filly by Teletext needs a big step up on the seasonal reappearance when just 14th and meeting 54 the last day of Taif. But these owners have done well so far in Riyadh.
Number 3 then is Awali Najd.
Rated 87, one of the leading players and the top rated horse in this race. She's by Bandini. She's run okay in 3 starts this year, albeit not really running to her mark of 87. Maybe she was just a good 2-year-old and she's yet to develop at 3.
Well, that's certainly an interesting one to keep an eye on, Tom, see how she does in her 3-year-old campaign. This is number 4, Logina.
Rated 72, tried to run at meeting 40, but unseated that day. Forrest Wanass is on board. A jockey we haven't seen too much here. Maybe he's been serving a suspension too.
Number 5, Thekati.
2 from 20 so far in this horse's career. Inconsistent. Ran 3rd at meeting 31, then 17th, 16th and 15th in 3 subsequent efforts, then 3rd last time. Needs the right setup.
What about the setup for this horse, Tom? Number 6, Asaeb.
It could be okay. He's a closer from off the speed. Khalid Amaloni rides again. Maybe he'll try to be more aggressive on her if possible, but she doesn't have that much early pace. She was 6th last time, meeting 50.
Monarch Al-Bari is horse number 7, ran in meeting number 54, Tom.
If you said to me, try not to pick the winner, but pick a horse to finish in the first 4, I would select Monarch Al-Bari, but she finds winning difficult, just 1 from 17. However, her last 5 efforts have all been very consistent and very creditable.
So you expect her to be there or thereabouts come the end of this race?
Exactly that. Nathan Anazi rides as well, which is a good sign.
And what about Mordat Always?
Rated 68, 4th last time, just last week. 1 back at meeting 45 in Taif as well. Handicaps at the best option, not an open for her.
This is number 9, Tatul Arcane.
Won't feature today. Finished 9th at meeting 42, coming off a relatively long layoff, 1 from 17, just rated 70.
Number 10 is Mobatana.
4-year-old filly making her return to the track after a long layoff, not seen since last year. 1 from 8, so it's unexposed, but I have concerns about her fitness.
Well, we'll take a look at her shortly. Hopefully we'll catch a glimpse of horse number 10 as she makes her way round the paddock. We're still looking at number 9, Tatul Al-Khaim, but Mobatana, Tom has just given us his run-through of that horse, and hopefully we'll have a look at that one shortly. Let's move on then to number 11, Najmat Al-Shaib.
1 from 7, this filly. I don't think she's a player, only rated 68. She did win back at meeting 10, but subsequent efforts have been pretty good.
Number 12, this is Solana.
By tonalist, he was a very good horse in his day. Solana doesn't seem to have his talent, that's for sure. She's just 1 from 15. Alex Moreno's on board, but she should come on for the ride.
Number 13, following on just behind, is Avila.
0 from 8, this filly. Again, making her first start of the season, so there are question marks about her fitness. Rated 73, towards the higher end of these horses on marks, but just not for me.
And number 14, Tom, is number 14 for you, Ed Haffa.
Yeah, I think this horse is the most likely winner, 6-year-old being by Premium Tap. I'm not overly confident on her because she's had plenty of chances. She's now 6, so isn't improving. But I do like her draw. She has early speed. She won on her reappearance, and then last time up she was pretty disappointing, but maybe that has something to do with the trip.
Camilo Ospino is on board, and he looks happy to be up there.
Yeah, well, he's won 2 races so far today. I'm sure he's realising he's even further clearing the jockey title race right now, and he's got some great chances left on the card.
Absolutely. Well, number 15 is Hakwati.
Rated 59, this seems an optimistic bit of placing.
Number 16, last horse that we'll be looking at is Rasheka. We are looking at number 10. Now, we talked about number 10 earlier, Tom. It's the first glimpse of number 10, but let's look at number 16.
Yes, Rasheka, rated just 67. Again, seemingly needs to find a better race. I mean, 1,600 metres for Saudi local-bred horses must be in short supply given the lack of quality in this race. She's just rated in the 60s too.
Well, let's talk then about the white stable horse and the reasons why you've picked that one out as your most likely winner. You seem very certain that that one was the winner, Ed Haffa, with Camilo Ospina on board. We can see that horse there. And Tom, just tell us why you like this one so much.
I wouldn't say I'm certain necessarily. I'd say she's the most likely, but I'm not convinced with her overall strike rate and the fact that she's 6 now. But she won an open race on her return at Taif for meeting 42, which we're seeing here. You know, the fact you can do this first time up off an absence on a track like this dirt track at Taif, which is pretty deep, suggests that she was open to further improvement since, because she wouldn't have been 100%. Almost impossible to get a horse 100% first time up. And this surface is really taxing. So she did well to get it done, albeit she got tired late on. Last time up she wasn't as good, but the trip was a concern. She also didn't get on the speed. Today she has a good chance of getting on the speed against a group of weaker horses. There are a couple of relatively strong rivals against her. We're talking about number 3, Awali Najd, horse number 6, Asab, maybe even horse number 7, Monat Al-Bari, who's very consistent. But Ed Hafar just has slightly more going for her. Conservative pick, but also I'll be disappointed if she doesn't win. So, you know.
I'm sure Camilo Ospina will be disappointed if she doesn't win as well, because he is looking for his treble today. He's had a really fantastic week here in Riyadh so far, as has Tom Collins. 7 winners on day 1, 7 winners on day 2, and you are 4 from 5 today, Tom. And let's see if Tom can get his 5th win on the board today. You've also had a 2nd place today as well, Tom, so it's a pretty good return, pretty good day in the analyst chair for Tom Collins.
Would have been good to have 5 out of 5, but I can't be greedy. And also that 2nd was beaten just ahead, so we were so close.
So close. That was Ataj, of course, the Jimmy Jerkins runner who ran a fantastic race in 2nd. Well, the horses are making their way down to post now. You like Edafa in this, Tom. You think there could be competition though from Awali Najd as well, so that will be interesting to see. And you talked about the surface a bit before, about when we just looked over that footage of Edafa just running at Taif, and you said the surface here is a tough one.
At Taif, yeah, certainly. It's super deep. You needed to get the trip. Obviously, it was very focused towards front runners. There was a big bias there, and if you didn't have early speed, you couldn't win. But you also needed to be able to stay. This surface here in Riyadh at the King Abdulaziz racetrack is different. Similar but different. It's obviously same kind of material in dirt, but also there isn't as much of it. It's more compact and it rides a lot quicker. So horses that would be farming races at Taif, winning them all the time. We saw a horse a couple of days ago, I can't remember the name, Yazdad Haber. What memory that is. That horse had won 3 out of 4 at Taif, came here and wasn't as good. So you can be a specialist at Taif and then come here and disappoint. Some horses, I don't think this horse is, the white stable horse, Ed Hafar, have already proven that. But on the other hand, if you run badly at Taif, you can come here and be much better.
Yeah, it's fascinating to see, and of course the draw bias as well here is completely different between the racetracks as well. Well, Edafa, she's a premium tap horse, Tom. We see so many of those premium taps here in Saudi, and what is it that makes him such a good sire here?
He produces big horses, big bull type of horse. Also, he produces horses that stay a mile plus, so 1,600 all the way up to 2,000 metres, which is the majority of the programme here in Saudi Arabia. You do get quite a lot of sprints, but not for the older horses. So there are those. The premium taps tend to come to hand early on as well. And also most of the premium taps are owned by the white stable, who are the best at getting their horses ready and just training their horses in general. So albeit premium tap is a phenomenal sire over here, the fact that the white stable have them all probably just inflates the numbers.
Well, let's talk about the mount of Khalid Al-Mamoni, horse number 6, Asab. There are 3 horses in this contest that have won 3 races. That horse is one of them, Edafa is another, Rashika is the other. What do you think Khalid Al-Mamoni's chances are of a quick double here?
Well, he'll be riding a high after that previous win in the last race. He'll be hoping this filly can go close. She's had plenty of chances. She isn't the most prolific by any means, 3 from 30, albeit she has got the 3 wins to her name. Rated 81, so cannot be discounted, that's for sure. And these silks have been pretty successful. As I say, I think Khalid has a better run and horse to ride later on. But he'll be hoping of a quick fire double, that's for sure.
Of course. So you like Edafa, your tentative pick to finish first, and because you've been so good at picking seconds and thirds as well, I want you to give me the second and thirds.
Second, Awali Najd, and I'll go third, Monat Al-Bari. But as I say, I said this last time, I know this is very cautious, but I'm just hopeful that we get the winner here with Ed Hafar.
Tentative optimism, I'd call that,
yes,
Tom.
Yes.
Well, let's go to our commentator now, Enzo. Enzo, Tom is very much, well, he's tentative, not very much. He's going with Edafa, the white stable horse, for this one, and we'd love to know your thoughts.
Well, it's hard to disagree, isn't it, with Tom Collins at the form he's in at the moment, Rebecca? So, yeah, rather unoriginal. I do think Ed Harfer's going to win. Look at the ratings. I had a look at one of her runs. And, yeah, I think she's probably good enough to win this. Wide draw shouldn't be an issue. And, yeah, all the better horses do seem to be sort of drawn out from sort of 9 outwards, don't they? We've got a few horses lower rated on the inside, the likes of Moeda and Jcsa Al Moghtara. But, yeah, Ed Harfer, every chance here to give Ospina a treble. Be a second winner in these colours. Of course, we had a Emblem Desert that won earlier in different silks. At the start, though, this is a locally bred fillies open race, and they're going 1,600 metres. First prize 47,500 Saudi Riyal here. Good prize money for second as well, 19,000. So runners just circling behind the stalls. And again, we have 16 runners here for our 6th race that will take us to halfway on the card. There's number 12, Solana. Look at her on the way down. Alex Moreno on board. The diamonds of yellow and blue, that's Moeda. And some interesting headgear on Tatul Al Game here. Appears to have some sort of cheek pieces and a noseband on. Ali Al Matib on board her. Green and white stars, that's Rashika, number 16. Got the widest draw of all here. So Ali Al Mamoni on board. In the background there, you can see Logina, Fawaswanas in the white and red. Got his feet out the irons at the moment. She too is wearing the noseband here. So going forward in the blinkers was Moade, number 1. Another premium tap filly. Saw there Awali Najd, who's in kind of a grey jacket. Abdullah Al Khamis riding her daughter of Bandini. 8 coming forward now. Wardat Always. About to go in. The 13th career start. She's won once so far. Number 11 is Najmat Al Shaib. It's forward. The light coloured saddlecloth, the 11. We've got a few in on the stalls. The green bandages there, that's Thekati, number 5. Thekati for Fahad Al Faradi. To come forward, looking for her 3rd career win. And in the background there's 15, that is Hakwati. 15 is kind of a turquoise coloured saddlecloth. Hakwati for Sultan Al Mamoni on board this daughter of Grand Salute. 3 coming in, Awali Najd. There's 2 out of line, I think. Jcsa Al Moghtara and Logina. Logina in. Just stall 2 then. For Jcsa Al Moghtara. In those famous red and white colours. Going forward now. Prince Faisal bin Khalid bin Abdullah Aziz. It's going to be the last one. The others standing pretty quietly. Big field of fillies here. 16 across the track over the mile. A few shouts from some of the riders. He's having in for a little while now. She's in though, Jcsa Al Moghtara. And we're ready. They're off. Jumped away, swerving right out of the stalls there was Mona Al Bari. Did no favours at all to Wardat Always, who got shuffled back. Breaking well too was Awali Najd. In fact, that one's towards the back of the field. Yellow and blue of Moada was the one who got out better on the inside. And the green and white of Thekati is up there as well. So it's going to be Thekati who's going to go on here in the green and white. Looking to the outside. Speed out wide from Ovilla in the gold sleeves. The green cap of Ed Harfer is up there as well under Ospina, showing bright speed from a wide draw. Just off the pace is Logina in the white colours, racing in 4th place. The star jacket of Rashika is in the green and white. That's racing next in the field ahead of Solana. And then towards the inside, trying to make up some lost ground, is in the yellow colours Hakwati as they make the turn. 3 of them going at it up front. On the outside, Ed Harfer. On the inside is Thekati, and between them is Ovilla. These 3 ahead of Logina, who wants to make it a 4-way go. And these 4 are well clear of the others. Trying to make up some ground from off the pace is Najma Al Shaib in purple and white. Is going to go to about 5th place, but about 8 lengths off the speed here, which is being dictated by Thekati. But now on the outside, Ed Harfer looks a big danger for Camillo Ospina in the white stable colours, and Camillo said go, and Ed Harfer's gone on by a neck. Thekati, though, wants a fight on the inside, but now she looks held world, and they're clear from Legina in third place as they enter the final 200 metres. Then comes Najma Al-Shaib. One-way traffic here is Ed Arthur, who's clear. From the back running on is Awali Najd. On the inside is flying Awali Najd, but surely it's too late. Ed Arthur in front, diminishing margin, but she'll do enough. And it's a treble for Camilo Ospina. Ed Arthur wins. So in second place, Awali Najd, who was making up ground hand over fist late on, and they were clear of the others. Well done to the winner, though. It is Ed Arthur. Tom Collins, another winner, 5 out of 6. Extraordinary. 5 winners in the second. Only the big outsider, Miss Helen, has prevented the Collins clean sweep today. But this was a good performance. I thought she got a bit tired late on, but she had the race won. 14, Ed Arthur, the winner. Good run by the second, wasn't it? Awali Najd, who was nowhere to be seen early on. I think got shuffled back after a slow start as well. And was nearly beaten a couple of lengths in the end. Length and a quarter officially. Second, number 3, Awali Najd. And number 6 was third, Asayeb, for Khalid Al Mamoni, ahead of 11, who ran on well too, Najma Al-Shaib. So 1 minute 41.45 seconds, a length and a quarter the winning margin. 14, Ed Arthur, the winner. Second was 3, Awali Najd, and third, number 6, Asayeb. Another winner for Tom. Ed Arthur. It's a treble for Camilo Ospina.
Alhamdulillah, he won. Thanks, guys.
And another winner for Camilo Ospina. That's 3 on the day. That's 9 on the week for the rider. He is in flying form, and he got the job done on Ed Arthur, the horse in the white stable silks with the green cap on the outside. The daughter of Premium Tap recorded her 4th success. Another win, fortunately, in the studio. But Camilo has caught up with Rebecca.
Thank you very much, Tom. I'm here with winning jockey Camilo Ospina, who's ridden 9 winners so far this week. Camilo, you've got the treble today. You're having a fantastic week.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you to the Prince Mita bin Abdullah, Talal bin Sharain, the board, the trainers, Ahmed Neri, Abdullah, they all giving the support, and especially my family, my wife and my daughter. She's waiting for me in the home, and I know she's happy for that races. Thanks God, the horses, very good horses, when you have very good horses in your hands, you can do anything with these horses. And thanks God, he ride very good horses. They win it very good.
So what next for this filly?
Yes, it's nice filly. You know, I won many 5 or 6 winners we had. I know that's filly always, but thanks God today she's coming a little bit relaxed because I know the race is a little bit stiff. And she's stalled a little bit in the last meter, but thanks God she keep going until wire and she won the race.
And you have the ride on Jcsa in the last race. Will she win the cup?
Yeah, he's nice filly. She's doing very good. I hope her run well, you know. This is very important for us, you know. Thank you.
Fantastic, thank you.
We'll just take the race from the start here. You can just see how well Camila Ospina brakes on Ed Harfer with the big white blinkers, 3 from the left, broke out beautifully and immediately towards the front of the race. She showed early speed, but as Camilo just said there in an interview with Rebecca, there was other speed in the race and she wasn't able to get directly on the front. But at the same time, it just shows great horsemanship from Camilo that he didn't necessarily ask her for more than he needed to. She was cruising along at her own natural pace, just sitting 3rd at this stage of the race behind Thekart in the green silks on the inside, and then just in between the two was Ovilla, horse number 13, who faded quite early on. At this point, Camilo's travelling beautifully, just on the outside as well. As they come into the turn, you can see this horse is firmly on the bridle. 4 horses have burst clear, with Legina, horse number 4, matching the top 3. And Camilo's now just trying to get across, moving a little bit across, doesn't want to waste too much ground here with 3 horses on his inside. Fortunately for him, the 2 directly inside of him start to backpedal pretty quickly, and she's able to put her stamp on this race. The closers do finish off nicely, but they're too far behind. As you can see right now, we're talking 5 lengths back to the remainder, and actually the runner-up in this race, who was Awali Najd, is in around 7th with the blue noseband, 8th right now with the white cap. You can just see back in the pack. That horse finishes off powerfully up the inside, but just cannot get up and match the eventual winner, Ed Harfer, under Camilo Ospina, who got the job done very impressively. As I say, 9 winners this week so far for the man on board, who's dominating the jockey's title. I think he's over 20 wins clear now, and it looks like he's en route to another victory this season. I've got a question on the YouTube comments so far saying, I don't mean to be rude, but is this live broadcast showing footage of a racecourse in Saudi Arabia? Unfortunately, I understand very little English. Yes, we're at the King Abdulaziz racetrack in Riyadh right now, showing live coverage. Myself and Rebecca are in the studio trackside, and hopefully you are enjoying the action so far this afternoon. We're halfway through the card. That was race number 6. We have 6 races to go. Camilo Ospina's already got a hat-trick. Can he rack up further success? Rebecca asked him about a horse in the last race, who I think has got a great chance in Riyadh. So he could add the big race as well to his tally today. A solid performance there in race 6 by Camilo Ospina and horse Ed Harfer.
Well, Tom, you said Camilo Ospina there has got his hat-trick today, but you've had many more winners than he has.
Yeah, we're flying high. 5 winners in a second from 6 races. It's been a very good week, I have to say. 19 winners from 30 so far.
Is that your best ever?
Yeah, I think so. Consistently over a long portion of races, then it's very hard to beat that, really. I don't think I'll do it again for a while, to be honest. But who knows? You never know. Today I said I wouldn't get 7, and we're on track for at least that. So hopefully it continues as we go through the second half of the card.
How many more are you going to get today?
I want 2 more for 7, so we can have 7, 7, 7 each day this week. But, I mean, if we get more than 7, that's even better.
You've got to aim higher, Tom. We're only halfway through. We've still got 6 more races to come. I think you can expect 6 more winners, I think.
If that happens, then I will be recording this show and I'll be showing it to absolutely everyone I know.
Your mum would be so proud of you, Tom.
I just know my mum.
Yeah, that was a fantastic race and another win for the White Stable and Camilo Ospina. Tom, I just want to ask you how impressed you were with this filly. Camilo certainly seems to like her.
Yeah, I thought she was good. It wasn't the best of opens in terms of actual depth. So when we're talking about the whole horse racing sphere in Saudi Arabia, she's not one of the best we've seen. But at the same time, she was better than these today. Rated 86, bounced right back to her victory on her reappearance at Taif. And, she could go onwards and upwards from here. I'd be surprised if they didn't stick to just the open route. If they go down cup races, she may struggle against better opposition. Horses rated, say, in the 100s. You've got to kind of stick to this level to get wins with horses like this. And, you know, they know better than me. I don't need to tell them about the programming here in Saudi Arabia. The White Stable are the best to do it.
Well, it seems with the White Stable that it's the fillies they have particular success with.
Yeah, it is the fillies. They do have a lot of good colts as well, but generally their fillies are very, very consistent and also of top quality. This is just yet another one. It must be. I would love to see a real good in-depth feature regarding the White Stable, where we watch them work in the mornings and we maybe get a bit of insight into how they get all these horses ready, not just to win Open and Cup races like this, but also to win on debut, for example, where you go across the world. A trainer, I'll give an example here of a couple of trainers. Aidan O'Brien is one trainer, probably one of the best, if not the best trainer across the globe right now. And I'll give you Chad Brown, maybe the best turf trainer, definitely best turf trainer, maybe the best trainer in the US. Take those two. They have arguably the best stock in their respective countries, Ireland and America. And then you look at their first-time starter strike rate, it wouldn't be that high. It would be relatively high. They do get winners, but it wouldn't be that high. Come here, in the White Stable, first-time starters is about 40 to 50%. So I'd love to know how they managed to get that much success with horses that have never run before.
I think, Tom, you just volunteered yourself for a job. You said you wanted to see an in-depth feature. I think we should send you to investigate.
This is certainly one for Shamila when she's back. Shamila will absolutely relish the opportunity to give an in-depth feature on the White Stable, I'm sure.
Yeah, Shamila, if you're watching, there's your next assignment down to the White Stable to check out what their secret to success is. That would be fascinating to see, Tom, because, yeah, like you say, it's these horses that turn up on the track, these unexposed two-year-olds, and they're just absolutely incredible. They look so much more mature than their 2 years would suggest. Well, we are halfway through the card. We hope that you've been enjoying the action today. Tom and I certainly have. Tom in particular predicting all of those winners. Race 7 is up next, and as ever, Enzo is standing by to talk us through the card.
Thank you, Rebecca. Yes, here we go then. Just a 9 this time for the Arabian Breds. Colts and fillies going the 1600 metres. And number 1, Mirbar Al-Khaladia, written by Adel Al-Faradi. Number 2 is Fakir Dupoy for Camillo Ospina on the 4-timer here. Number 3, Asad Al-Khaladia, Wigberto Ramos. 4 is Al-Hareth, Abdullah Al-Saidi. 5 is Kaka Al-Khaladia for Khalid Al-Mamoni, looking for a double. 6, Sadia Al-Khaladia for Abdullah Al-Lawfi. Number 7, Al-Qasa for Muhammad Al-Shamari. Number 8 is Durgam Athbar, Asil Al-Sahari, looking for a double. And number 9 is Soweiti Khalid Al-Khaladia for Naif Al-Anazi, who's been fairly quiet today, isn't he, by his standards? That's a great number 9. So 9 participants, 1600 metres for the Arabian Breds. It's race 7. We're halfway as we go back to Rebecca and Tom once again.
Many thanks, Enzo, for that overview of race number 7, the second Arabian race of the day. Tom, 9 runners in this one. Of course, the Al-Khaladia stable represented here. 3 of them. They've got a third of the runners here and a couple of cast-offs as well. Just looking down the card, the Al-Khaladia name featured prominently, as we might expect. And so interesting that we saw earlier, looking at the standings in the trainers table, that the Al-Khaladia stables are second in the trainer standings, which is really quite incredible given that they only train Arabian horses.
Yeah, exactly. The Al-Khaladia stables are just dominant in this sphere. They have a great chance in this race, but at the same time I'm not going to be siding with any of their horses. They have 2 in here, Suwaiti Khalid Al-Khaladia, horse number 9, and Mirbar Al-Khaladia. Maybe Suwaiti Khalid Al-Khaladia is the best of them, drawn out wide, but here's Mirbar. Let's start with her.
This is horse number 1, Mirbar Al-Khaladia. What are your thoughts on this one, Tom? And strange to see a chestnut horse in the Arabian race.
It looks a bit dark for a chestnut, doesn't it?
I'd say it's a liver chestnut.
Yeah, maybe. He's only rated 83, so he'll have to improve a great deal, but he is an Al-Khaladia stables horse and won last time up.
Number 2, Fakir Dupoy.
Rated 109, so pretty talented. 8-year-old, had 3 wins this year, seemingly better over 2,000 metres.
Asad Al-Khaladia, number 3.
Rated 95, yet to run this season. Wigberto Ramos rides, and this trainer's had 3 Arabian horse winners this week.
Number 4, Al-Hareth.
Rated 114, the second highest rated horse in the race, but 114 is a real lofty mark. This horse hasn't won for a while though, never won an Open before, and his last success actually came in an 85 to 100 handicap.
Well, let's look at number 5 then, Kaka Al Khaladia.
1 from 10 so far in his career. He looks a little bit laboured. He is rated 92, so he's got ability, but just not today.
Number 6 is Sadia Al Khaladia.
1 from 6 this colt, finished 4th last time meeting 31, has been off the track ever since. I don't factor this horse as a major player. The other 2 Al Khaladias could have a chance, but not this one.
Well, let's look then at the next horse, another grey, another Al Khaladia. We've had a look at Sadia Al Khaladia. Let's have a look at Jcsa, horse number 7.
7 out of 11 so far since moving here. Finished 5th last time, pretty poor display in a similar kind of contest. Actually, I think this is probably stronger, so on that basis alone, you can't have this 9-year-old.
Let's have a look at horse number 8, Durkham Athbar, and on the YouTube comments, Adil is going for number 8 again. Adil was watching the very first Arabian race, went for number 8 in that race, Tom, as did you, and correctly predicted the winner. So let's see if Adil has this one right as well. Durgham Athbar, Tom, is horse number 8.
Yeah, I like this horse a lot. 6-year-old colt in here, 3-time winner. All of those successes came in the UAE. Sound efforts, 2 runs so far this campaign in Saudi Arabia, finishing 3rd and 5th. Lucas Gaitan won the first Arabian race today. He's in the paddock hoping to win both of them.
And the final horse in this race, and the final Al Khaladia, is number 9, Suwaiti Khaled Al Khaladia.
This one's probably the best of the Al Khaladia stables horses, drawn wide and outside my selection, so has to get across, and that might be difficult, otherwise could be fanned wide on the bend. Won at meeting 56 just last week and was pretty good that day, but needs to take one more step up.
Well, let us know what you think of this race in the YouTube comments. We've had plenty of people chiming in with their thoughts, and we do appreciate you getting in touch with us. Adil certainly enjoying the Arabian races. Dermot was happy to see the interview with Camilo, and it was great to see him having won his 3rd race. He has a ride in this as well. He's on Fakir Depoy, the number 2 horse in this race, and we've had a comment too from Denise. So many thanks for watching as well. Do keep those comments coming in. Let us know what you think of the day's action. This is race number 7 of 12, so there is plenty more racing to get stuck into throughout the course of the day. And thank you very much for those YouTube comments. We do appreciate them, and we do like to know that you're watching and enjoying the action as much as we are. The horses are in the paddock just behind where our studio is. We had a question in earlier asking whether we were actually at the racecourse, and we are. We have this fantastic studio with the floor-to-ceiling windows, so we've got an absolutely perfect view of the paddock as the horses pass by behind us. We can see there the 3 musketeers, the outriders who just do such a fantastic job. It's such an important job, isn't it, Tom, that these 3 musketeers do. We can see them waiting patiently on their ponies for the racehorses to head on to the track.
Yeah, it's a really important role, and actually this week we've had very few incidents. Last week there was quite a few. There was a bad fall on Thursday, and a couple of horses got loose and whatnot, but this week I think one horse has got loose, which was quickly apprehended, but otherwise it's been very much plain sailing. Their job has been made a lot easier.
Absolutely. Don't jinx it, Tom,
Try
by
not
saying
to.
that. Adil has said on the YouTube comments, what are your thoughts on number 8? Well, Tom absolutely loves horse number 8, and you think that Durgham Athbar is going to be the winner in this one. How many winners have you had today, Tom? All but one.
5 out of 6 so far, yeah, 5 out of 6 in a second. We're going nicely. Hopefully Durgham Athbar will add to that tally and make it 6 out of 7.
And you're going against the Al Khaladias, Tom.
Probably foolish. Normally it is when you go against the Al Khaladias in these kind of races. But yeah, I just think Durgham Athbar's the most talented runner in here. I'm not fully discounting the Al Khaladias, especially this horse in shot, Suwaiti Khaled Al Khaladia. I think he's the most likely of the trio that they have in this race, but he needs to take another step up based on his performance last time to beat a horse of Durgham Athbar's ability. We haven't really mentioned Al Hareth that much. We obviously looked at him in the runner-by-runner analysis a few minutes ago, but not in great detail. He's rated 114. Any normal Arabian horse open like this, and he would be by far the most likely winner, but it just seems that he's come up against a real good group of horses today.
And we saw there with Berto Ramos just in our shot, he had a winner last week, Tom. You're absolutely delighted to see his trademark wiggle. That's his celebration there. He's just about to get on board Asad Al Khalidiyah. What do you think of his chances in this one? Are we going to see the wiggle?
I don't think so. I would love to see it. It just adds to the whole occasion, doesn't it? And especially when you get all these like little snippets of personality from riders, because everyone sees these jockeys and they think, wow, you know, they can ride horses, they're brilliant sportsmen, sportswomen, but you don't really get to know them very well. And in Europe especially, some of the better riders like to keep themselves to themselves, so you don't, even in the post-race interviews, you don't get to know too much about them. Roberto steps out of the box and gives us a dance every time he rides a winner, which is fantastic. And much like Jimmy Jerkins, actually, in his post-race interviews, he's very honest with how he describes proceedings, which is also exceptionally good.
Tom, I hear that you actually attempted to replicate the Roberto wiggle when you were in Fife.
Yeah, don't try and watch that footage. It's on Twitter, but we don't want to see that again. It was a poor effort, and actually I got a lot of abuse for poor shoulder movement, so I have been working on it since, but I'm waiting for a big day.
Well, today could be your big day, Tom, depending on how many more winners you get, and I'm going to ask you to do that wiggle later on if you are successful. If you get those 7 more winners like we've challenged you to do, then you definitely have to bust out the wiggle again.
Let's see what happens, no promises.
Dergam Athbar, Tom, your pick we've just seen there, number 8, looking fantastic down in the paddock. Tell us about the trainer we spoke to earlier. We had the Arabian race, the very first race on the card. Lucas Gaitan saddled the winner in that one. How on earth did he end up in Saudi Arabia training Arabian horses?
I don't actually know the answer to that, but he's doing a great job at it. He has a few thoroughbreds as well that are pretty talented, but he is making his mark in the Arabian horse sphere. He has a horse called Fudapine, who you asked him about earlier on, who is his flag bearer right now. Small individual, but very talented at that. And he just seems to be training top quality horses in this Arabian horse division who are winning big prizes. You know, he doesn't have too many horses in his stable, so he's able to maybe put a little bit more attention on his individual runners, the likes of Dergam Athbar, rated 115, for example, finding the exact right spot for this horse to make a winning start to life in Riyadh. And yeah, I think sometimes with white stable horses you can get a little bit mixed up, but yeah, Lucas Gaitan was perfect with this horse as we see him earlier in the season, just running here in Taif. He wasn't close to the eventual winner, who's not in the Al Khalidiyah stable silks, but is in the other black and white silks. Was bred on the Al Khalidiyah farm, though, this eventual winner. Dergam Athbar ran okay this day, finishing 3rd, a clear-cut 3rd at that, miles clear off the 4th and 5th. And actually, this horse, on the Saudi form alone, I wouldn't be recommending him. He hasn't been at his best since he's moved across, but his UAE form is where he stands out, and that's why he has a rating of 115. We now pick up the second piece of footage here, and a horse called Al Hareth back in the pack with green sleeves and the stars on the body. A grey individual, horse number 7 this day with the orange saddle cloth. Ran home well, but was again no match for the first 2 or 3 home. You could just see the Al Khalidiyah stables horse with the yellow cap in 3rd, moving into 2nd, passing the other Al Khalidiyah horse, stables horse in this very race. There was some good depth in here, and it was a fine run. I narrowly preferred Dergam Athbar's effort. And horse number 3 we'll look at is Suwaiti Khalid Al Khalidiyah. This was just last week at meeting 56. Was in behind the speed, had to find a gap. This horse has stamina for a lot further than the trip that he ran over this day, but he surged on through. Naif Al-Anazi on board, was firm in the saddle. He still rides today, looking for another win for Mutlaq bin Mishrif.
Super stuff. Thank you very much, Tom. And super stuff too in our YouTube comments. Many thanks to Dermot, Denise, Adil, and another Denise Collins. And Denise Large, thank you very much for getting in touch with us. We do love to hear your comments. Adil, in particular, is enjoying the Arabian racing, Tom. He says that Lucas Gaitan is working very hard and he loves his animals, which is apparent to see. He was so delighted having got that win in the first. And Tom, you certainly fancy him to get another win here in this second Arabian race of the evening. So 9 go in total. We always see much smaller fields, don't we, in these Arabian races. Last week we had just 2, which was actually fascinating to see, Tom. Turned out to be a really fantastic race. Let's talk now to our commentator, Enzo, who is going to guide us through this next race.
Yes, I will do, Rebecca. Thank you very much indeed. Everyone's making their way down. Good to see the slow-mo shots of the horses there. Quite a few of the jockeys do keep their feet out of the irons when they go down. Al Hareth. We had a good look at there. There's the little checklist. You see the starter's assistant there, just ticking them off, making sure that they're all present and correct, and wearing the right silks and with the right number cloths. Great. Everything's very well run here at Riyadh. Procedures as the runners head out, as they arrive at start as well, to make sure everything goes perfectly. Now there's number 9. A very yellow cap for Sawaiti Khalid Al Qadir here. Of course, 3 of them in the same ownership here. And the red cap just in the background as well for Sadia Al Khaladia. So the runners then assembling at the start. That is Hakar Al Khaladia. Khalid Al Mamoni's got his winner already today. And black and red there is Fakir Dupoy. Camille Ospina looking for his 4th. It's another good day for the leading rider. What a week he's having as well. Not quite as good as Tom Collins' week, but second best at the moment, Camille, but he's riding a lot of winners, and he's got another chance here. A chance, maybe an outside chance for Fakir Dupoy, but Durgam Afbar's got the highest rating ahead of Al Hareth, and I think he's 3rd top rated in this race, Fakir Dupoy. That's the Athbar Racing stable colours for Durgam Afbar we just saw. This is Al Qasa. Of course, they're all looking for doubles, aren't they? Athbar Racing, Asil Al Sahani and Lucas Gaitan. Bright green of Asad Al Khaladia, Wigberto Ramos. It's going to be one of the first ones to go in, number 3. So runners are loading up here. There's the yellow cap of Naif Alanazi on board number 9, Sawaiti Khalid. Goes forward there. Sad Al Khaladia has gone in for Wigberto. Light green there with the brown spots. Black and red of Fakir Dupoy. Going to be the next one by the looks of things. Red cap for number 6 then, that's Sadia Al Khaladia, Abdullah Alofi. Looks like Sawaiti Khalid Al Khaladia. Here's number 6, Sadia Al Khaladia, the red cap. And then Al Hareth and the white with the green stars still to go in, the green sleeves for Abdullah Al Saidi. It's going 1,600 metres. It's a mile for these Arabian horses, 4-year-olds and upwards. 2 to go. Fakir Dupoy in the red and black will leave another grey Al Qasa, who will complete the line in the red and white. And then we'll be set. Race 7. 9 runners are ready. We're all in. Starters ready for them. Shouts. They're off. They've jumped away. A little bit slow to go as Al Qasa missed it by a length or 2. Also, Al Hareth got off to a sluggish start. One that broke well is Asad Al Khaladia, also showing speed, the red cap of Sadia Al Khaladia. Wider out, Durgam Afbar's not far away at all. The grey cap, black jacket, the yellow cap to the outside, Sawaiti Khalid Al Khaladia. And off the pace then towards the outer is Al Qasa in red and white, making up ground pretty quickly. Looks like Asad Al Khaladia. Wigberto wants to get towards the fence at this stage. He's just ahead of Mirbar Al Khaladia, the black cap against the running rail. Al Hareth has got green sleeves wider out. The one that's detached is Kakar Al Khaladia by a few lengths as they make their run down the back straight at around 57 kilometres per hour. There's a 3-way go for the lead here. On the inside, it's Durgam Afbar, the check sleeves, the yellow cap of Sawaiti Khalid Al Khaladia. Naif Alanazi's next door, and then wider out, 3 deep is Al Qasa. They're pressing on. Al Hareth is going around the outside to try and get closer, and then comes Fakir Dupoy in the black and red under Camille Ospina. They're followed then by the red cap of Sadia Al Khaladia. Then comes Asad Al Khaladia. Nothing at all from Hakar Al Khaladia. The leader is Durgam Afbar by a length. Now starts to assert, and all of a sudden has put 2 lengths on the others, and Durgam Afbar is trying to bid these a very good Saturday afternoon. He's gone clear by 3 lengths to in second place, Sawaiti Khalid Al Kanadia. From the outside, here comes Fakir Dupoy running on. He's got about 5 lengths to make up on this leader. It looks like he's booked for second because Durgam Athbar is not stopping. Durgam Athbar by 5 lengths. He will reduce the margin, Fakir Dupoy in second. It's going to be doubles all round though for Athbar Racing, Lucas Gaitan and Asil Al Sahari. Durgam Athbar's an ease down winner. Second place, Fakir Dupoy ran well, and third, Al Hareth ahead of Al Qasr in fourth. Tom Collins can't stop tipping winners in the studio. It's extraordinary performance. 6 winners and a second. That one race that got away is probably going to annoy him, but it's a great performance. It's astonishing, to be honest, the last 3 days. This horse has won well. The margin was being reduced by Fakir Dupoy late on, but I think the race was won on the home turn. Durgam Athbar, as I say, doubles all round. Athbar Racing, Lucas Gaitan and Asal Al Sahani wins the 2 Arabian bred races. That was a good performance. Second, number 2, Fakir Dupoy, and best of the rest, number 4, Al Hareth. 1 minute 48.56 seconds was the win time. 8th, the winner, Durgam Athbar. Second was 2, Fakir Dupoy. 3 1/4 lengths the winning margin. And the distant third, number 4, Al Hareth. 8.24 in our Arabian race, race number 7.
Well done, well done. Well done, my friend.
Two out of 2 today for trainer Lucas Gaitan, winning both of the Arabian horse races. A facile victory for Durgam Athbar, the highest rated horse in the race, rated 115. Got the job done very nicely. Lucas Gaitan in heaven, and we're hearing from him now.
Many thanks, Tom. Yes, we will be hearing from Lucas very shortly. We're here in the winners' enclosure. Lucas Gaitan, 2 from 2, as you said, Tom. Lucas, congratulations. What a fantastic day for you.
Yeah, great for all the team, for Prince Abdulaziz bin Ahmed, Abdul Monim, all the team. Great courses. When you have good courses, it's much easier.
So you mentioned good horses, but what's it like competing with the Al Khaladias?
Well, they're always tough. They have many horses. We have less horses, but we always try to get the quality. These 2 horses today, Mutabakhi and Dergam, both great horses. This horse went to Dubai. He was 4th in Group 1, one of the toughest Group 1 for Arab horses. And well, he did great today.
And you have an amazing strike rate with the number of horses you have. What's your secret?
No secret. I have a good teacher that is my father, my brother, so all the family, we are with horses. I am with horses since I was born, so I think that's the trend. That's the secret, working every day, waking up every morning, and have a good team.
And this horse's best form came in the UAE. Was he primed to win this race today?
Well, he was a horse before, usually running in the turf, but with me, his best results are on dirt. Maybe the distance is not the best, but well, today he was much better than all the competition.
And you train both thoroughbreds and Arabian horses. What's the difference?
Well, all my lives with thoroughbreds. Since I arrived, they gave me the chance to train Arab horses. I'm getting slowly not the secret, but getting how to know them. There's not too much difference. They don't have, of course, the speed the thoroughbreds, but they need long canters, good horses.
Thank you very much. Well done again.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Yeah, great to hear there from Lucas Gaitan. As you say, he's just going to learn the tricks with the Arabian horses, but I mean, he's been doing it all season long with Fruda Pine. He's the prime example as we pick up the full race replay right now. And you can see the eventual winner in the blue headgear, just 3 from the left-hand side, the jockey wearing the grey cap, showing that natural early speed. But there was quite a bit of pace on. And actually, Dergam Athbar, the successor in this race, does get a little bit tight for room in a couple of moments' time. So just keep an eye on the horse with the blue headgear. Right now, the only horse not within about 2 lengths of the lead is horse number 5, Kaka Al Khalidia, who didn't really show much at all in this race. Dergam Athbar right now just getting a little bit bumped by both the Al Khalidia horses inside and out in this race. Those were Sadeh Al Khalidia and Suwaiti Khalid Al Khalidia in the yellow cap, who looked to throw down the biggest challenge to the eventual winner. But Dergam Athbar fended him off quite easily as they turn for home right now. One on the outside is Al Jcsa, rated 105. Those 3 are 3 lengths clear of the remainder, with Fakir Depoy under hat-trick winner Camilo Ospina moving into 4th at this stage, and that horse eventually finishes 2nd, with the 2 in behind the eventual winner right now in 2nd and 3rd, fading out of the picture in the closing stages. We're coming off the bend right now, and Dergam Athbar is stretching clear. This horse has plenty of natural ability. Switch leads there, instantly found half a length. You can see Fakir Depoy making a solid rally down the centre of the track in the red colours, but just nowhere near this eventual winner on the inside. The 3rd and the 4th very tired at this point of the race. Al Hareth in the green sleeves, back of your shot right now, staying on to pick up minor money. But the 47,500 Saudi Riyal first prize goes to Lucas Gaitan, Athbar Racing Stables and Dergam Athbar. A very good performance from a horse who had shown the highest level of ability in the UAE over at Dubai. And as Lucas Gaitan said, probably better suited to turf as well once the turf track gets laid down here in Riyadh, which you can see on the inside there is not yet in order to run on. This horse could be seen to even better effect. So, albeit he is a 6-year-old, he's still able to compete at the highest level and has plenty of raw talent. Maybe success here wasn't a shock for Lucas, as you can tell by the post-race interview. I think he was expecting this horse to get the job done. Fortunately, it also wasn't a shock in the studio. This horse was the horse to beat, and he got the job done nicely. So there have been a few consistent results, a few predictable results today, and I'm looking forward to getting stuck into the remainder of the card. But that was the second and last Arabian horse race that we have on today's card.
And yet another winner for you, Tom Collins. What's been your highlight so far at this midway point?
It's a good question. Maybe Dergam Athbar, he's a very talented horse. I was pretty impressed with how he did it on the front end. Every race goes by, I'm looking to continue the winning streak. So that was nice to have another winner there. And Dergam Athbar, as Lucas said, he could be a Grade 1 horse again this season.
You mentioned there the turf we heard from the trainer there, said this is going to be a turf horse, and you can't wait to see the turf racing here in Riyadh, can you? What do you like so much about racing on the turf, Tom?
Well, now that I've had success on the dirt this last week, I'm probably not looking forward to it as much. Usually I'm better with turf races. That's why I love it. It produces a different kind of racing. There isn't pace biases necessarily, so you can get rid of that angle when you're looking at analysing these races. Generally, you want the horse with the best turn of foot, the horse that can quicken up and move clear in the closing stages, even if they're from way off the pace. So, I mean, when it comes to US racing, I generally thrive on the turf side of things, but as I say, this has been a good week on the dirt racing, so maybe we're happy to leave the turf racing for right now.
Absolutely, you've certainly enjoyed the dirt racing over the last few days, and Adil on our YouTube comment certainly has as well, because Adil went for the horse number 8 as well, Durham Athbar, just as you did, Tom. So perhaps Adil has had as many winners as you have, and hopefully you'll get another one in the next as well. Still plenty more action still to come in Riyadh. We've had 7 of our 12 races so far, and we do hope that you're enjoying the racing as much as we are. So please do keep those YouTube comments coming in. It is fantastic to get your thoughts on the day's racing. Lucas is the best. We've had a comment in there, so thank you very much for that. Clearly, many people enjoying the racing here in Riyadh. This is the last day of racing this week, and what a high quality day of racing it's turning out to be, Tom.
Yeah, it's a really good day of racing. We've had a mixed bag in terms of the races on offer today. We've had a couple of maidens, we've had horses who've won 0 to 2, we've had 2 Arabian horse races, we've had an open. So yeah, it's been good so far. The quality continues to come up in the closing stages. We've got the final 5 races of the card and the week left to come. We've got horses who have won 0 to 1, horses who have won 0 to 2, and then we end, of course, with an open followed by a cup race, the Riyadh Region Governorate Cup, which is going to be very exciting to watch. So, been lots of different races. I've enjoyed it thoroughly so far, Rebecca.
Excellent. Yes, I think you speak for all of us when you say you've enjoyed it thoroughly so far, Tom.
I've got a question for you. You're the one that dishes out the questions all the time, so I'm mixing it up here.
I feel put on the spot now. You're making me nervous.
So you haven't come out to Saudi Arabia or watched racing here before. What do you think of it?
I think it's fantastic. It's I haven't really seen much dirt racing before, to be honest, Tom, and it's really great to see something so vastly different to what I've been used to seeing in the UK and Ireland in the types of racing over there. And of course we have jumps racing there, which we don't see here as well, which just has a completely different element as well. So yeah, I'm certainly enjoying seeing something so different to the racing I've been used to.
Yeah, exactly that. UK racing is completely different to this. We have all weather action, you know, Wolverhampton, Lingfield, etc., but nothing like we see over here. This is very similar to the US and not similar to the UK.
When you said all weather there, Tom, we certainly do have all weather in the UK. I think this is the first time I've ever been to the races and not been rained on, snowed on, and absolutely freezing cold. So that's certainly nice to enjoy as well, isn't it? The sunshine here in Saudi Arabia certainly makes a difference to the racing, I think. Well, on to race number 8 of our 12 race card today. And let's head across to our commentator, Enzo, who's going to talk us through this next one.
Thank you, Rebecca. Yes, looking forward to our next, which is a not one as a 2 race. These are 2-year-olds here, mixture of colts, geldings, and fillies again. Going 1,600 metres. Number 1 is Doa Alpha Cream, Wigberto Ramos on board that filly. Number 2 is Fell, a colt for Rayan Altoesh. 3 is Kontar, a son of Ulysses for Naif Al-Anazi. Number 4, Karam Al-Anaya for Adel Al-Furedi. 5 is Al-Kafu, written by Khalid Al-Balawi. 6, Abrak Jadela, Ayad Al-Tarisi. 7 is Al-Kawakibi for Khalid Al-Mamodi, looking for his double on the card. 8 is Yatafel, Ospina, looking for 4, rides in those famous colours of the white with the green cap. 9 is Mutla for Vincente Gutierrez. 10, Sheikhat Majid for Abdullah Al-Rashid, a grey filly. Makes up the 10-strong lineup. These are 2-year-olds, and they're going the mile for our next. Back to Rebecca and Tom.
Many thanks, Enzo, for talking us through these 10 runners for the next. As he said, Tom, going over the mile, the local and imported fillies and colts. What are your thoughts on this one? We've got Camilo Ospina going for the white stable again.
Yeah, exactly. I've got a big star in the race card next to horse number 8, Yatafel, which is Camilo Ospina's mount. I think this is the horse to beat. Obviously, it's a race for 2-year-olds, so we don't know too much about them. There is a first-time starter in here as well, which is extremely interesting. You could easily just run in a maiden which will be far weaker than this event, but Connections have decided to come here. And they're Connections that have had success in the past, with Bedan Al-Sabayi being the trainer. So that horse has to be right at the top of the interesting list, but not necessarily top of the most likely winners list. That would be number 8, Yatafel, based on the victory back at meeting 25. A layoff since. I don't really think he handled Taif overly well, despite the fact he had a win in 2 seconds from 4 starts. This track here should suit him much better. Got lots of early speed, and I'm hopeful that today's going to be the day that he racks up the second win.
Well, let's see. We've also got Roberto Ramos. We've got him going in this one. You'd love to see the wiggle, as we've talked about so much today already, Tom. And we'd love to see you try the wiggle as well at some point. And we'd love to know what you think on YouTube. Would you like to see Tom do the wiggle? Put the pressure on him, and we'll see if he caves. Horses are now in the paddock, and we'll get you to run through all the entrants for this next one shortly, Tom, when we get a proper close look at them. And it looks as though they are all in there. They've all made their way from the pre-parade ring and all looking ready to go. Jockeys in there as well, just having some last-minute talks with trainers and Connections about tactics and so forth. So we will shortly be having a look at these runners in a bit more detail. But Tom, just glancing at the race card, it's Yatafel, horse number 8, that you like. You've already picked 2 winners from stall number 8 already, both in the Arabian races. So it seems that 8 is your lucky number today.
I didn't even clock that, so that's interesting. Let's get through the runners and riders, and we'll get to 8 towards the end.
This is number 1, Doa Al-Thrakin.
Yes, 1 from 6 so far, rated 73 in the mount of Roberto Ramos. Finished a good second last time up. Not formidable, I have to say, in this race. Probably overmatched against some better horses.
Well, let's have a look at number 2. Is number 2 a better horse, Tom? Fel.
Judging by handicap ratings, slightly, £4 better. Again, 1 from 4 early in his career. Was good last time out, Riyadh to age takes the ride. But again, I'd rather the horses outside in this race.
Well, we're still looking at horse number 1. Hopefully we catch a glimpse of horse number 2 shortly. Just had Tom's run through there, but let's move on to horse number 3, Contar.
Yes, a British-bred horse by Ulysses, who stayed a mile and a half. So this trip could be on the sharp side for Contar. 1 at meeting 52. That was a big step back in the right direction. It was a fine debut in 6th, but the 2 runs in between were not very good, finishing 10th and 12th. No Falanazi looking for his first win on the card.
Well, perhaps this horse, Contar, might need a little bit further, but we will see, Tom, how he gets on over this mile distance. Horse number 4, who we'll be looking at now, Karam Alanaya.
Yeah, this colt could easily cause a shock. If you're looking at the race card, he might not be the most likely winner, judging by what you see. He's not got a rating, he's only run once, and he got beaten in a maiden. Now he's stepping up in class. However, this horse ran a good race when second. He gets Adel Al-Faradi. The trip will be absolutely fine, judged on pedigree. And this stable do very well with their young horses.
Al-Kafu is number 5, yet to race.
Looking very inexperienced in green right now in the prelims. Never raced, as you say there. Bedan Al-Sabayi wouldn't target this event, though, if he didn't think this horse had some talent.
Interesting to keep an eye on then. Number 6, Abrak Jaladaya.
Only had 1 outing, finished 5th back at meeting 55 just last week. It was an okay debut, but this is much tougher.
Let's have a look then at the next horse, horse number 7, Al-Kawakibi.
Great name for this 2-year-old. He is a threat in this race, rated 88. Khalid Al-Mamoni takes the ride. Horse finished 5th last time up. Maybe a step in the wrong direction, but won earlier in the year back at meeting 21.
Well, let's have a look at the horse we've mentioned quite a bit about already. Horse number 8, the white stable horse, is Yatafel, the mount of Camilo Ospina, who's already on board.
Yeah, this horse finished 2nd in a maiden first up. Then the white stable decided to go for an open race, which is ambitious on their behalf. Generally, they like to farm these maiden events. He finished 2nd in that. Then he finally broke his maiden, in a maiden. And then last time up, he finished 7th in the Taif Cup. We've already seen the Taif Cup form line being franked since.
Number 9, that's Mutla.
Only had 1 start, finished 3rd, this son of City of Light. Contender if building up on that performance, but it was quite a while ago. We're talking about 4 months back to meeting 25.
Well, this next horse, horse number 10, it's been a while since Sheikhat Majid ran, isn't it, Tom?
Yeah, meeting 33, and also this horse just doesn't have the ability to win.
And that concludes our list of runners. So just the 10 go in this mile contest, and you made a pretty good case, Tom, for Jcsa. We've talked about the fillies for the White Stable, how good their 2-year-old fillies are, but this is a 2-year-old colt. They don't have as much success generally with the colts, and it's something strange we've been noticing the last few days.
Yeah, they do. Obviously, when you compare to every other ownership, they do have quite substantial success, but yeah, their fillies are generally a little bit better. This colt, however, has already shown a very high level of form. I imagine they're running him in this race expecting him to win, not going for an open, stepping him down in company to just a horses who won 0-1 race against kind of very similar rivals, maybe the majority of which don't have the same handicap rating. So this is a winnable spot. I think they'll probably have a bigger and better target lined up for him in time, but right now they think this is where he can win, and I do too.
And he is the highest rated horse in this contest as well, Tom, by quite some distance.
Yeah, he is. Al Kawakibi's rated £7 inferior, and the others that have ratings just aren't good enough to win on what we've seen. However, I am a bit worried about horse number 4, Karam Alanaya. We'll talk about that one a little bit more after we watch Jcsa winning his maiden. As you can see here at Taif, deep dirt track, the front 4 are clear as they turn for home. He looks under real pressure at that point, but rallies powerfully up the inside, stays the trip very nicely indeed. He's not a premium tap, of course. This is a local bred horse by Al Najim Al Thakeb, but that doesn't mean he's not as resilient as premium tap's progeny. He does it very well on the front end, drawing clear of the second, and those two have pulled miles ahead of the rest.
Well, we can have a look at Al Wakabi now, Tom, the horse that's rated £7 inferior, but the second highest rated horse in this contest. It's horse number 7, Khalid Al Mamoni on board.
Yes, we'll just pick it up here, and Al Kawakibi's not really looking like he's going to play a part in the finish. As we see a white stable horse in second, a white stable horse in third. Al Kawakibi's right back in the pack. He does surge through late, and he's got plenty of stamina over the distance. I'm concerned he doesn't have the early speed. That could be a major issue, especially in a race of this nature.
Where do you think the early speed will come from in this contest, Tom?
Jcsa, definitely. Horse number 8, I think he'll go forward. Maybe there's some speed inside as well. I wouldn't be surprised if Adel Al-Faredi tried to be forward on Karam Alanaya. And that is the horse that I believe is the biggest danger, despite the fact that when you look at the race card, you wouldn't necessarily think that immediately. I thought the debut run was fine, went second. He could easily build on it. And when Adel Al-Faredi is riding for this stable, you have to pay attention to it. Maybe he's not good enough to beat Jcsa at this stage of his career, but I'm pretty sure he's got talent and he could be second best.
So you are going for 8 to beat 4?
Yep.
To beat 7?
Yeah, we'll go for that. We'll go 8, 4, 7, sure. Okay,
well, watch this space. You've had just the 1 second so far, Tom, so you've got a pretty good record to try to keep intact. That horse there in shot, that is Jcsa, the one that you like, Tom, the white stable horse. Just getting some coaxing down to the stalls by the outriders. Horses making their way down to post before the beginning of the 8th race on our card, a local and imported fillies and colts race over 1 mile. Do let us know on YouTube your thoughts on this race. We've had plenty of you chipping in, giving your thoughts on the day's action and your thoughts on Tom's tips. We do appreciate you taking the time to let us know your thoughts, so do keep those comments coming in, and thank you for watching the action on YouTube as well. We do appreciate it, don't we, Tom?
Yes, most certainly. Thank you very much for getting in contact. And we've had lots of comments today. We had lots of comments earlier in the week as well. So I'm glad everyone's enjoying the racing.
Absolutely, and still much more racing to come. As I said, this is race number 8 of 12. And it's the later stages of the card that we really look forward to, isn't it, Tom? The big races at the end are always really exciting. Of course, all the action is exciting, but it's the feature race at the end that you've pinpointed as one of the ones that you're really looking forward to seeing.
Yeah, there's a horse in there, a white stable horse, that should go very close. So, yeah, I'm looking forward to all the remaining races. When I say this, it always proves to be wrong, but I have a few tentative selections coming up in races that are super competitive. So maybe we'll find winning difficult in those, but the final 2 events, after the 2 tentative selection races, I feel like we can get another winner on the board. So, yeah, hopefully a winner here and a winner in the last, and we've got 7 up for the day.
Absolutely, fingers crossed. That will equal your record from the last 2 days. 7 winners on Thursday and Friday, so fingers crossed for today as well, Tom. Well, let's head to our commentator, Enzo. Enzo, Tom has very much sided with the white stable horse. He likes Jcsa. He's backing Camilo Ospina to get a 4th win of the day. And do you feel the same?
Well, yeah, I don't want to take Tom Collins on anymore. I think it's a fruitless conquest. So, yeah, I'd have to agree. Jcsa, rated 95, stable in great form. Jockey in irresistible form at the moment, Camille Ospina. So, yeah, Jcsa, all ticks in the right boxes here for number 8. There is Al Kafu. These are 2-year-olds going the 1,600 metres for our 8th race this afternoon as we head past 7 o'clock local time in the evening. Floodlights well and truly on. And we've got some decent 2-year-olds in this race. A few, of course, haven't really shown their hand yet. The likes of Karam Adanaya and Abrak Jadela, just the 1 start. But Jcsa has managed to win a race from his 4 runs. And the bright yellow there, that's Karam Adanaya, number 4, that yellow saddlecloth. And just in behind with the noseband, that's Mutlar, number 9, under Gutierrez. Yellow and red for Al Kafu in behind there. Al Balawi rides that one. This is a caught by Outwork. So we have a look at the grey. Sheikhat Majid, number 10, who's Mads of Abdullah Al Rashid here. It's a filly, one of just 2 fillies in this lineup, taking on the boys. But there is a Spino. He looks the picture of concentration here, doesn't he? Ahead of our next on the card. So shouldn't be too long before the runners are going in. These were recorded shots as the runners got to the start. Aramanaya, number 4. The yellow and black Diablo there. Adel Al Faradi. So this is a race for horses who've won no more than 1 race, so they are not winners of 2 lifetime. A few maidens in the race as well, like the likes of Sheikhat Majid and Mutlar. Debutante as well, Al Kafu. Kontar is a son of Ulysses, who been quite a successful sire. Kontar, the mount of Naif Al-Anazi. So we go live, runners behind the stalls then for race 8. If Jcsa can give Tom another winner. It's been an extraordinary day of selecting so far. This is number 1, Doa Alpha Cream. It's one of the other fillies. She goes in under Wigberto Ramos, who's not really been near to a victory today so far. This is Karam Alanaya, number 4. He's got the back bandages on there as well. Son of Caraconti. He was a star miler back a few years in France. I think he won the Breeders' Cup as well. So this is going to be Kontar, black and white, then the sort of white, green and red of Alka Wakabi. We've seen those colours in the winner's circle earlier on. Number 2 is Fell in the sort of 2-tone blue. Goes in. There's only 2 out of line, I think. Waiting for Jcsa and Mutlar. This is Jcsa. Cerise-coloured saddlecloth. Number 8. And Mutlar is the only one out of line now. 9 to go forward. And the white with the blue braces and cap. And they are all in. Ready for a start. 2-year-olds going the mile, 1,600 metres. Just a handler into a 10 to Mutlar. Big looking colt, Mutlar, and they're off. Mutlar was slow to go, and also missing it was Al Kafu on debut, showing greenness. One that broke well was Doa Alpha Green on the inside, the light green sleeves. Wider out with the green cap is Camille Ospina and Jcsa, who's coming across from that high draw. Widest of all is Sheikhat Majid, who's called out rather deep, the grey, as they go through the first 300 metres. Meanwhile, Fell has made stealthy headway up on the inside to come and sit second, but the leader is Jcsa by a half length. Here on the outside is Mutlar with the noseband, the big horse going forward. Just off the pace then on the inner is Fell, who now just drops in behind with Doa Alpha Green. Wider out is Karam Alanaya, 2 lengths to Kontar, and then comes Al Kafu making up that lost ground. Al Wahidi's not really travelling, niggled along, and then the grey Sheikhat Majd. There's one completely outpaced, and that's Abrak Jadela, who's in danger of becoming tailed off as they race around the home turn at around 59 kilometres per hour. The pace increasing all the time around this turn. It's Mutlar on the outside, is now putting some pace pressure onto Jcsa, but Jcsa at the moment has the answer on the inside and noses back to the front. Jcsa and Mutlar, good battle between these two. 3 lengths clear of Al Kafu, the debutante's running a stormer after he missed a break. Then comes Karam Alanaya, in the straight they go. The leader is Jcsa by a length. Not quite put this to bed just yet, though. On the outside, Mutlar is fighting on gamely. And then comes Al Kafu. Getting tired is Karam Alanaya. The leader is Yatafel. Leads by 2 lengths now, and now he's finding more. And Yatafel is asserting for the white stable. It's going to be 4 on the day for Camillo Ospina, as Yatafel is a bit too classy. Mutlar was second. Good late work from Karam Alanaya to finish in 3rd place ahead of the others. Another winner for Tom Collins. 7 out of 8. 7 winners in the second. Number 8, Yatafel. It's 4 for Ospina. He's not doing bad either, is he? Camillo. Second, number 9, Mutlar, who did serve it up for a while under Gutierrez. Looked a danger turning. He's a massive horse, that Mutlar. He's definitely got a race in him. And third, number 4, Karam Alanaya. It's at 8.94. The winning time, 1 minute 40.36 seconds. The winning margin, 4 1/4 lengths. 8 Yatafel, 9 Mutlar, 4 Karam Alanaya. Tom Collins in irresistible form in the studio with another winner. Extraordinary stuff. 8.94 the result.
Camillo, well done, Camillo. MashaAllah, Tabarak ar-Rahman. Tell me about the race.
Thank you very much, Salman. I just want to say this race is for my family, my wife and my daughter. This is also for here for me. Thank you. No, it's nice. Thank you.
pulled away from Mutla in second. That's another win for Camilo Ospina, the 4th win of the day for him and the White Stable. And how many wins for you, Tom?
7 out of 8 in a second. We are flying. 10 for Camilo over the course of 3 days. Yeah, he's had a phenomenal week, and rightly so, given the way he's producing these horses. Always in the right position at every single point. As you can see here, broke nicely on Jcsa, moved across gently to the rail, always checking his inside just so he didn't cause any interference. And albeit Mutla ran a nice race in second and looked to be maybe producing a winning run around the bend, this horse had plenty of stamina and fended that rival off. Karam Alanaya eventually finishes third, the horse in the yellow and the black on the outside. And yeah, this is another winner for the menu today.
Yeah, well predicted, Tom. And let's just look at the position that Camilo has got this horse in going round the bend. He's got company on his outside, but at this point, did you think he'd win still?
Maybe. I was dubious. I thought he was getting the upper hand, but at the same time I wasn't 100% convinced he was definitely going to win. Fortunately, Mutla, at this point, you can already see he's getting tired. Look at his action as well. He's not the smoothest of movers on the outside. Not much knee bend at all from the front legs of that horse. Jcsa had stayed this distance very well previously, winning a maiden at the trip. So I always knew he was going to hit the line powerfully. And Karam Alanaya, who I thought was going to be second in our preview behind this winner, eventually finished third. A good run as well under Adel Al-Faridi.
Yeah, certainly had a much more economic action, didn't he, than the runner-up who we saw there tiring quite badly. He looks like he's running quite erratically.
Yeah, he's got a strange action. If you saw him at the sales, you wouldn't necessarily pick him up as your number one choice. But that doesn't mean he doesn't have ability, as I keep saying. And this horse ran very well, finishing second in a horses who won 0-3. Well, he's won 0 so far, so you put him in a maiden and he'll probably get a win on the board.
Let's just chat a bit about Camilo Ospina and what a week he's been having. That's 10 winners so far over the 3 days. He still has more rides to come. Could this be a best week for him?
Potentially. I think it might. I mean, I don't know what his record is, but it can't be any more than this, or it can't be much more than this. You know, he's got a great chance in the last race. I think he's got a good chance in race number 11 as well. So there's every chance he can add an 11th win this week and maybe even a 12th win. He's just been dominant, hasn't he? We're talking about one guy race after race, and he's doing the same thing. He's being aggressive on the front end, but he's just doing it brilliantly efficiently and saving his horse for the finishing kick.
And if we were in Taif, we would be up to our last race of the card. Here in Riyadh, we have 12. So again, many more chances for Camilo Ospina to ride more winners.
Yeah, 36 races over the course of 3 days here in Riyadh every single week. So he's ridden, how many races have we got left? We've got 4 races left. And he's ridden a total of 10 so far. So, 10 wins out of 32 races. Pretty good strike rate, almost 30%.
Yeah, it's almost as good a strike rate as yours, Tom. Not bad at all. And he's got a runner in the next as well, albeit not a White Stable horse, but nevertheless he might have a chance in the next as well, Tom. And certainly in the last, that's the horse that you're looking forward to seeing him riding. He's also going in the 10th as well. So plenty more chances for Camilo Ospina to add yet more winners to the board today.
Yes, exactly that. Adil said in the comments that he also liked horse number 8. So well done. You seem to be picking the same as me, and we're having some great success.
Absolutely. And do let us know on YouTube which horses you like, if you've had any success today, and which horses you're looking out for over the remainder of today's action. We still have 4 more races to go. Talk to me, Tom, about the jockey's title, because we saw those tables with the owners, the trainers and the jockeys, and Camilo Ospina was a mile ahead of the next jockey. Is he in a position where he just can't be caught?
I think so. I believe he's now 22 or 23 clear, so it's a huge margin, especially considering that the jockey in third, who, but if my memory serves me correctly, is Louis Morales on 28 or 29 wins. Ospina's got almost a margin over the second that is the same as the jockey's win total in third. That shows you how dominant he's been over the last few weeks. And actually, when we were in Taif, I think it was around meeting 34 or meeting 35, so 2/3 the way through the Taif season, he was behind Adel Al-Faridi, and then he drew level, and then they were going head and head and getting a winner or two every day, and then matching each other. But now he's really asserted, and I struggle to see how, unless he suffers an injury, touch wood, he does not. I struggle to see how he's going to get caught.
Yeah, he's in flying form, certainly, Camilo Ospina. The man to beat, and it doesn't look like he's going to be at this stage. Race 9 is next up on the card for us. 4 races still to go here in Riyadh. Tom, we're going to get your highlight at the very end of the day. You've talked briefly about what you've enjoyed so far, but what races really stood out for you?
I like both the Lucas Caetan Arabian horses. You know, and I don't mean to make this about myself because I don't want to, but when you pick winners, quite a few winners on a card, it's difficult to have a highlight because every race is you have a positive reaction to it. So I'll have to look back through the race card to look at every single event that we've had. The one that stands out is Lucas Caetan's winner of the race 7, Dergam Athbar. But as I say, I'll go back through and just double check I'm not missing something.
And it's great to see him after the race as well, because he's so happy and you can see how much those winners mean to him. Lucas Caetan trained with both of those, training both winners in both Arabian races. So that's a fantastic day for Lucas Caetan. Well, we've had a scratch in the next race, a withdrawal from race number 9. Prism, Tom, has been withdrawn from the next race. So it's a field of 10 as opposed to 11, or a field of 12 rather, in the next race. Prism is no longer in race number 9. Is that a horse that perhaps could have challenged for the win, Tom? Not too much point in talking about it at this stage, I guess, but how much of a loss would Prism be? Well,
it would have been top weight in the race. She had good form in the UK, so maybe. She was rated 87. She was breaking from stall 6, so there'll be all the horses on the outside will be moving 1 place inwards. I wouldn't have selected her, so it doesn't really affect my analysis as such, but it's disappointing to lose a horse at a late stage, always.
Well, as ever, our commentator Enzo is standing by for us. He's going to talk us through all the runners and riders of race number 9.
Yeah, thanks, Rebecca. Yes, a dozen runners here, so 12 going now without number 1 Prism, as you say, a late scratch Prism for this handicap for fillies and colts, 3-year-olds and up here, going 1,800 metres. So number 1 is out. 2 is Al Wahis, ridden by Naif Adanazi. 3 is Sana, Alex Moreno. 4, Majestic Fighter for Adel Al Faraydi. 5, Maker of Light, Abdullah Al Rashid. 6, Full Marks, Mohammed Al Yami. 7 is Carry Hom, ridden by Nawaf Al Mudiani. 8, Spring Jig for the Wigman Rigberto Ramos. Number 9 is 965, Franklin Peralta riding. Number 10 is the Dark Scimitar for Ali Al Mimoni. 11 is Mujia, Camilo Ospina looking for win number 5. 12, Good Fighter, Tariq Al Mansour. And number 13, Entangling for Muhammad Al Shamari. So we have 12 runners now without number 1, going the 1,800 metres. We're going slightly up in trip here for race 9. Back to you, Rebecca.
Many thanks, Enzo. As you said there, Tom, going up in trip to 1,800 metres. It's the longest race so far of the day. We have the 12 runners in this one. Obviously, we've spoken about Camilo Ospina. He's taking the ride on Mujia, the number 11 horse. And of course, given the form he's in, you have to make a case for him in this race.
Yeah, of course. I mean, he could ride anything and win at the moment, so you cannot write anything off that Camilo's on board. The horse actually finished 4th on the penultimate outing too, which would give him a chance in the race. But I do think there are stronger competitors. Let's see how we go through the runners by runner, and we can notify you of our shortlists.
Absolutely. And Tom, are there any horses in this race that you're particularly looking forward to seeing? Any that you've seen run previously in Taif that you thought, yeah, I like the look of that horse and I'd like to see what more they have?
I remember seeing a couple of these in Taif. Correa Hom would be one of them. I saw on a couple of occasions actually. That horse seemed to run week in, week out. I remember seeing Majestic Fighter. Don't remember seeing Maker of Light. Maybe I wasn't there for his performances, but there are a couple of Taif horses coming here to run in Riyadh, but there are also a few that are either having their first start of the campaign or have just been saved for this Riyadh season.
The horses are now in the paddock. I think that completes the lineup. I think they're all in now, so we'll get through the runner by runner very shortly. Prism, horse number 1, has been withdrawn, late withdrawal from this race, but we'll shortly have a closer look at the rest of the runners and get Tom's analysis and his insight as to who he thinks the winner might be. And of course, Tom, you've predicted all but 1 correctly so far. You've got 7 out of 8. You've got that second, the Jimmy Jerkins runner that ran a good race to finish second. But hopefully you'll get another winner in this, in the 9th. And we'll shortly be seeing the horses close up soon. Jockeys making their way into the paddock, of course. ready to greet their mounts. Camilo Ospina with those 4 wins. He'll be hoping to get a 5th today. That's 10 or 11 wins over the last 3 days, I think, Tom. I can't remember exactly, 10 or 11. 10, Tom tells me. Thank you, Tom. Keeping on top of the numbers, and this is number 2, Al Wahis.
It's now top rated in the race with Prism coming out. Obviously, they were joint, but Al Wahis will be number 1 in this event. 1 from 18 in his career so far, making his seasonal reappearance. He is by American Pharaoh, who's a fantastic horse, and his progeny tend to want some trips. So, you know, he's a contender. Just, I think there is a little bit of a fitness worry with him, and I prefer one other.
Well, we'll be hearing about who you prefer very shortly. Let's have a look at number 3, Sana.
4-year-old filly taking on the boys. 2 starts this year, finishing 5th and 11th. Needs to come on for that, but has had a layoff since the most recent effort. Alex Moreno rides.
Next up is Majestic Fighter.
By Teofilo, a sire that we know very well in Europe. This horse used to be trained in the UK as well. Has run pretty well in Taif, won back at meeting 35 when I was there. 8th and 6th the last twice. Adel Al-Faradi rides for good trainer Gaith Al-Gaith.
And Maker of Light is next up.
By Mason, we've seen a fair few of his progeny recently over in Riyadh in the last couple of weeks. 5-year-old colt, he's only won once from 19. That victory came back at meeting 52. He ran just last week here as well, finishing 6th.
Next up is number 6, Full Marks. Tom, do you give this horse full marks?
Not full marks, taking some marks. He's been consistent so far this season, finishing 4th, 1st, 2nd and 3rd. Always there or thereabouts. I predict he's going to be in the top 4 again. He's drawn out wide. He would have been my 3rd choice in this race.
Number 7 is Korea Hom.
Yeah, the consistent horse I was mentioning there that I saw in Taif every single week, it seemed. He's what he is. He's always going to run to the same level. He's rated 84 right now. I think he's probably a high 70s horse, and I'd be surprised if he won this.
And this is Spring Jig.
9-year-old, hasn't run all that often here in Saudi Arabia. Roberto Ramos takes the ride for a trainer who has done well with horses first time up this season. I don't like him, but I think he's interesting.
Do you like 965?
No, I don't. Son of Maymas, only a 3-year-old taking on the elders in here. Franklin Peralta had good success in a major race last week. This horse had relatively strong UK form, but no, not first time up.
Well, we saw this horse in last week's action, number 10, Dark Scimitar.
I believe this horse was trained by Ed Walker in the UK, rated 76. He's the son of Verrazano. 3 runs, so far in Saudi Arabia have produced 2 poor efforts and a good 2nd.
Well, we've just heard the bell there. That means the jockeys. It's time for the jockeys to mount these horses. But let's look at number 12 or number 11 rather, the mount of Camilo Ospina. We've spoken already a little bit about this horse, Tom, but give us a bit more insight.
4 runs this term, 13th last time, 13th at meeting 51, 15th at meeting 48, but there was a 4th place finish in the middle. This horse has run a lot recently. Camilo rides, that's not enough for me, despite how good he is.
Well, number 12, Good Fighter, put up a good fight in this one.
1 from 25 so far, by Distorted Humours, well bred, but the 2 runs this term aren't that good.
And last up, it's Entangling, number 13.
Only rated 68, 3 performances this year below par. I'd be very surprised if he won.
So you like the look, Tom, of horse number 7, that's Korea Hom.
Not necessarily. I like horse number 4, Majestic Fighter, generally. Korea Hom is a horse I watched in Taif week in, week out, and he ran to a relatively strong level. I think Majestic Fighter is definitely the horse to beat, and he's going to be the one I'm siding with. Adel Al-Faradi is due a winner today. He hasn't had one so far. Gaith Al-Gaith is a trainer who had a notable success over in Taif and hasn't had a winner yet in Riyadh. So both the jockey and the trainer are big names, but are yet to strike. This horse finished a good 6th last time out, a minor layoff off the back of that. Relatively decent draw in 5 as well. He's got plenty going for him.
That's Maker of Light. That's the one to keep an eye out for. You're not too convinced about Magia then, Tom, number 11.
No, I don't like Magia. I don't necessarily like the majority of these, to be fair. I think there are probably 3 or 4 that you should pay attention to. Obviously, Majestic Fighter, who is my selection. Al Wahis, horse number 2, could be interesting off the layoff. Maker of Light is pretty consistent, and we'll see a bit of footage from him recently. And Full Marks, again, another consistent horse. There would be the 4 main runners in this race, but Majestic Fighter edges it for me.
Well, we can have a look now at number 5, Maker of Light.
Yeah, this was Maker of Light in Taif. This was a pretty good performance, you can see on the outside, in similar silks. They don't look the same as they do today, but they are. It's the same ownership. He stays the race very well over this trip. Many horses don't get distances this far, but he quite clearly does by Mason. He's disappointed since when he came and ran here. Maybe he's a Taif specialist. If not, he's got a big chance.
Let's have a look then at number 2. This is Alba Hiss.
This is form from last season that we're about to see here from Alba Hiss. They've found an Arzi on board. That might not be in your race card, so here's the rider. Yes, Alba Hiss tracked through the pace this day. He was up the inside, probably not where you want to be given the kickback. It's not severe, but it's still some kickback, and he makes a big late rally through the pack. He was just too far behind to win this race. It depends what we're going to see from him today, whether he's going to be primed for the run off the layoff, or whether he's going to be needing this run. If it's the latter, then he won't feature. If it's the former, he could be ready to go very close.
Well, that was Alba Hiss, and just before that, Maker of Light. Well, the horse is heading down to post now. We'll shortly be underway for the 9th race of the day. This one, Tom, over 1,800 metres, the longest trip so far of the day, and we've spoken about the need for early speed, and is that the case in a longer race like this?
Not necessarily. It's not a negative by any means. Being on the speed is always a positive. I'd want to be in the top 5 anyway, regardless. Majestic Fighter doesn't have the most early speed. He's actually a bit of a stayer, but I think he'll be probably mid-division or maybe even in the stalking trip in the early part of the race, which is ideal. I don't really know where the pace is going to come from in here because there are quite a few closers. We've seen the Alba Hiss closes, Maker of Light closes, Majestic Fighter as well. It'll be one of the horses that are rated lower down the race card, as you can see, the 60s or the 70s. Maybe Camilo Ospina on Mujir will go forward, horse number 11. But yeah, I'm going to stick with Majestic Fighter. I think he's the most likely winner of this race.
He's rated 86. He's not the highest rated horse in this contest. He's a lightly raced horse, certainly compared to the likes of Korea Hom, who's run 34 times. A couple of others, good fighters, run 25 times, entangling 34 races as well. So certainly lightly raced in comparison to those.
Yes, though he did have some runs in the UK that make him a little bit more exposed than what you can see on the race card, but as you say, nowhere near as exposed as those horses that have had 30 plus starts.
Well, it'll be interesting to see how Tom's pick gets on. Majestic Fighter, horse number 4. It's a tentative pick again for you, Tom. You're not 100% convinced by this one. Not
100%. It's a tricky race. I think he's the most likely winner, but I'm not going to be saying, yeah, he's definitely going to win. There were a couple of races earlier where I was very confident. This one wouldn't have been one of those.
And the early pace, you think, will come from the likes of Mujir, from anywhere else, you think?
I find it hard. I did find it hard to work out the pace. Mujir probably, maybe 9.65, depending on what the tactics are first time up this season. I don't really know other than that. The majority of these are closers or stalkers, so let's find out.
Well, a tricky one to call, but Tom is going for Majestic Fighter, so let's head over to Enzo to see if he agrees.
Well, I can't take him on in this form, Rebecca, to be honest. Yeah, Majestic Fighter, good chance, I think. Certainly a big player in this race. This did look a tricky-looking handicap race, doesn't it? Of course, they are handicapped to finish in a straight line. That's the handicapper's job, to try and get them as close to each other as possible. And I think he's done a good job with this one. Number 1 is Out Prism. 12 runners then at the start. Final checks there, you can see from the starter's assistant, making sure they're all down there, all wearing the correct equipment, etc. They're about to go behind. So, 12 runners going 1,800 metres. These are colts and fillies in this handicap for horses rated 0 to 90. Son of American Pharaoh here at Alba Hiss. The light saddlecloth there, 9.65. Number 7, Carry Hom, that's the orange saddlecloth. There's Full Marks in the red and black. Blue and red then for Naif Adanazi, Alba Hiss. To be followed round by Maker of Light. So, interesting bunch of handicappers here. Camilo Ospina looking for his 5th winner of the day. Aboard Mugia's in kind of a maroon or purpley coloured jacket with a green cap. Another jockey looking for a double here is Mohammed Al Yami, riding full marks. And he's just circling here. First prize, 72,500 Saudi Riyal they're running for this time. So a decent pot once again. 4 more races to go on this Saturday. So we are 2/3 of the way through the card. Wigberto Ramos in the same colours here. He rides in these colours a lot. Spring Jig he rides here. He's a 9-year-old. Wigberto in the light green with the brown spots there. You see him in the background. Good fighter number 12. Son of Distorted Humour for Tariq Al Mansour. On the right there with the blue with the white disc. 7-horse Carry Hom. It's got kind of like the white visor on there. 5-year-old has won 3 of his 34 lifetime races. Yellow and red is Dark Scimitar. In terms of his career over in Saudi Arabia, he's had 1 from 8. He used to race over in the UK. First runners has gone in now. 965 is a Memar Skelding. Now, of course, the draw could take effect here. They're not in the race card order, being a handicap, so we're in different draws this time. Sana has actually got stall 3 anyway, or will be in effect stall 2 now with the absentee. No, still will be in 3 because the Prism was drawn in 6. Here's 8 going in. Spring Jig goes into 2. Entangling is going to have the inside draw, despite the fact he is number 13. Another veteran here. He's been around for a while, this horse. 9-year-old. So a few golden oldies in this race. Entangling and Spring Jig. Already in there is Majestic Fighter. Tom Collins in incredible form on the tipping front today so far. And he's put forward Majestic Fighter here. Son of Teofilo. Harry Hom is in. Got 3 out. Al Wahis, white saddlecloth number 2. That's going to leave 7 and 6. Curry Hom and full marks, I think, will be the last one in the black and red colours. 1,800 metres this one. And they are just about ready for a start. Set to go. And they're off. Jumped away at over 1,800 metres for this handicap race. Good start, Al Wahis towards the outside. Also getting out well was Majestic Fighter in white and blue. Very deep on the course up there as well, with the red cap advancing. From the outside stall is Carry Hom as they sort themselves out. And it's Carry Hom who's up front now and leads by a few lengths, in fact. Got quite warm beforehand. It's Carry Hom who takes them along by 3 lengths to Majestic Fighter in second place on the inside. Racing wide about Al Wahis, blue with the red sleeves. Full marks on the extreme outside. Then comes Mugia, who's prominent in the maroon and green colours. Yellow and red of Dark Scimitar is next. Further back in the field to find Maker of Light, who is wide. Then comes 965, who's on the outside of Sana. 2 lengths back to Spring Jig, who's not really travelling. Also out the back is towards the outside in the black and white. Good Fight as well back. Another one that's well off the pace here is number 8, Spring Jig, as they make the turn back towards her. There's one even further back than Spring Jig at this stage, but the leader is pressing on. Carry Hom with the red cap is going on here as they head around the turn. So Carry Hom's in front, but only a length clear now, as getting a bit closer in second. Up on the outside is Al Wahis, and then comes Good Fighter on the move. Majestic Fighter is just in behind them, and they're followed by Mugia, looks to be travelling quite strongly for Ospina. Around the outside goes Dark Scimitar, the yellow and red, and on the home turn they go. It's Al Wahis, but here comes on the outside Dark Scimitar. Looks a big player with the red cap. He's got the slingshot off the turn too, and it's Dark Scimitar now, and Ali Al Mamoni, he struck for gold. He leads by 3 lengths, and that's an ever-increasing margin now. So Good Fighter back in second, Al Wahis in third. They're clear of Mugia, but inside the final 150, it's Dark Scimitar who's pouring it on here. He's going to win this going away. Number 10, Dark Scimitar, beats number 12, Good Fighter, into second place. Mugia has got through to be 4th. That means 3rd place will go to Al Wahis. So good performance from the winner. 10, Dark Scimitar, has beaten 12, Good Fighter, and 2, Al Wahis. Impressive. Dark Scimitar really found a turn of foot off the turn, the son of Verazado. Ali Al Mamoni gets a winner on the board. His brother had one earlier on. And this was an easy win. 1 minute 53.62 seconds. So a good 6 seconds outside the track record here. Dark Scimitar, number 10, is an easy winner. Second, number 12, good fighter, ran well under Tariq Al Mansour. Was always there or thereabouts. Beaten 4.5 lengths to up the line. And third, number 2, Al Wahis. 10, 12 and 2, Dark Scimitar. Good fighter, Al Wahis. 4.5 lengths. Dark Scimitar has torn them apart in race number 9.
Well, that was a great win, Tom, for Dark Scimitar. Very good performance indeed. Found a really impressive turn of foot to wrap up that easy win.
Yes, got the job done very nicely. You can see the pace there, right on the outside from Correa Hom, horse number 7. Made his tactics very clear from the early stages. Went very hard, wanted to try and dominate this race from the front. That wasn't to be, but it set it up for the closers. And one of those was the eventual winner, Dark Scimitar. He used to be trained in the UK. I actually thought he was regressing this season. He did finish second though back at meeting 27, and the switch to Riyadh has helped. He's the horse in the yellow silk, just in behind the pace right now.
You said before this race, Tom, that it was a really tricky one to call. You liked the look of Majestic Fighter, horse number 4, but you weren't entirely convinced. You didn't really know where the win would come in this.
Yeah, precisely that. He was my default selection, but as you say, I wasn't overwhelmed with his form coming into the race. At this point, actually, I thought Majestic Fighter was going the best in the white and the blue, just in behind, yellow saddle cloth. But Adel Al-Faradi had to make a decision because he's in a pocket. And as the camera switches, just about now, we can see, it's the inside camera actually, so it doesn't, that made me look stupid. But we can see that he was briefly in a pocket and he wasn't able to make his run. Once he was asked over Majestic Fighter, he had nothing left anyway, so no excuses there. The other horse with an excuse was the horse with the green cap, who looked like he was travelling into contention very strongly. Was that Mujir? I think it might have been under Camilo Ospina. His luck has run out in that race because he was in the prime spot and the gap just closed on him.
Dark Scimitar showed a really impressive turn of foot, Tom. Is that something we've seen from this horse in the UK or in Taif?
Not overly, definitely not in Taif. He ran okay when he finished second earlier in the campaign, but we didn't see a real turn of foot like we just did then. This was a big performance from the winner, definitely the best performance that we have seen from him in Saudi Arabia so far. He was a little bit in and out in the UK, but the blinkers went on today and that may have been the difference.
What next for this horse then, Tom? He's exceeded expectations.
Well, he's running in a 0 to 90 handicap today and he's won off a mark of 76. Why would you not just run him in the same grade next time? He's not going to go up over more than 13 or 14 pounds. There's no way. He'll go up maybe 7 and therefore he'll be eligible to run in the same race. I don't understand why Connections wouldn't stick to this. I'm sure they will.
Well, he was towards the bottom end of the scale in this race, Tom. Certainly many horses rated higher than him. Only 3, I believe, rated lower. So certainly a great run from Dark Scimitar to exceed all expectations. But you expect that he'll be kept in the same company going forward?
Yeah, I think so. You wouldn't go any higher because there's no need at this point, unless they wanted to tilt at a cup race. But that would seem very optimistic given he's only rated 76. And as I mentioned, he's not going to go up all that much. So you can easily stay in 0 to 90. This wasn't a very deep 0 to 90, as I say. You can make a case for a few, and those that you could, they weren't strong cases. He'll probably come up against better opposition, but he won easily today. It was no match for anyone else.
And what about the other horses we talked about before this race, Tom? We talked about Maker of Light, we talked about Correa Hom. How do you think they did in this?
Well, Correa Hom tactics kind of went to pot, went too hard in the early stages, and that was game over for that horse. Maker of Light ran okay, not amazingly well. Majestic Fighter travelled and then didn't find. Mujir, again, actually performed okay, but suffered interference. So there weren't really any excuses. Mujir would have got better, would have finished better in a better position than he did if he didn't suffer the interference at the top of the straight. But otherwise, there were no hard luck stories, and Dark Scimitar was just miles the best.
That interference, is that something that the stewards might look at?
Yeah, they'll have a look at it for sure. I don't actually know where the issue lies. I will watch it on the replay again in a second as we're just watching these beautiful shots now around the 1400 metre post. But aside from that little bit of interference that Camilo Ospina suffered, maybe at the hands of horse number 2, Al Wahis and Naif Al-Nazi, there was no hard luck stories for sure. This winner has won decisively, kicked for home in the straight, had a wide trip which was beneficial and got the job done.
With that interference, Tom, it wouldn't have affected the final score. You can't see a horse like Mujir having gone any better than that.
No, maybe would have finished one place better, just judging by that replay that we watched earlier on, but would never have got close to this leader. I mean, he's probably finished 10 lengths behind come the line, and the winner was just dominant. He's been very much suited to this track here in Riyadh.
Well, Camilo Ospina will have to wait a little longer for his 4th win of the day, Tom, but we still have 3 more races to go here in Riyadh on the final day of racing of the week. He goes again for the White Stable in the next one. We'll have a bit of an in-depth chat about that shortly, but just quickly give me your thoughts, Tom, on the next race.
Well, he's got 2 rides left, hasn't he? Both 3 rides left. Sorry, both for all for the white stable. The next one, Hearty, rated 78. That horse should run close. Been very consistent lately, finishing 4th, 2nd, and 4th. Race 11, he has a horse with a better chance, a horse called Shokran, US bred horse, and then the last, he has a real good chance of winning on board Jcsa. So it'll be interesting to see if he can add one more. If he is, I think it'll be in the last race.
Yes, so much more still to look forward to. We have 3 races left, but they're going to be 3 really, really exciting races. And we'd love to know what you think on YouTube. Please do give us your thoughts on the final 3 races of the day. Will we see Camilo Ospina in the winner's enclosure once again with the white stable? That remains to be seen. 3 races still to come. 10th race is not too far away now. And as ever, to talk us through all the runners and riders for that one is our commentator, Enzo.
Yeah, thanks very much indeed, Rebecca. Yeah, big field here. Without the reserves, so I've still got 20 runners without numbers 21, 22 and 23 here. So very much a full field for this 1,800-metre race for nominals of 3. Open race for fillies and colts. Number 1 is Fanar, Abdullah Al-Lawfi. Number 2 is Moraded, Osama Al-Sharani. 3, Al-Hithami, Ayad Al-Tarisi. 4 is Ardal, Muhammad Al-Shamari. Number 5 is Laith Al-Sarah, ridden by Nawaf Al-Fayruz. Number 6 is Skip, Abdullah Al-Rashid. 7 is Motbahira, Rayan Al-Tawesh. Number 8 is Hearty, Camilo Ospina, looking for his 5th winner of the day on board this one. 9 is Fardia for Ali Al-Mamoni, looking for a double now. 10 is Abo Sheikar for Tariq Al-Mansour. 11 is Lethlar for Turkey Yolofi. 12 is Hilal Najd, Abdullah Al-Khamis. Number 13 is Bayadet Al-Marami, written by Abdulaziz Al-Musa. 14 is Amte. This one is written by Abdullah Al-Fayruz, I should say. Number 15, Raid Al-Sara. 16, Ballisti, Eddie Castro on board that one. 17 is Strategy, and written by Nawaf Al-Madiani. 18 is Al-Rifle for Mohammed Al-Habib. 19, Barak Al-Anaya by Fahad Al-Faradi. And 20, Al-Kadram, Khalid Al-Mamoni, looking for his double on board the 20 horse here. So without the reserves, 21, 22 and 23, but a full field here, a maximum. We've got 20 in our next. It's race 10 coming up. Back to Rebecca and Tom.
Many thanks, Enzo, for talking us through the runners for race number 10. We're sticking over the trip of 1,800 metres, Tom, for this one. This is a Saudi-bred race for fillies and colts. We've had a couple of local and imported horses, but this one we are staying local. Already looking down the race card here, I can see 3 white stable horses already, and of course that familiar name, Premium Tap, that sire who's always so represented here in these Saudi-bred races. So plenty for us to get our teeth into here, Tom. This is a full field, 20 runners in all.
Yes, full field, looking forward to it. Tricky heat again. When I said earlier there were 2 tentative selections and then 2 more confident selections that I had left from 4 races. Well, the 2 most tentative selections were the last race and this, and the last 2 are a lot easier to predict. So this one's a pretty tricky heat. Hopefully we can try and dissect it when we go through the runner by runner. They're just entering the paddock now, so we'll be able to do that very shortly.
Absolutely. The horses under the floodlights here behind our studio. We can see them all entering the paddock before the jockeys make their way over to the horses. This is the 3rd last race on the card. We've had so much action here at the King Abdulaziz racetrack over the last 3 days, and a very successful day indeed for our analyst Tom Collins, who's had 21 wins so far, 7 wins each day, which is pretty impressive work, I'm sure you'll all agree. Let us know on YouTube if you've had similar success. We have 3 runners for the white stable in this next one. They've had a great few days as well. Well, Callum and Rory will be in at the desk next week, and hopefully they'll have similar success to Tom as well. We can see there Camilo Ospina in the white stable silks. There will be 3 white stable runners in this next contest. He looks serious, he looks focused, and he's looking for that 5th winner, Tom.
Yeah, he looks ready to go. He wants to add another to his tally, but this is a guy who's used to winning, so he'll just take it as it comes. If he gets it, he gets it, and if he doesn't, he's not going to be too downhearted.
Well, horse number 1, Tom, talk us through this one.
Fanar, a son of Frozen Power, representing Prince Faisal bin Khalid bin Abdulaziz. This horse has good ability, showed it last year, only had one start this campaign, finishing second at meeting 49. Should improve for the switch to Riyadh.
Thank you, Tom. This is horse number 2, Moraded.
1 out of 9 so far in his career. His 3 runs this year have been all underwhelming. 15th, 14th, 13th.
Well, do you think there's any chance of going better?
12th maybe.
We will see. That is Moraded. Al Thami is horse number 3, who we'll be seeing very shortly.
5-year-old, an older horse in here, finished 10th on his return to the track at meeting 56. That came at this venue. Just 1 from 25, far from prolific.
Is horse number 3. Well, let's have a look then at horse number 4, Adal.
1 at meeting 19 back in Taif. His last 3 runs, though, have been completely different, finishing 13th, 13th and 11th. A bit perplexing as to how he can suddenly win and then run 3 pretty poor races.
Perplexing. Interesting word. I like it, Tom. Let's have a look then at horse number 5, Laith Al-Sarah.
2 from 13 in his career, finished 5th last time up. That was a step in the right direction. He finished 17th earlier in the year and didn't really show, so maybe he's just coming into his own.
Let's skip forward then to horse number 6, Skip.
Love the link there. This horse is rated 89, so it has to be a major player. Finished 14th last time and 13th time before, so on this year's form, you'd say maybe not, but his 3-year-old and 2-year-old exploits are pretty good.
There is Skip, horse number 6. Taking in his surroundings. Well, following on from Skip is horse number 7. It's a filly, Mot Bahira.
The first of the 3 white stable horses in this race. Riyadh Al-Tuaish rides. This horse hasn't shown too much this campaign. 1 as a 3-year-old, but the 2 runs this year have been 12th and 8th. Long layoff since. Maybe they've been keeping her aside for Riyadh, thinking that she prefers this kind of track, but she's on her toes, which you don't normally see from a white stable horse, and yeah, I don't know what to expect really.
Another grey from the white stable, Tom. I think we've seen 2 or 3 greys already for the white stable.
A grey by Premium Tap as well. You don't see too many of those.
I think we've seen already 2 today.
By Premium Tap?
I don't quote me. This is number 8, Hattie.
Yeah, this one is by the sire of the horse that won earlier on under Camilo Ospina, Al Najm Al Thaqeb. Finished 4th last time, 2nd the time before. Been very consistent. Camilo will hope that she can finally break through.
Let's have a look then at number 9. This is Fardier.
Rated 66, just outmatched in this race.
And in the orange, Abo Sheikha.
First start this year under Tariq Al Mansour, who's had a win at both days prior to today, this week. He'll be hoping for another one.
Number 11, Lethlath.
Turkey Alofi takes the mount on this 82 rated colt. Unraced this year, 1 from 12 in the career.
Number 12 then is Hilal Najd.
13th, 11th, 13th on the last 4 runs. This horse just hasn't featured recently, only 1 from 42.
Let's have a look then at number 13, Baidat Al-Marani.
10th on the reappearance this season, back at meeting 57, 2 from 21 in her career.
Number 14 is Ante.
Maybe the second string of the white stable horses in this race by sire Premium Tap again. This one's a nice bay individual, like most of his horses are generally. Finished 4th back at meeting 37, but pretty disappointing last time.
Let's have a look then at number 15. This is Red Al-Sarah.
10th last time up, that came here last week. He's a nice looking type, though he wouldn't win the paddock pick, given his walk isn't the most fluent. He seems to be trending in the wrong direction.
You say his walk isn't fluent, Tom, but it's his gallop that counts.
True, very true.
Well, number 16, who we'll be seeing next, Ballisti.
First start of the year for Eddie Castro's mount in this race, 4-year-old colt, breaking from a wide stall.
Number 17 is Strategy.
Probably the most likely winner, Strategy. Won last time up at meeting 50 at the back end of Taif, 4th the time before, 2 from 17 so far in his career. I'm not going to be siding with him, but I think he's the horse to beat.
Interesting. We'll get back to that shortly, Tom. Get your reasons on that one before we go forward to the next horse. We're yet to look at Strategy, horse number 17. We're still looking at Ballisti. There's number 17, a horse that Tom thinks could have a good chance here in this race. This is the horse to beat, according to Tom, but not your pick, Tom, which is interesting that you say that. We'll get more on that shortly. Let's move on then to horse number 18, Al Rifle. We saw this one last week.
Yeah, finishing 7th. That was just a 9th career outing for this 5-year-old. He hasn't taken his racing very well, and for that reason I don't like him.
Do you like number 19, Barak El Anaya?
I don't, which means there's only one horse left, and therefore you can determine who I like based on that. This horse finished 7th last time up, son of Bandini, Farhad Al Faridi rides.
So you like Strategy, but you prefer Al Qadram, and you say that Strategy is the one to beat. Strategy rated 85, Al Qadram 76. I'm curious as to why you've arrived at this conclusion.
Well, I mean, I'm also a little bit curious at my own decision here. Al Qadram, I preferred that run visually last time up. We'll see the replay, and they matched it against each other. They ran against each other and finished 1st and 2nd, and Strategy actually beat Al Qadram that day. I like the wide stall for this horse. Khalid Al-Mamoni's already had a win on the card. This horse is rounded into good form the last twice. Yes, he may only be rated 76, whereas Strategy is rated 85, and they're running off the same weight. Therefore, Strategy should win. But I actually like Al Qadram. And as I say, when we see this piece of footage right now that we're about to see of Strategy winning, I can tell you why.
That is number 20, Al Qadram. And this, Tom, is the horse you like.
So as we pick it up, you can see that Al Qadram is further ahead in the race. 4 lengths ahead of Strategy at this point. Al Qadram's in 2nd, Strategy is further back in 4th. I like the fact this horse has early speed, Al Qadram. He's going to get towards the front, and from a wide draw, he can cross over. He'll maybe 3 or 4 wide on the track, but that doesn't matter around here. With the early speed comes race position, and in a maximum field of 20 runners here, he's going to be in a better spot than I imagine Strategy will be, who comes from off the pace. Now, there are no excuses as to why Al Qadram can beat Strategy just on that form alone, but I think he'll prefer Riyadh too.
Well, that will be interesting to see. Let's take a look at this, Tom.
This is Amti, or Ante if you prefer, the premium tap. One of the white stable horses, the 2nd string, I believe, in this race. Was off the pace. As you can see, probably the 2nd string in this event too, given he ran up in 2nd behind another white stable horse. A good effort down the outside, produced a big kick, but just couldn't reel in this leader. Again, he's going to be a closer. It looks like he's actually going to get up at this point, but just doesn't manage to get his head in front. He's going to be a closer in a race that's lacking early speed. I think he's got a good chance, but not my selection.
And let's have a look at horse number 1. The one we're looking at now is Fanar.
For Prince Faisal bin Khalid, this form came from slightly earlier in the year, meeting 49 at Taif. Red Silks on the outside, miles behind this white stable horse that eventually won the race. This isn't the best of heats, I have to admit. That's Zerat Tashreen in the Red Silks, just in 2nd right now. I think that's Al Hasharaya in the white, just on his outside. And then Fanar in the red, who eventually runs home into 2nd place. It was a fine run. Again, I think the trip is absolutely fine with him. He stays on powerfully, as you can tell, and rode in the deficit all the way. But I don't like the draw, still won.
Well, we've had some comments on our YouTube page. We have Hussein, who says his picks are 10, 11 and 17. So Hussein is going for Abo Sheikha, number 10, Lethlath, number 11 and 17, which is Strategy, the horse to beat, according to Tom. So thank you very much, Hussein, for letting us know your picks for this one, the 10th race on the card today. Do let us know who you fancy in this one as well, and do let us know if you've had any winners. We know that Adil has had the 2 winners of the Arabian race. We know that Jimmy Jerkin's twin sister has tuned in and was pleased with the way his horse ran on for 2nd earlier on in the day. But let us know what you've thought of the day's racing as well. We'd love to know. And thank you for your picks, Hussein. Picking 3 of them, Tom, which I think gives you a pretty good chance in this one.
Yeah, I think he's put that in as a 1st, 2nd, 3rd. And if that's the case, fair play. It's a very difficult race. If you can even get the winner, I think you've done excellently well. 1st, 2nd, and 3rd will be some achievement. Abu Sheikha is an interesting horse that he's put first of all, horse number 10 there. I didn't really have this one down as a likely player. Maybe I'm missing something. This horse is a 2-time winner. Tariq Al-Mansour was a good rider. But aside from that, I didn't really think he had a great chance. Maybe I'm wrong. Hopefully, in your case, I will be using.
And what about Lethlath, the number 11 horse?
Yeah, it's very similar in that regard. They have similar kind of profiles. Another one I didn't really like in this event, but again, I found this difficult, so there is a chance that I could have missed something here.
Excellent, thank you very much, Tom. So just to confirm, you like Al Hadram number 20.
Yes.
You're backing that one over Strategy number 17. Tom Collins says that Strategy is the horse to beat, and let's see who our commentator Enzo thinks is the horse to beat in this one.
Well, yes, Strategy, rated 85, has to be on the shortlist here. I thought that Left Laugh might run well as well. For Turkey Olofi, one of my favourite riders here. I'd give that one a bit of a shout. And also Ardal, I think might get into the frame perhaps as well, number 4. But yeah, I was looking at those 4, 11 and 17. If we're picking 3 to maybe mix up together. Eddie Castro rides Ballisti here, number 16. He looked well on the way down. They're all down there at the start now for what is our 10th race, isn't it? The non-winners of 3, these are. 4-year-olds and up. And we've got a few fillies in the race. A couple of greys, 1,800 metres they're going. This race due off at 8:05 local time. There's one of our greys, number 10, Abu Shaker. Got that kind of purple saddle cloth on there. She goes behind. Abu Shaker, there's number 11, Left Laugh. The white and red colours there. We've got 3 in the white stable colours that you were referring to earlier on. They are Motbahara, Hati, and Amte. In the background, there's number 12. That's Hilal Najd in that sort of bright green saddlecloth for the 12. Abdullah Al Khamis is on board him. They're all at the start now. They're about to begin the loading up process for this race, which is due off fairly soon. And number 20, Al Kadram, is the mount of Khalid Al Mamoni. He's being led forward towards the stalls. One of the greys there is number 8. Sorry, one of the greys there was horse number 10, Abu Shaker, is a grey. Hati is also a grey. So they're going in. So Skipper's just gone forward there, number 6, Abdullah Al Rashed. Blue and orange, that's Laith Al Sara. There is Abu Shaker, 10. So we are going in here. We're back to race card order for the draw here. 12 is Hilal Najd, blue and white hooped colours, about to go in. And now 13, has got a little bit warm, Bayadat Al Marami. 15 in the orange bandages there, that was Riyadh Al Sara. Now the green cap there for Mot Bahera has got the first colours on. Rayan Al Tawesh of the white stable. This is Fanar. It's come in, this son of Frozen Power. To 1, there's about 4 or 5 to go, I think, out the back. 8's not in yet. Hati still to go forward. 3 coming in now, that's Al-Ithami. So waiting for Hati and Camillo Ospina, the red hot rider. Or the grey, red cap this time around for Camillo. Completes the line. Jockey's just making sure that we are ready to go, I think. Tyler wants them to concentrate now. We're about to go, I think. 20 runners, 1,800 metres. The shouts from the riders. They're off, he's let them go. Good start from Fanar on the inside. The red colours also up there is Al-Hithami early on. Another one showing bright speed was Abu Shaker towards the centre. One of the greys also up there too is Hati, the red cap. Very handy Camillo Ospina. So it's up front. It's going to be Abu Shaker and Hati 1 and 2. With up on their outside, not far away, is Leflar, either in white colours, horse with the red blinkers. Further back to find Mot Bahera, the green cap, is next in the field. More towards the inside is Riyadh Al Sara, is making ground in the black colours. Also on the move is Ardal in black and orange. And right towards the inside running rail is Al-Hithami as they continue their journey down the back straight at around 60 kilometres per hour. They're really pressing on up front. Red cap now, Hati on the outside on the inside, Abu Shaker, who's got the orange cap. They're 1 and 2 ahead of Leflar, who's racing in behind them, number 11. Further back to find Ardal in a very dark jacket racing in 4th. Pushing along is Khalid Al Mamoni aboard Al Kadram out a little bit wider. One that's on the move is Strategy in light blue colours. going around the outside, but certainly improving into about 5th or 6th and travelling well to Strategy. And he's a few lengths ahead of Al Qadram, who's being ridden along in behind them as they make the turn. The green cap then on the inside of Mott Bahera is on the improve as well, goes the shorter route. The leader's going well though, and that leader is Abu Sheikar by 2 lengths at this stage to Ardal giving chase in second. Now Strategy is really making up ground on the outside, putting in the giant strides, the light blue for Strategy. Looks the big threat to the leader, but that leader's still got a comfortable advantage at this stage, and that is Abu Sheikar. And Tariq Al Mansour from also running back is Mott Bahera from the back of the field. Here comes Strategy now on the outside. He's going to come and pick it up for Nawaf Al Modiani on the outside of Abu Sheikar, still running on his Mott Bahera. Could it be too late? Strategy trying to wear down this leader, who's very tough on the inside, going to get close. Mott Bahera down the outside, flew late and may have got there. Close between Mott Bahera. Strategies involved as well, as too was Abu Sheikar, who's run a blinder, always prominent. Those 3 put it up to the judge. What a finish in our 10th, the finish of the day between Abu Sheikar, Strategy and Mott Bahera. It's really close. On the outside, Mott Bahera was lashing home. Far side still digging in deep was Abu Sheikar, and Abu Sheikar has held on the far side. Abu Sheikar has got there. Mott Bahera was coming, but he didn't get there in time. He's finished 2nd. That means Strategy, who I thought was going to win it 200 metres from home, has finished 3rd. It's going to be 10, 7, 17. It's very close. It's a head and the neck, the margins. So 10 the winner. On the far side, Abu Sheikar. I think the horse this side was up before the line, but on the wire. Yeah, 10 got the head down. Second, number 7, Mott Bahera. It's ahead, and 3rd was the 17 Strategy. They were clear of Skip, I think it was, in 4th place. 1 minute 54.36 seconds. 10, 7, 17. Abu Sheikar deserved that, was up there throughout. Second, number 7, Mott Bahera, didn't quite get there in time for the White Stable. And 3rd, number 17, Strategy. Ahead of the neck, the margins. Closest finish of the day.
Well, congratulations to Hussein on our YouTube comments who picked that winner, horse number 10, Tom Jcsa, who you weren't too convinced about when you saw that comment coming through on our YouTube chat, were you?
No, I didn't like Jcsa at all, really, coming up off the layoff. First start as a 4-year-old. Tariq Al-Mansour, though, has had a winner every single day this week, and the fact this horse showed that early speed was quite clearly crucial in this event.
Absolutely. Just talk us through the race, Tom. We can see the winner there in the lead from an early stage.
Yes, made the front, good early speed, was able to cross and get across to the rail, which was, as I say, crucial. The white stable horse that eventually rallied home and almost got up is just on the outside there in the red cap, and it looked like for a long way Strategy was going to win. In the blue silks, right out wide, 5 or 6 wide on the bend. He makes a huge move coming up very shortly when right now, coming into the straight, as you can see, huge move around the outside, passing horses easy as if they stood still, and he looked like he was going to win decisively. But somehow, when he came alongside, he just stopped. It was a strange performance, and I imagine his connections will be disappointed.
You said, Tom, before the race that Strategy was the horse to beat, and certainly coming round the bend, he was getting himself in a position that looked like it could have been the winning position. We can see now the white stable horse coming around the bend quite aggressively as well as we might have expected, but Strategy seemed to make a surge for the finish and then just sort of stopped.
Yeah, exactly that. It looked like he was going to win the race, hands down as well. I don't know why he stopped as quick as he did. I know it was a big effort to get there, but he just couldn't sustain the run. It was a little bit surprising, and actually he ended up finishing third when he looked most likely to get the job done. The horse on the outside there, Mot Bahera, has run a great race and was unlucky not to get up. But just the bob favoured Jcsa.
Yes, Mot Bahera, the white stable horse, the premium tap, the grey filly for the white stable, who was quite unusual seeing a grey premium tap, you said, Tom, but she ran a great race to finish in second. We can see her there, the grey horse, not looking quite so grey on the outside. Pretty dirty out there on the track by the looks of the grey horse, who's now turned brown. But great run in second for the premium tap filly for the white stable. Camilo Ospina, what happened there?
Yeah, it was a little bit disappointing. I mean, 2 of the white stable horses were pretty disappointing in this race. At the same time, I didn't like any of them coming in, I have to admit. But yeah, you'd have expected better, especially from Camilo's ride. He would have had the choice of all of them, I imagine, in here, so he's probably picked the wrong one. But that horse didn't end up winning, so he won't be too disheartened from that. My selection in this race was pretty poor as well. Alcadram wasn't far behind Strategy when we last seen. We saw that footage prior to the race, yet was beaten a great deal by Strategy today. So either he didn't perform, or Strategy must be overperformed. I think it was the former. I think Alcadram just didn't perform from that wide stall.
Well, the winner, Jcsa, rated 85 before this race. Do you think that rating, before this race, looking at that, did you think that rating was a little high for this horse? And now what do you think following the race?
I did. The 3-year-old campaign was pretty strong from this horse, but coming off the back of it and first time up, I mean, it wasn't necessarily high. It was almost reflective of what he did, but at the same time, I just had worries he was going to run to that rating, if you know what I mean. I didn't think he was going to be 85 today, for example, but he was, because he was ready to go first time, and albeit he did get tired, he clung on nicely, showing that early speed over a mile 1 furlong, and then to go all the way to the line, you've got to be pretty strong and fit to do that, and he did.
Yeah, Strategy, we can just see they're just outpaced at the end by the fast finishing number 7, Mot Bahera, the white stable horse. Yeah, it's an exciting finish anyway, Tom, for our 10th race of the day. We still have 2 more still to come. Here in Riyadh. This is the final day of racing of the week, and we've still got 2 more absolutely cracking contests to look forward to. And then, of course, it's the Breeders' Cup this evening.
Yes.
You'll be staying up all night to watch the action from Santa Anita Park. Tom, how much are you looking forward to that?
Yeah, a great deal. The first race has just actually been run. I've had a look as we were watching the race live, and a big shock in the first race with Charlie Appleby's horse Siskany losing under William Buick. Apparently a no-show. Enzo, I know, our commentator today, was watching the race too. So not the first big shock on the undercards so far. There was a lot yesterday prior to the 5 Breeders' Cup 2-year-old races. There's only 2 undercard races before the Breeders' Cup races today. The first one has not gone the way of the UK horse.
I'm sure there will be plenty to dissect. I'm sure that you and Enzo will have a bit of a chat about that off air. I know both of you are big fans of US racing, and it doesn't come any bigger stateside than the Breeders' Cup. So lots for you to discuss later, and of course lots more racing for Tom to watch when he gets home after the action here in Riyadh. As I say, there's still 2 more races to come, and we'd love to know your thoughts on the 2 final races of the day. We have race number 11, that's over 2,000 metres, and then race number 12 is our feature race this evening. We're looking out for Camilo Ospina's ride in race number 12, so do let us know your thoughts on those next 2 races. Can you pick the winners? Can Tom Collins pick the winners? And can our commentator Enzo pick any of the winners?
No to the last point, certainly, I think. Rebecca. Anyway, let's have a look at our next race, which is our penultimate race number 11. Good pot here, 47,500 for first place. This is over 2,000 metres. We're going up in trip. Number 1 is Neptune Seas, Abdullah Al Hussein. Number 2 is Star of Winds, Osana Al Humidani. 3 is Mostoli for Abdulaziz Al Faradi. Number 4 is Zuran for Alexis Moreno. 5 is Bolt Away, Mohammed Al Habib. 6 is Schwarzer Peter for Mohammed Al Daham. 7 is Baroud, Fawaz Wanas. Number 8 is Najid Al Wafar, Abdullah Al Saeed. 9, Homesick Boy for Mohammed Al Yami, who had a winner earlier on. Number 10 is Royal Crusade for Abdulaziz Al Yayesh. 11 is Shokran, Camilo Ospina looking for the 5-timer. 12 is Hesselwood, son of Slade Power for Naif Al Anazi. 13 is Travoli for Sanad Al Dayhani. So we have a field of 13 this time, 3-year-olds and upwards here, going to 2,000 metres for this open race. Let's go back to Rebecca and Tom. Runners about to come into the paddock, so you can have a good look at these.
Yes, indeed, Enzo. We will have a good look at these 13 runners as they make their way into the paddock. Tom, give me your initial thoughts on this one.
Good race, open race for local imported over mile 2, so you expect it to be pretty good. There isn't that much strength in depth, but what the strength, well, I mean, this is terribly phrased, but what the strength there is, you've got pretty good ones. You know, you've got a couple of 100 rated horses, Mustali, Zuran, Schwarzer Peter, you've got Hesselwood just below 100, so there is some talent in here. Bolt Away as well, a horse I actually really like, but I don't like jockey booking necessarily on him for Jimmy Jerkins. But all of those horses are going to be at the top of my radar, and yeah, I haven't yet come down on a decision, just purely on the basis that the 2 highest rated horses haven't run this season, so I need to see what they look like, if they look like they're fit and ready to go or not, and after we see them, then I can make a call.
The 2 highest rated horses there, you mentioned Zuran, Tom, and Mostawli, rated 103 and 100, so it'll be interesting to get a proper look at those horses as they enter the paddock behind us. Sorry, Schwarzer Peter, number 6, and Zuran are the highest rated horses. I cannot read numbers, apparently. So we'll have a look at those very shortly. The jockeys are entering the paddock. All smiles.
It is, yeah, look at that. Alex Moreno is ready to go. He's going to be on board Zuran. You can see all the other riders here, Moreno on the right-hand side. Looking forward to this race, I'm sure. These are the big prizes, the last 2 races on the card, and they'll be hopeful that they can get a win on the board. Naif Al Anazi especially, he needs a winner today. He hasn't had one so far. He'll be hoping that one of these in the last 2 races can provide him that elusive success.
Yeah, you can see Naif Al Anazi there jogging towards the paddock, certainly ready to go. He's keen to get going. He takes the ride on horse number 12, Hesselwood. But let's start from the top. Neptune Seas is horse number 1.
Rated just 75, son of See the Stars, and these horses definitely stay the trip, so there's no trip worries. Finished 3rd last time, 2nd the time before, could be another place finish today.
Well, number 2 is Star of Winds.
See the Stars representative number 2. Star of Winds has been pretty well campaigned this year, in and out, just getting ready for this season. You can tell that Riyadh's always been the aim for this horse. Ran at meeting 48, finishing 4th, could easily improve from that.
Maybe looking in need of the run, Tom.
Yeah, maybe a touch. I think he's a bit of a big horse anyway. I remember him from his UK days, but there is every chance he might need the run.
And number 3, this is the horse that we're looking at now, Mustawli.
So this horse is rated 100, 3-time winner by First Defence. Finished 10th at Taif on reappearance at meeting 18, which is pretty disappointing. On ratings alone, he's got a chance. Adel Al Faradi's on board, again a big positive.
And Zuran.
I really want this horse to win. I think he's pretty smart. He's won 7 times in his career. He's by Remote, who won at Royal Ascot. I was there that day when he won. I think it was 2013. He used to race in the Juddmonte Silks. Alex Moreno rides.
This is Boltaway, number 5.
By Dubawi, Boltaway. This horse, again, talented in the UK. I think, again, for Roger Charlton. Made his Taif debut, finishing 15th at meeting 32. Layoff since then. This track should be better for him.
Schwarzer Peter, the highest rated horse in this.
He looks relatively fit, albeit not. He doesn't look 100%, but he looks ready to do himself justice. Rated 106. I actually don't know too much about this horse prior to the fact he's come over here. The rating suggests he's better than I actually think he is, but we'll see on the track.
Well, tell us what you know about horse number 7, Tom Barrod.
Just one from 17, is a sprinter going up in trip, or is bred to be a sprinter at the very least, by Kodiak. As far as one else, rides for his brother in here. Finished 12th last week at meeting 57. Not good enough to win this.
Is number 8, Najd Al Wafa, good enough to win this?
No. Finished 14th at meeting 17, 1 from 5 in the career. Lightly raced 5-year-old. Should be in handicaps.
Those Jazzy Dotty Silks, that's number 8, Najd Al Wafa. So let's look at number 9, Homesick Boy.
Yeah, rated 83, step back in the right direction when it comes to the better horses in here. It's by Data Link, but as a 7-year-old now, not improving in 10th in both starts this campaign.
Royal Crusade is number 10.
Rated just 61, not good enough to win.
And what about Shokran, rated 89, Tom?
Camilo Ospina rides, looking for that, is it the 4th winner that he's after today? He's racked up a fair few successes, 5th, I believe, 5th winner today. This horse finished 5th last time out, in fact, and is a 2-time winner this year, so he's a 3-year-old. Given he's likely to improve, he could be a player.
Keep an eye on Shokran, horse number 11, but this is Hesselwood.
Used to be trained in the UK, was a good horse as well. Being by Slade Power, you'd expect him to be a sprinter, but they're going up in trip to a mile 2. Finished 10th last time out. Prior to that, he was a good 4th.
And number 13, finally, Trevoli.
By Outstrip, formerly raced for Godolphin. 4th last time for this horse, just last week. Quick turnaround.
Thank you very much, Tom, for that run through of all these runners in our penultimate race of the day. You really like Zuran, Tom, horse number 4, the one that we're looking at right now.
Yeah, well, he's the best horse in the race. Here's a bit of footage that shows his talent. This was from Riyadh last year, as you can see, with a turf track. You can always tell if it's Riyadh if there's turf on the inside. Taif doesn't have a turf track. He looked under pressure just there at the top. This is a cup race, but he rallies well under that urgings. He pushes through the middle of the group, and we'll just watch how he finishes off in the final 200 metres to claw back this leader. Nothing got him the race from behind, but Zuran finished off the best. He'll stay this distance. I think he's ready to perform first time up as well, which leads me to suggest that he's the one that I should be selecting.
Well, Shokran, we talked about the mount of Camilo Ospina. Could Shokran, Star of Winds we're looking at. We will get to Shokran very shortly. This is number 2, Star of Winds. What do you think of this, Tom?
By See the Stars, definitely stays the trip. Just look at him here in the black and the white in 5th place at the moment. He eventually finishes a little bit further up the pack. He just stays on at the 1 speed. That's my concern. He stays, but not with any great urgency. He moves towards the inside. This isn't good enough to win today. He's rated 92. He has the talent, but he's just not producing it lately.
He looks to be going backwards in that bit of footage we've just seen. Let's look at Shokran then, the mount of Camilo Ospina.
I just want to say as well, in that clip there, I think the winner was Kuthni Mak, who's a very good horse. So albeit I don't like Star of Winds, that form is relatively strong.
And what about the form of number 11, Tom? This is Shokran.
Yes, the white stable Camilo Ospina runner in this race. As you can see, going down to post a little bit erratically, but fine. As we pick up a bit of footage from him earlier in the campaign, this was him in Taif, and he was on the front end, much like most of the white stable horses and Camilo Ospina ridden horses are. He just dominates off the front, never really looked back, galloped all the way to the line, and he's more of an out-and-out stayer. But he does have early speed, which helps him, and that's how he's had so much success this term. I think he'll probably make the front in this race, and if he does, he'll be dangerous.
And you talked about, speaking of speed, Tom, Barud by Kodiak. You said this horse is bred to sprint.
Mm-hmm.
Well, what's a horse like that doing in a 2,000 metre race?
Sometimes you get slow sprinters and then you're lost for what you can do, so they step them up in trip. He doesn't really have stamina in his pedigree. He's also overmatched in this field. So it may be a learning curve for Baroud, but interesting spot for him, that's for sure.
Absolutely. Well, we saw there Zaran, the grey horse, the mount of Alex Moreno, heading down to post. We've had a comment about Zaran on our YouTube chat. Shagui says that they would like Zaran to win this one, the same as Tom. Well, Julie Schneider has is watching our YouTube footage again. She says she's hoping for a great run from the Jimmy Jerkins runner. That's Boltaway, horse number 5. Many thanks, Julie, for letting us know that you're watching and supporting your twin brother, Jimmy. That's horse number 5. What do you make of Boltaway, Tom?
I actually liked him in that race at Type. I was there for meeting 32. I selected him for the race and he just dramatically underperformed. Now, quite a few Jimmy Jerkins horses did underperform first up this year, which led me to suggest that he wasn't getting them ready necessarily or priming them for those races at Type, just using that as a bit of a fitness exercise as we come towards the best part of the season in Riyadh. So I fully expect him to improve dramatically on that run. He will need to prove a great deal though to beat a very talented horse in Zaran. Schwarzer Peter as well, we haven't mentioned him too much. He's rated 106, top rated horse in the race. I do prefer his stablemate, Zaran, but look, he's another major player in here.
Yes, fascinating contest, isn't it, this one, Tom? Such a high quality field, and there are a number of horses really looking at this race card, Tom, that could be the winner. It's a really difficult one to pick, isn't it?
It is. Zaran, if he's 100%, I think is definitely the most likely winner, but that's not a given it's his first run this year. Other than that, take him out of the equation, yeah, you can make a case for 5 or 6.
So Zaran, you think, is going to edge this one. I'm going to ask you, Tom, for your seconds and thirds as well, since you've had quite a bit of luck picking out seconds and thirds as well over the last couple of weeks.
Okay, I will go for Schwarzer Peter second and Boltaway third.
So you're going for horse number 4, Zaran, Schwarzer Peter, number 6, the highest rated in this contest, and then the Jimmy Jerkins runner Boltaway to be there in the mix. Well, the horses are down at post, just circling before they enter the stalls, and this penultimate race will get underway. And as ever, standing by to call it for us is our commentator, Enzo.
Thank you, Rebecca. Yes, runners are at the start here. 13 runners as well for this 2,000 metre open contest. And Zaran, the 103 rated horse, Tom Collins' fancy here. Alex Moreno, been fairly quiet today, hasn't he? He's had to play very much second fiddle to Camillo Ospina. He's got a chance here of a winner with Zaran. 3 is Mostorley. Saw that one go through your shot there. This is 13, Travoli, in the orange and purple kind of colours. Got the brown saddlecloth for Sahad Al-Dayhani. Ray there in shot was Baroud. He looked really well on the way down. Caught the eye, the son of Kodiak. 10 was Royal Crusade. Just went through his shot there. One's just been dismounted for some adjustments in the middle here. I think it's Najd Al-Wafa, number 8. The yellow noseband, the son of Art Connoisseur. There is Shokran, just the one white stable runner here. Esselwood is in pink. Jockey getting the leg back on board now. Najd Al-Wafa. Abdullah Al-Sayed is back on him. Boltaway looked really well, I thought, the way down. Really quite a striking looking chestnut, son of Dubawi. There's Baroud, the black and red. It's the grey. And just saw Royal Crusade, that was number 10 we just had a look at. Royal Crusade, son of Silvano, looked well. 2 is Star of Winds, the black and white, and there's 11, Shokran, light coloured saddlecloth. Camillo Ospina looking for his 5th win. It's been a remarkable day for him, isn't it, to ride 4 on a card here when the races are so fiercely competitive is some achievement. Esselwood, just see him behind the stalls. This was recorded a few moments ago. We go back live then. There is Tom's fancy Zaran, the red, white and blue colours. The first one's been brought forward, number 1, Neptune Seas, a son of See the Stars. What racehorse he was in the day. Light blue and white for him. It's going to be the first one in. We're going 2,000 metres then on the stretch out this time for this race 11. This is our 8:35. Yellow and red colours of Homesick Boy. Mohammed Al Yami on board him. 8, Najd Al Wafar. Star of Winds is going to be next. Star of Winds to 2. Bolt Away. Bolt Away goes in. Waiting for Mostorley still, red, white and blue for that one as well. So the first defence. He looked very calm on the way down. About to be led forward to gate 3. So back in race card order for the draw. 2,000 metres. Penultimate race of the day. The grey still out of line. A few them begin to load up. Just 2 left to go, I think. Last couple now. 7 and 12 to complete the line. And then we'll be set. Ready? Black goes up. Race 11, 2,000 metres. They're off. A little bit slow to go with Jcsa Peter, and he's missed a break by a couple of lengths. Also, Trevoli from the outside, not that well away. Another one that missed it was Hesselwood as they sort themselves out. Mostorley is up there early on. Also, Bolt Away, not far away. Another one that's up there is Baroud, one of the greys in the race. The yellow spotted jacket of Najd Al Wafar is next. Advancing is Shokran. Camilo Ospina wants to be close up on the outside, as there's not much pace on here, just a steady tempo through the opening 350 metres. Towards the inside is Mostorley in the dark blue sleeves, red cap, and has a narrow lead now to Star of Winds in the black and white. The pale blue of Neptune Seas just drops in behind as the advancing Shokran. He's going to try and come across here, Ospina, as well, and he's been allowed to do that. Shokran has gone on now, so he now can control the tempo. Camilo Ospina on board Shokran, the green cap. Leads a length clear. Up on the outside is Jcsa Peter, who's made up a lot of ground to now go into a share of second place with Bolt Away. Back towards the inside, that is Mostorley. Further back to find Star of Winds in the black and white. The pace is now increasing. Trevoli on the outside is getting into it. And then comes Baroud, the grey, looking for Zaram. He is on the move as well towards the outside. Yellow and red then of Homesick Boy is trying to make up ground too. Lots of chances here. Ospina might be a busted flush here on the inside. He's about to be headed by Bolt Away in the red colours. So Bolt Away has gone past Shokran pretty easily. Looking to get closer is Zaran as they make the turn. It's Bolt Away from Zaran. These two. Here comes the big grey though. Zaran with what looks a big challenge on the outside. And Zaran has now put his nose in front for the first time. Bolt Away. What's he got left? He's in second place. Mostorley is back in third, staying on his Star of Winds, but it's all Zaran here with 200 to go. He's got a 3-length lead. He's going further ahead, if anything. The race is for placings in behind with Star of Winds running on quite well, and also down the outside, Homesick Boy keeping on for a minor honour. Zaran though out in front, diminishing margin, but he'll hold on. 4 Zaran beat Homesick Boy to second, and third was Star of Winds, and they were clear of Bolt Away. Another winner for Tom Collins. Normal service is resumed. Zaran, number 4, has won it for Alex Moreno. Gets his name on the board. That's his 8th winner from 11 races for TC. Great stuff. Second was number 9. That horse ran really well. Homesick Boy ran on well to be second. Did reduce the margin late on, but never really like winning. Third was number 2, Star of Winds. Winning time 2 minutes, 7.5 seconds. So 4 Zaran by 1 length. Beats number 9, Homesick Boy, and third number 2, Star of Winds. 4.92. He was always travelling well off the speed, wasn't he, Zaran? Got that slingshot off the bend, then went on the rails and held on to beat Homesick Boy. Another winner for Tom. 4.92 in our penultimate.
tired.
Well, Tom, you wanted Zaran to win and you got your wish.
Yes, he broke lovely. The horse with the big white noseband on the right-hand side of the shot, the jockey with the blue cap. He broke well, just settled in behind the speed. They didn't go hard up front. Camilo was able to cross on Shukran, get in front of the horse drawn on the inside, who was Neptune Seas, as well as Mastalwi. They didn't go hard, as I say. Yet Alex Moreno was desperate not to be right up there, and actually he moved his horse right out wide to the middle of the track, Zaran, to track through Schwarzer Peter, the stablemate. So that seemed like some sort of ploy. Maybe he thinks the rail is riding deeper, and we would generally tend to agree, given the fact that most of the races have been won by horses down the middle of the track.
You mentioned Schwarzer Peter there, the highest rated horse in this race. What happened there?
Well, he travelled nice, he just needed the run, I think. Yeah, sometimes this happens. This was what I was worried about when we were building up this race, and I was saying I haven't quite chosen because I do want to see these horses in the parade ring. When you're coming off a long layoff, they might not be 100%, and then you can completely blow out. Zaran looked good. Schwarzer Peter didn't look as good, so he underperformed. But at the same time, I think that was kind of expected. Plus, he lost his action there. We skipped through a little section, and Zaran's miles clear at this stage of the race. He's got it won. On the outside, Homesick Boys run a good race, considering he's only rated 83. Star of Winds, also much better performance, rated just 92, and Boltaway back and forth for Jimmy Jerkins.
Yeah, so a very good race indeed. Tom, you wanted Zaran. The top three places weren't as you expected. You thought Schwarzer Peter would be in there. You thought Boltaway would be third. Boltaway was fourth, so not too far off the pace, but a really impressive run from Zaran under Alex Moreno. You said even before the day of racing began that Zaran was one that you were really keen to keep an eye on.
I'll tell you something, that was in the menu as well. So we're 2 out of 2 in the menu. We're actually 7 out of 8 on the week in the menu. And I'm also 8 out of 11 today. So you guys should be tuning in from the outset of our shows because we're selecting all the winners.
Well done, Tom. That's 8 from 11 so far today, surpassing yesterday's record of 7, which matched Thursday's record of 7 as well. So very successful week of tipping from Tom Collins. Do let us know on YouTube if you've been as successful. We had Julie Schneider, who was hoping for a great run from Boltaway, the Jimmy Jerkins runner who finished in 4th. He was in a great position coming round the bend, Tom, but Zaran finishing strongly for the win. What did you make of Boltaway? Because we talk a lot about Jimmy Jerkins runners, don't we? Because we have so many of his fans watching and commenting on our YouTube channel.
He ran fine in 4th. There were no excuses. He ran his race and it just wasn't to be for him. I like this celebration from Alex. Just watch. He celebrates every time he rides a winner, which is great to see. Look at that, tongue out. And then he gives a little flail as well there. He loves celebrating his successes. You know, that kind of personality, we were talking about it earlier, having a bit of personality as a rider, with Berto doing the wiggle, Alex doing his celebrations. It just brings something else to the sport.
And if you were a jockey, Tom, what would your celebration be?
Oh, I'd look back and point at the rider behind. Christophe Simeon did that once, the Belgian rider in France. He was riding a horse for the Aga Khan, he got the job done very easily, and he sat up in the saddle, looked behind him, pointed at the jockey and got banned. So I might not use that one, but I did like it at the time.
You can't copy somebody else's celebration though, Tom. You need to be original.
Talking of someone else's celebrations, and I know we're kind of going on a tangent here, but Mikel Barcelona winning the Derby on Pour-Moi, where he stood up in the saddle. I don't think anyone's ever going to copy that one. If you haven't watched it, open a new tab, go onto YouTube and watch Mikel Barcelona Pour-Moi Epsom Derby. He celebrates before the horse is even in the lead, and he only won by, I think it was a short head, so it was phenomenal. And he was fully upright in the saddle. Never seen anything
audacious.
Like it. Yeah, never seen anything like it.
Well, I'll check that one out when the racing here has finished. Certainly sounds like it's worth a watch anyway, Tom. Thank you very much. Well, that was race number 11. We still have one race still to go on the card, the feature race, race number 12. That was a fantastic run from Ziran. Tom, we know the horse that you like the look of in this last run, Rajiat Allah, number 9 for the White Stable, and Camila Ospina. You've got another win on the board. Can you get another one in the 12th? Can you end the day on a high? Can Camila Ospina end the day on a high?
Hopefully, yeah. I mean, everyone wants this one to win, no? This would be 9 for me. Camilo, I think this would be 5 for him on the day.
6? I think our commentator Enzo said he...
I think it's 5. I think it's 5 on the day, and it would also be 3 out of 3 for the menu, so we all want this to win.
There is a lot riding on this one then.
Yeah, Rajiat Allah, horse number 9 is the horse we're talking about. In the last race, the Riyadh Region Government Cup.
Well, we've just seen horse number 9, Rajiat Allah, pass by behind our studio. The horses for the next race are already in the paddock ahead of the finale, the last race, the 12th race on the card, and the very final race of the week here at the King Abdulaziz racetrack in Riyadh. And we do hope that you've enjoyed all the action as much as we have. We've had plenty of it anyway, Tom. 12 races all in all every day, which is such a lot of racing.
36 races, we've had 35 of them so far. I hope you've enjoyed, as you say, hope you've enjoyed the coverage. We certainly have. The action's been great. We've had a whole mix of horses that we've seen over the last 3 days, from horses rated as high as 115 earlier today to horses rated as low as 25 on Thursday. That horse, unsurprisingly, did not win that heat. But this last race, full of very talented individuals, I'm looking forward to it.
Yes, I hope you're looking forward to it as well. The final race on the card, the feature race, race number 12. And as ever, we will join our commentator Enzo, who's going to talk us through all the runners and riders.
Thank you, Rebecca. Yes, this is the feature, the Riyadh Region Government Cup. Here we go. And 3-year-olds and up here without number 3, who's a non-runner. So number 1, Monsa Jamal, Abdullah Al-Khamis. 2 is Shajwa, Adel Al-Faredi. 3 is a non-runner, so scratch, Wardat Al-Mayadeen. 4 is Melawar for Wigberto Ramos. 5 is Hawawayar, Abdulaziz Al-Musa. 6, Jabir Allah for Abdullah Al-Fayruz. That's the filly. 7 is Hard Al-Gamam for Nayef Al-Anazi. 8, Taraha, 7-year-old filly, Abdullah Al-Lawfi. 9 is Rajiat Allah for Camilo Ospina. 10, Monta Kibar for Ayad Al-Tarisi. 11, Tata Jamal, Ahmad Al-Tayyar. And 12, down the bottom there is Butulat, ridden by Gutierrez, and this is a daughter of Premium Tab. So without number 3, we've got 11 for the last. These fillies are in action at 3-year-olds and up, going 1,400 metres, the long sprint for our feature race. So we go back to Rebecca and Tom.
Thank you, Enzo. And you just saw briefly what these runners are racing for. That is the Riyadh Region Government Cup, the feature race on our card. The jockeys are making their way to the paddock. The horses are already in there. Tom, let's chat about these runners. Who's the standout for you?
Yeah, Rajiat Allah, definitely the standout. Horse number 9 for Camilo Ospina. There are 3 other horses in here rated in the 90s. Horse number 2, Shajwa. Horse number 10, Montakabar, and horse number 12, Batulat. So there is some competition for him, but let's go through the runner by runner to talk about each horse.
Well, Monsa Jamal is number 1, Tom.
Rated just 65. I think this horse might finish second last.
Second last, very specific. Horse number 2, this is the second one.
Only had
Shajwa. 1
run this year, finishing 4th at meeting 23. Rated 98, so it's clearly very talented.
And is number 3 very talented. Next up is Melawar.
Seems to be trending in the wrong direction. 1 on the seasonal reappearance at meeting 30, then 2nd at meeting 41, and 7th last time at meeting 54.
Well, after this one, we'll see number 5. It is Hawaiiwaya.
Hawaiiwaya, yeah, horse that we loved in Thai. She won back-to-back, meeting 28 and meeting 32, 2 weeks. That was one win each week. And yeah, we governed her, the Thai specialist. With that being said, I don't like her as much in Riyadh.
But thank you for pointing out the correct pronunciation, Tom, of horse number 5. This one is horse number 6, Jabba Allah.
Again, I saw this filly win back at meeting 33. I was on track at Taif and she did it well. Last time at meeting 50, not so good. She'll need to find some more improvement.
Well, the first outing for number 7 had Al-Khamham.
Yeah, first time up this year. I don't know what to expect from this filly, but she's only rated 61. Maybe she finishes last.
And Taraha is number 8.
3 from 62 for this filly, thoroughly exposed. I don't think she'll be a part of the finish.
Well, number 9 is the horse that we've mentioned quite a fair bit already. It is Rajyat Allah. Daughter of Premium Tap. First time up this year. I can't really see her stomach, but she looks pretty fit from what we can see. She's rated the highest in the race on a mark of 100. Camilo Ospina rides for leading trainer Ahmed Mohamed. There you go, Tom. You can have a look at the stomach now.
Yeah, she looks like she's not 100%, but she looks like she will run her race for sure.
Number 10 then, Montak Heba.
Rated 92, but is 4 from 32 and generally finds winning pretty tough.
Let's look at number 11, following on behind Tataj Jamal.
1 from 22, rated 61. Again, just not a contender in this race.
Well, number 12, let's have a look at Botulat.
6 from 22, 6th on the seasonal reappearance at meeting 42. This horse used to be owned by White Stable, but is now not. She's been moved on.
Moved on, but still a highly rated horse, Tom, 93.
Yeah, she's highly rated. She could run a fair race, but when White Stable get rid of a horse, it's generally a bad sign.
She is another premium tap like Rajyat Allah. So 2 half-sisters here in the paddock just behind us. Tell us, Tom, why this horse, Rajyat Allah, has been one to watch. We mentioned this horse at the very beginning of the programme as the one that we're keeping an eye on in this feature race. Camilo Ospina, obviously, with the ride. Why do you like this horse so much?
Good pedigree being by Premium Tap, and she was a very good 2-year-old as well, winning on 2 different occasions. She raced in all the best 2-year-old events for local breds. Camilo Ospina has been riding like a man possessed this week. Ahmed Mohamed's the leading trainer for the leading owners in the White Stable. I think she'll go straight to the front, and from there she'll prove very hard to catch.
Well, straight to the front of this 7-furlong race. Is there any other horse here that will match that early speed?
I think the only other one with the early is Jabba Allah, who's the stable companion, and I doubt that Ahmed Mohamed wants them to take each other on, so I think there could be a little bit of team tactics going on here to allow Camilo the best opportunity to win on horse number 9. That filly is much sharper than her stablemate, so she's the clear standout to me.
Well, jockeys up on board. Horses will shortly be making their way onto the track and down towards the stalls for this final race, this feature race. And we've had 3 amazing days of racing, haven't we, Tom? And I'm not going to ask you for your highlight for the whole 3 days because there have been so many winners for Tom, and Camilo Ospina has been the standout jockey of the week, hasn't he? He wasn't last week. We were talking mostly about Khalid Al-Mamoni, who had the treble on day 1, but Camilo Ospina, what a week he's had.
Yeah, last week was Khalid Al-Mamoni and Alex Moreno. Camilo chipped in every now and again, but he didn't have too many. This week, 10 winners. Camilo's just been the man. Hopefully he makes it 11, ends the week on a high, gives us a bit of a high to end as well, a menu horse and my selection in the race. It's been a thoroughly enjoyable period, and here is footage right now of Shajwa, as you can see here, the filly. Going to be ridden today by Adel Al-Faredi. This was from Riyadh last year. Was positioned off the speed, ran home at the 1 pace in the home straight, and manages to finish a relatively decent 2nd here, just on the outside. I think that's Kuthni Merck, but again, the same horse as earlier, but I'm not too sure. I believe he must have lost the race in the steward's room that day. I haven't watched that footage before, I apologise for that, but yeah, he obviously crossed the line in front and was awarded 2nd place.
Well, Camilo Ospina is on board Riyadh Allah, and we'll be having a little look at some footage from Riyadh Allah.
Yeah, it was dominant this day in Riyadh, showed early speed. As I said, we're going to expect today. This was a 2-year-old race, and just look how far this filly wins by. She is by far the best. It's an incredible piece of authoritative horse racing here. I mean, she must have won by 16 lengths, up to even maybe 20 lengths. And she runs all the way through the line, being a premium tap. This is the minimum distance. Anything like that, she'll win again.
Well, she is certainly the exciting prospect in this feature race, the Riyadh Region Government Cup. These locally bred fillies going for the final race of the day, 12th of 12 races here in Riyadh. And this is horse number 10. This is Montakaba.
On the outside in the red silks, just plugging on at the 1 speed, never really in with a chance of winning this race. As I say, she finds winning difficult, but she does stay. That's her big thing. She carries her tail a little bit high as well, which I don't love. So she's not for me. Look, she was no match for the first or second this day.
So we've talked a lot, Tom, about Riyadh Allah. You think that will be the clear winner of this, but I'd like to get your thoughts on the rest of the field. Where is the competition going to come from, if any? We saw in that last bit of footage of Riyadh Allah in that last win just how far she was ahead of the rest of the field. Do you think we'll see a similarly dominant display?
Maybe. Depends how fit she is. I think she wins this race. I'm pretty confident that she's the horse to beat, and if she is ready to go and she breaks well and gets to the front, then she's going to be so hard to reel in. I think second, maybe a fight between Jcsa, horse number 2, as we saw the footage there of that horse winning here last year before being demoted, and horse number 5, Hawawaya, the type specialist who was in very good form earlier in the campaign. Maybe Jcsa will edge that. So I've got 9 to beat 2, but as long as Riyadh Allah wins, then I'll be happy.
A Taif specialist, though, Tom, is a very different track. It rides very differently to Taif. So I'm curious as to why you are going with Hawawaya.
I just don't like any of the others, if I'm being honest. Monster Jamet, number 1, needs to improve a great deal with a mark of 65. The same can be said for number 7, Had Al Gamam, and 11, Tata Jamal. Number 12, Batulat, has been basically abandoned by the white stable, which will be a negative for me. And horse number 10, Montakaba, as we just saw the footage, is very one-paced. And then you go back up, and Jabba Allah, the second string of the white stable, may not be ridden in ideal tactics. Number 4, Malawa, also has been regressing, so Hawawaya could just be the default third-place finisher.
We saw yesterday the two white stable horses pairing up. The weaker of the white stable horses setting the pace, the jockey then taking the pull to let the eventual winner pass. Do you think we'll see similar tactics today?
It could happen, but I think they'll just keep it simple if they can on Riyadh Allah. I think Camilo Ospina's got the best horse in the race, right? So he's got the best horse, the horse with the best early speed as well. Therefore, why would you complicate things? You just go straight to the front, it makes it simple, allow her to run, and then if she gets beaten, she goes down by merit rather than by a lack of tactical analysis. So I think the white stable will be like, no, you just go forward, don't worry about the team play here. Maybe Jabba Allah will take a pull, and that can be a little bit of a help for her, but otherwise they'll keep it simple.
Certainly a lot to look forward to in this contest. Going to be a very exciting one indeed. Riyadh Allah looking the clear favourite in Tom's eyes for the white stable, under the guidance of Camilo Ospina, who's had an absolutely phenomenal week here in Riyadh. 4 winners today. He's looking for his 5th. Tom, you're definitely going with Riyadh Allah.
Yeah, absolutely. I see no reason to go against her. She looks relatively ready to go. She's got the best form in the book. She has early speed, and Camilo's on board.
Well, also on board is Enzo, our commentator. What do you think of Riyadh Allah's chances in this, the feature race?
Yeah, well, on the rating, she's the pick, isn't she? She's got that 3-figure rating of 100 for a reason. She probably is improving as a 3-year-old against some of these older fillies and mares. Yeah, I like her chances too. And they're down there at the start then. There is number 5, Hawawaya. So we have a look at Roberto Ramos, who rides in the black and white here, or the very dark green and white, I should say, for Melawar. These are all fillies and mares running in this race. The big man on board for the Al Rashid farm this time around. The 3, the scratching. We have 11 runners for the last. They're about to load them up. So Melawar, the centre. There's the yellow of Mon Sajamar. Mon Sajamar is a 6-year-old mare. Light blue colours here of Taraha, 7-year-old. So quite a few of the older mares in this race. This is the feature race of the day, though. 75,000 Saudi Riyal for first place for the Riyadh region Government Cup. And there is the Wigman. Has he got one more trick up his sleeve for the day? He's been fairly quiet today. He didn't have the best book of rides, to be fair. Mostly horses that didn't really have a strong or an obvious chance. So no disgrace to draw a blank so far, but he'd be looking to try and put that right here for certain. He's a fiercely competitive rider. And he rides number 4 here, Melawar. And there's the Wigman on his breeches there. That yellow bridle for that one. In the background's number 7, and that's Had Al Gamam. Naif Adanazi. We're going to get his name up in lights as well in this final race, which is our 9:05. So heading well into the night now. Naif, can he get a run out of Had Al Gamam? It will take a bit of doing on this horse who's very lowly rated. Looks to be massively up against it. Strictly on the form book. Horse who's yet to really threaten the judge from 9 races. There is Camille Ospina. Tom fancies this Rajiat Allah, daughter of Premium Tap, the 3-year-old in the white stable colours. There's Shajwa, number 2. Del Al-Faradi on board. The 2's been fairly quiet today. Jockey was doing great things over at Taif. So they're loading. Final race of the day. Camille Ospina, 4 winners so far, looking to make it 5. It's number 11, not mentioned her yet. Tata Jamal. Tata Jamal in the very dark blue. It's got the white blinkers on. Jockey wearing the visor there, Abdulaziz Al Musa. Doesn't fancy any kickback on riding Hawawayar. About 4 to load. Here's the main man, Camille Ospina. On board, Rajiat Allah. 11 still to go in as well there. Tata Jamal. Very dark coloured disc on the jockey's back there. Goes into gate 11, next door to Butulat. I think this is going to be the last couple. We're waiting for Shajwa and Jabba Allah. Still to go in. Yep, red cap for this one. It's going to be the last one as well. The grey. Set for the feature race, our last. Race 12. Ready for a start, and they're off. Jumped away. A ragged start for 1 or 2 of these. Missing it was Mon Sajamar on the inside. Also not that well away was Tarahar. Showing good early speed is Jabba Allah, but now coming across, showing the best speed of all is Rajiat Allah, and Camille Ospina does that manoeuvre he likes to do, going from the wide draw straight across to the inside rails, and he now can dictate the fractions, leads by a length. Into second place goes Shajwa in the red colours. Racing in third, that's Melawar under Rigberto Ramos. 4 deep now, the red cap of Jabba Allah having a torrid trip, and they are a few lengths clear of Hawawayar in 5th. Just shorter room on the inside, there was Monsa Jima in the yellow. Wider out is Montekabar in the red, and they're followed by the wide racing Butulat. Tajamal is well back at this stage, around the turn at around 59 kilometres per hour. So they're heading well past halfway now. And a new leader here because Shajwa has swept by Rajit Allah, looks in trouble for Ospina. The danger could be the other white stable horse on the outside, Jabba Allah, and it's Jabba Allah now has put the nose in front here, the grey, and she's going great guns too. Leads by a length to Shajwa in second. Melawar back in third is keeping on 2. The leader is Jabba Allah. She's not quite put this to bed yet though. Shajwa's coming back against the rails. Maybe shorter room Shajwa. Then comes Melawar. They go close home. Jabba Allah though is grinding it out. Will do enough for Abdullah Al Fayrouz. Jabba Allah wins to Shajwa second, and third was Melawar. 6-2-4 in the last. So the white stable with it. It's the second colours, the red cap for Abdullah Al Fayrouz, who gets the victory for the Mohamud stable. On board this grey, it was one of the 3-year-olds, and she does enough here. Just thought she was maybe idling in front. You can see she's wearing the hood, but she's done enough, number 6, to win in a winning time of 1 minute, 26.96 seconds. Second, number 2, Shajwa ran well, and third, number 4, Melawar. Raji Allard dropped away rather tamely on the home turn. Fourth place, Montekabar. 6.24, the final result of the day. And Jabbar Allard wins 1 minute 26.96 seconds and wins by a length. And that concludes our live coverage today. It's been a great day's action. Jabbar Allard wins the last.
Well, the White Stable win the feature race, but not the way they'd have expected, Tom. Jabbar Allard, the second string from the White Stable, winning that one. Certainly not the horse that we talked about before the race. We were going for Rajit Allah, who seemed to be the very clear favourite.
Yeah, I'm surprised with the result, but happy for the White Stable. It's been a great week, a great day for them today. Camilo Ospina chose the wrong one, but I mean, before the race, you couldn't really have Jabbar Allah on top. She was rated £23 inferior to Rajia Allah, who Camilo decided to choose, and that horse only beat one home. So she disappointed, allowing one of these other horses to come up and take the first prize, and it just so happened to be a stablemate.
Well, we thought, didn't we, at the start of this race that the early speed would come from the two White Stable horses. Jabbar Allah certainly showed the early speed, and then that speed just didn't let up.
No, it didn't. To be fair, the early speed mainly came from Rajia Allah, but Jabbar Allah was always right up there. I don't know why Rajia Allah was so poor in the closing stages. She seemed fit, maybe she just went a little bit too hard and blew out, but Jabbar Allah was in the prime position to take over. She hung a little bit in the straight. She wasn't fully going forward. She was going a little bit side to side, and there was a touch of interference, not enough to change the result, with the eventual runner-up Shajwa. But she won by a length at the end, and yeah, it's a decisive win, career best.
Yeah, certainly a very promising run for Jabbar Allah, rated just 77. Her stablemate Rajid Allah rated 100, so a clear difference between those two. Do you see Jabbar Allah now moving up?
Yeah, she'll be, well, she's just won a cup race, so she's got to be. The handicap will give her a big hike. I don't know quite how good she was. I don't think this cup race was phenomenal anyway, but she's better than the mark of 77, that's for sure.
And what about the horses that finished in second and third? We had Shajwa finishing in second. Shajwa rated 98 before this race, and so you'd have expected a good run from her.
Yeah, I thought she was one of the major players behind Rajia Allah. She ran her race. Malawa ran a good race too, bounced back in the right direction under Wigberto Ramos to take third. It was a close-ish finish between the top three. It was a race that didn't have too much strength in depth aside from Rajia Allah, who underperformed, and therefore, you know, any of these fillies could have got the job done when that happened, and it just so happened that Jabbar Allah was the one. Others in behind, like Montekabar, Batulat, they both disappointed despite their lofty ratings. The others kind of performed as expected, but good ride. A little bit of interference just here, as you can see, but not enough to change the result.
Well, we can see the winner there, Jabbar Allah, the grey. Did you think that she would hold on, Tom?
It got close. She was idling out in front, but the runner-up just wasn't finishing the race either, so they were kind of going the one speed, and there needed to be something from out of the clouds to peg them both back, and that just wasn't the case. Malawa ran okay back in third and closed a little, but not quick enough.
And let's just talk again about Riyadh. I know we bigged this horse up so much before this race, the highest rated in this contest. And what do you think Connections will be thinking after that?
They'll be very disappointed, I'm sure. You know, this filly showed lots of form at 2. She was very good on this track in the footage that we saw, and she just hasn't repeated that today. So maybe there was something wrong. Maybe she just underperformed. Maybe she was lacking fitness. But there has to be a reason, because that was pretty poor out there.
I'm sure there will be a post-mortem on that performance from Riyadh, who was the clear favourite heading into that race. Certainly a horse that Tom very much liked the look of heading into the feature race, the 12th race on our card today. Well, hopefully we'll catch a glimpse of that trophy as it's presented to Connections, to the White Stable. They've had a successful day today, Tom, as of course we would have expected. Camilo Ospina, with those 4 winners, he didn't manage to make it in the feature race, but the White Stable, how many wins have they had today, Tom?
I think it was 4, or maybe 5, I can't remember, but they had a big haul. They have all week. They've just been dominant, as has Camilo Ospina. It's been a very good day of action. Picking out my top moments pretty tough, but hopefully I've landed on a good one.
Well, Tom, you've had so many top moments throughout the 3 days of action here in Riyadh. You've had 8 winners out of the 12 races, which is a really phenomenal return. Tom had 7 winners on day 1, 7 on day 2, and 8 today. So you saved the best till last, Tom. Can you pick out your highlights?
Yes. If you asked me before the show, by the way, and said, would you get more than 7, I would have said absolutely not. So bit of a surprise today, good results. My highlight will be in race 7, the Arabian Horses Open, and a horse called Durgam Athbar for trainer Lucas Gaitan. This horse was dominant. He's rated 115, the best rated horse that we have seen so far this week. Obviously we've ended the race now, so the best we've seen this week, full stop. This horse had shown good form in UAE. 2 runs in Taifa weren't as good this year, but he bounced right back on the switch to Riyadh. Lucas Gaitan's a man in hot form as well, winning both of the Arabian races today. Durgam Athbar could be a potential star for him this season, especially when the turf track gets laid and he's able to run on his best surface. As we can just see these shots, he's the only horse in them. He's miles clear and he did it very nicely.
It was great to see him get those 2 winners, Tom, but out of all the racing we've seen today, we've seen 12 races, some really fantastic contests. Why have you picked this one as your highlight?
Well, he was the best horse we've seen in terms of ratings, so he had to go right up there. You know, you always highlight the best horses, the sporting stars, because these are the horses that capture the hopes and the imaginations of the fans at home, thinking, oh, when is Durgam Athbar next going to run? So hopefully you love this race as much as I did. I'm looking forward to seeing him again. Also, there were plenty of other horses that I obviously liked today that won and did it very nicely. Jcsa was one of those examples under Camilo Ospina, but I just like the way he moved clear. He briefly looked in trouble when we watched the full race replay in the review of this event, but he didn't mind about that. You know, he just kept rolling, kept rolling, kept rolling. 1 mile trip was perfect for him, and I think he's pretty excellent.
It was great as well to see the interview afterwards with the winning trainer Lucas Gaitan, who spoke so well about his winners. He was just absolutely delighted with how his horses did today, and the White Stable, of course, will be delighted with how their horses did today. Here are Connections picking up the Riyadh Region Governorate Cup. This was the prize in the 12th race of the day, the feature race, which was won by Jcsa, the second string of the White Stable entries in that last race. That is what they were going for. But they won't mind, will they, Tom? It was Riyadh who we would have expected to be crossing the finish line first, but I don't suppose that the White Stable are too bothered about which horse it was who won the race out of their 2 entrants in that one. Jcsa, so impressive. So Tom, you've picked out your top moment from today, which was the Arabian race. You've had such a fantastic 3 days. You've picked a total of 22 winners across the 3 days. Can you pick a highlight?
My highlight's been seeing Camilo Ospina ride out of the skin. I know that sounds a little bit corny and you're going for a jockey rather than a horse, but this is a jockey who in Taif wasn't really performing as I was expecting. I thought because of the White Stable dominance, he was going to be winning race in, race out. He did win his fair share, but he was battling with Adel Al-Faradi the whole time. Now, since we've come to Riyadh, he has been amazing. He's ridden 10 winners this week. He's ridden lots of them for the White Stable, but also a winner of the Arabian race. He's ridden some winners for other connections as well. So this is a guy who can just do everything. He's very aggressive in the saddle. I like that. That shows just confidence and assertiveness. And, you know, with Camilo, this is the one guy here that I think could go across the globe, could go to the US and really perform. And
he is miles ahead in the jockeys table as well, yes. Tom. Is there any catching him? No catching him. I imagine next week he's just going to elongate that advantage that he's got right now. Adel Al-Faradi probably knows that it's over, albeit we're at the start of the Riyadh season, goes all the way up to the Saudi Cup in late February. Yes, the Saudi Cup in late February. There is so much to look forward to here at the King Abdulaziz racetrack. As I said, the Saudi Cup at the end of February, but there's still so much racing to go before then. It will be Rory and Callum back in the hot seats next week, and I hope you'll join them then. Goodbye from us.